The Voyage Out Part 1 by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 1. As the streets that lead from the Strand to the Embankment are very narrow, it is better not to walk down them arm in arm. If you persist, lawyers' clerks will have to make flying leaps into the mud. Young lady typists will have to fidget behind you. In the streets of London, where beauty goes unregarded, eccentricity must pay the penalty. And it is better not to be very tall, to wear a long blue cloak, or to beat the air with your left hand. One afternoon in the beginning of October, when the traffic was becoming brisk, a tall man strode along the edge of the pavement with a lady on his arm. Angry glances struck upon their backs. The small, agitated figures, for in comparison with this couple, most people look small, decorated with fountain pens and burdened with dispatch boxes, had appointments to keep, and drew a weekly salary, so that there was some reason for the unfriendly stare which was bestowed upon Mr. Ambrose's height and upon Mrs. Ambrose's cloak. But some enchantment had put both man and woman beyond the reach of malice and unpopularity. In his case one might guess from the moving lips that it was thought, and in hers from the eyes fixed stonily straight in front of her at a level above the eyes of most, that it was sorrow. It was only by scorning all she met that she kept herself from tears, and the friction of people brushing past her was evidently painful. After watching the traffic on the Embankment for a minute or two with a stoical gaze, she twitched her husband's sleeve, and they crossed between the swift discharge of motor cars. When they were safe on the further side, she gently withdrew her arm from his, allowing her mouth at the same time to relax, to tremble. Then tears rolled down, and leaning her elbows on the balustrade, she shielded her face from the curious. Mr. Ambrose attempted consolation. He patted her shoulder, but she showed no signs of admitting him, and feeling it awkward to stand beside a grief that was greater than his, he crossed his arms behind him and took a turn along the pavement. The Embankment juts out in angles here and there, like pulpits, instead of preachers. However, small boys occupy them, dangling string, dropping pebbles, or launching wads of paper for a cruise. With their sharp eye for eccentricity, they were inclined to think Mr. Ambrose awful, but the quickest-witted cried "Bluebeard" as he passed. In case they should proceed to tease his wife, Mr. Ambrose flourished his stick at them, upon which they decided that he was grotesque merely, and four instead of one cried "Bluebeard" in chorus. Although Mrs. Ambrose stood quite still, much longer than is natural, the little boys let her be. Someone is always looking into the river near Waterloo Bridge. A couple will stand there talking for half an hour on a fine afternoon. Most people, walking for pleasure, contemplate for 3 minutes, when, having compared the occasion with other occasions, or made some sentence, they pass on. Sometimes the flats and churches and hotels of Westminster are like the outlines of Constantinople in a mist. Sometimes the river is an opulent purple, sometimes mud-colored, sometimes sparkling blue like the sea. It is always worthwhile to look down and see what is happening. But this lady looked neither up nor down. The only thing she had seen, since she stood there, was a circular iridescent patch slowly floating past with a straw in the middle of it. The straw and the patch swam again and again behind the tremulous medium of a great welling tear, and the tear rose and fell and dropped into the river. Then there struck close upon her ears Lars Porsena of Clusium by the 9 gods, he swore, and then more faintly, as if the speaker had passed her on his walk, that the great house of Tarquin should suffer wrong no more. Yes, she knew she must go back to all that, but at present she must weep. Screening her face, she sobbed more steadily than she had yet done, her shoulders rising and falling with great regularity. It was this figure that her husband saw. When, having reached the polished Sphinx, having entangled himself with a man selling picture postcards, he turned, the stanza instantly stopped. He came up to her, laid his hand on her shoulder, and said, "Dearest?" His voice was supplicating. but she shut her face away from him as much as to say, "You can't possibly understand." As he did not leave her, however, she had to wipe her eyes and to raise them to the level of the factory chimneys on the other bank. She saw also the arches of Waterloo Bridge and the carts moving across them, like the line of animals in a shooting gallery. They were seen blankly, but to see anything was of course to end her weeping and begin to walk. "I would rather walk," she said, her husband having hailed a cab already occupied by two city men. The fixity of her mood was broken by the action of walking. The shooting motor cars, more like spiders in the moon than terrestrial objects, the thundering drays, the jingling hansoms, and little black broughams made her think of the world she lived in. Somewhere up there above the pinnacles, where the smoke rose in a pointed hill, her children were now asking for her and getting a soothing reply. As for the mass of streets, squares, and public buildings which parted them, she only felt at this moment how little London had done to make her love it, although 30 of her 40 years had been spent in a street. She knew how to read the people who were passing her. There were the rich who were running to and from each other's houses at this hour. There were the bigoted workers driving in a straight line to their offices. There were the poor who were unhappy and rightly malignant. Already, though there was sunlight in the haze, tattered old men and women were nodding off to sleep upon the seats. When one gave up seeing the beauty that clothed things, this was the skeleton beneath. A fine rain now made her still more dismal. Vans with the odd names of those engaged in odd industries, spruels, manufacturer of sawdust, Grab, to whom no piece of waste paper comes amiss, fell flat as a bad joke. Both lovers, sheltered behind one cloak, seemed to her sordid, past their passion. The flower women, a contented company, whose talk is always worth hearing, were sodden hags. The red, yellow, and blue flowers, whose heads were pressed together, would not blaze. Moreover, her husband, walking with a quick rhythmic stride, jerking his free hand occasionally, was either a Viking or a stricken Nelson. The seagulls had changed his note. "Ridley, shall we drive? Shall we drive, Ridley?" Mrs. Ambrose had to speak sharply. By this time he was far away. The cab, by trotting steadily along the same road, soon withdrew them from the West End and plunged them into London. It appeared that this was a great manufacturing place, where the people were engaged in making things, as though the West End, with its electric lamps, its vast plate-glass windows all shining yellow, its carefully finished houses and tiny live figures trotting on the pavement, or bowled along on wheels in the road, was the finished work. It appeared to her a very small bit of work for such an enormous factory to have made. For some reason it appeared to her as a small golden tassel on the edge of a vast black cloak. Observing that they passed no other hansom cab but only vans and wagons, and that not one of the 1,000 men and women she saw was either a gentleman or a lady, Mrs. Ambrose understood that after all it is the ordinary thing to be poor, and that London is the city of innumerable poor people. Startled by this discovery, and seeing herself pacing a circle all the days of her life round Piccadilly Circus, she was greatly relieved to pass a building put up by the London County Council for night schools. "Lord, how gloomy it is!" her husband groaned. "Poor creatures! What with the misery for her children, the poor, and the rain, her mind was like a wound exposed to dry in the air." At this point the cab stopped, for it was in danger of being crushed like an eggshell. The wide embankment, which had had room for cannonballs and squadrons, had now shrunk to a cobbled lane steaming with smells of malt and oil, and blocked by wagons. While her husband read the placards pasted on the brick announcing the hours at which certain ships would sail for Scotland, Mrs. Ambrose did her best to find information. From a world exclusively occupied in feeding wagons with sacks, half obliterated too in a fine yellow fog, they got neither help nor attention. It seemed a miracle when an old man approached, guessed their condition, and proposed to row them out to their ship in the little boat which he kept moored at the bottom of a flight of steps. With some hesitation. They trusted themselves to him, took their places, and were soon waving up and down upon the water, London having shrunk to 2 lines of buildings on either side of them, square buildings and oblong buildings placed in rows like a child's avenue of bricks. The river, which had a certain amount of troubled yellow light in it, ran with great force. Bulky barges floated down swiftly escorted by tugs. Police boats shot past everything, the wind went with the current. The open rowing boat in which they sat bobbed and curtsied across the line of traffic. In midstream the old man stayed his hands upon the oars, and as the water rushed past them, remarked that once he had taken many passengers across, where now he took scarcely any. He seemed to recall an age when his boat, moored among rushes, carried delicate feet across to lawns at Rotherhithe. They want bridges now, he said, indicating the monstrous outline of the Tower Bridge. Mournfully Helen regarded him, who was putting water between her and her children. Mournfully she gazed at the ship they were approaching. Anchored in the middle of the stream, they could dimly read her name, Euphrosyne. Very dimly, in the falling dusk, they could see the lines of the rigging, the masts and the dark flag which the breeze blew out squarely behind. As the little boat sidled up to the steamer, and the old man shipped his oars, he remarked once more, pointing above, that ships all the world over flew that flag the day they sailed. In the minds of both the passengers the blue flag appeared a sinister token, and this the moment for presentiments, but nevertheless they rose, gathered their things together, and climbed on deck. Down in the saloon of her father's ship, Miss Rachel Vinrace, aged 24, stood waiting her uncle and aunt nervously. To begin with, though nearly related, she scarcely remembered them. To go on with, they were elderly people. And finally, as her father's daughter, she must be in some sort prepared to entertain them. She looked forward to seeing them as civilized people, generally looked forward to the first sight of civilized people, as though they were of the nature of an approaching physical discomfort. A tight shoe or a draughty window. She was already unnaturally braced to receive them. As she occupied herself in laying forks severely straight by the side of knives, she heard a man's voice saying gloomily, "On a dark night one would fall down these stairs head foremost," to which a woman's voice added, "and be killed." As she spoke the last words, the woman stood in the doorway. Tall, large-eyed, draped in purple shawls, Mrs. Ambrose was romantic and beautiful, not perhaps sympathetic, for her eyes looked straight and considered what they saw. Her face was much warmer than a Greek face. On the other hand, it was much bolder than the face of the usual pretty Englishwoman. "Oh, Rachel, how do you do?" she said, shaking hands. "How are you, dear?" said Mr. Ambrose, inclining his forehead to be kissed. His niece instinctively liked his thin, angular body, and the big head with its sweeping features, and the acute, innocent eyes. "Tell Mr. Pepper," Rachel bade the servant. Husband and wife then sat down on one side of the table, with their niece opposite to them. "My father told me to begin," she explained. "He is very busy with the men. You know Mr. Pepper?" A little man who was bent as some trees are by a gale on one side of them had slipped in. Nodding to Mr. Ambrose, he shook hands with Helen. "Droughts," he said, erecting the collar of his coat. "You are still rheumatic?" asked Helen. Her voice was low and seductive, though she spoke absently enough, the sight of town and river being still present to her mind. "Once rheumatic, always rheumatic, I fear," he replied. "To some extent it depends on the weather, though not so much as people are apt to think. One does not die of it, at any rate," said Helen. "As a general rule, no," said Mr. Pepper. "Soup, Uncle Ridley?" asked Rachel. "Thank you, dear," he said, and, as he held his plate out, sighed audibly. "Ah, she's not like her mother." Helen was just too late in thumping her tumbler on the table to prevent Rachel from hearing, and from blushing scarlet with embarrassment. "The way servants treat flowers," she said hastily. She drew a green vase with a crinkled lip towards her, and began pulling out the tight little chrysanthemums, which she laid on the tablecloth, arranging them fastidiously side by side. There was a pause. "You knew Jenkinson, didn't you, Ambrose?" asked Mr. Pepper across the table. "Janetson of Peterhouse? He's dead," said Mr. Pepper. "Ah, dear! I knew him ages ago," said Ridley. "He was the hero of the punt accident, you remember? A queer card, married a young woman out of a tobacconists, and lived in the fens, never heard what became of him. Drank drugs," said Mr. Pepper with sinister conciseness. "He left a commentary. Hopeless muddle, I'm told. The man had really great abilities," said Ridley. "His introduction to Jellaby holds its own still," went on Mr. Pepper, "which is surprising, seeing how textbooks change. There was a theory about the planets, wasn't there?" asked Ridley. "A screw loose somewhere, no doubt of it," said Mr. Pepper, shaking his head. Now a tremor ran through the table, and a light outside swerved. At the same time, an electric bell rang sharply again and again. "We're off," said Ridley. A slight but perceptible wave seemed to roll beneath the floor, then it sank, then another came, more perceptible. Light slid right across the uncurtained window. The ship gave a loud, melancholy moan. "We're off," said Mr. Pepper. Other ships, as sad as she, answered her outside on the river. The chuckling and hissing of water could be plainly heard, and the ship heaved so that the steward bringing plates had to balance himself as he drew the curtain. There was a pause. "Jenkinson of Cats to still keep up with him?" asked Ambrose. "As much as one ever does," said Mr. Pepper. "We meet annually. This year he has had the misfortune to lose his wife, which made it painful, of course." "Very painful, of course. Very painful," Ridley agreed. "There's an unmarried daughter who keeps house for him, I believe, but it's never the same, not at his age." Both gentlemen nodded sagely as they carved their apples. "There was a book, wasn't there?" Ridley inquired. "There was a book, but there never will be a book," said Mr. Pepper with such fierceness that both ladies looked up at him. "There never will be a book because someone else has written it for him," said Mr. Pepper with considerable acidity. "That's what comes of putting things off and collecting fossils and sticking Norman arches on one's pigsties." "I confess I sympathize," said Ridley with a melancholy sigh. "I have a weakness for people who can't begin." "The accumulations of a lifetime wasted," continued Mr. Pepper. "He had accumulations enough to fill a barn." "It's a vice that some of us escape," said Ridley. "Our friend Miles has another workout today." Mr. Pepper gave an acid little laugh. "According to my calculations," he said, "he has produced 2 volumes and a half annually, which, allowing for time spent in the cradle and so forth, shows a commendable industry." "Yes, the old master's saying of him has been pretty well realized," said Ridley. "Away they had," said Mr. Pepper. "You know the Bruce collection? Not for publication, of course." "I should suppose not," said Ridley significantly. "For a divine, he was remarkably free." "The punt in Neville's Row, for example?" inquired Mr. Pepper. "Precisely," said Ambrose. Each of the ladies, being after the fashion of their sex, highly trained in promoting men's talk without listening to it, could think about the education of children, about the use of fog sirens in an opera without betraying herself. Only it struck Helen that Rachel was perhaps too still for a hostess, and that she might have done something with her hands. "Perhaps," she said at length, upon which they rose and left, vaguely to the surprise of the gentlemen, who had either thought them attentive or had forgotten their presence. "Ah, one could tell strange stories of the old days," they heard Ridley say as he sank into his chair again. Glancing back at the doorway, they saw Mr. Pepper as though he had suddenly loosened his clothes and had become a vivacious and malicious old ape. Winding veils round their heads, the women walked on deck. They were now moving steadily down the river, passing the dark shapes of ships at anchor, and London was a swarm of lights, with a pale yellow canopy drooping above it. There were the lights of the great theaters, the lights of the long streets, lights that indicated huge squares of domestic comfort, lights that hung high in air. No darkness would ever settle upon those lamps, as no darkness had settled upon them for hundreds of years. It seemed dreadful that the town should blaze forever in the same spot, dreadful at least to people going away to adventure upon the sea and beholding it as a circumscribed mound, eternally burnt, eternally scarred. From the deck of the ship, the great city appeared a crouched and cowardly figure, a sedentary miser. Leaning over the rail, side by side, Helen said, "Won't you be cold?" Rachel replied, "No." "How beautiful!" she added a moment later. Very little was visible, a few masts, a shadow of land here, a line of brilliant windows there. They try to make head against the wind. It blows it, gasped Rachel, the words rammed down her throat. Struggling by her side, Helen was suddenly overcome by the spirit of movement and pushed along with her skirts wrapping themselves round her knees and both arms to her hair. But slowly the intoxication of movement died down and the wind became rough and chilly. They looked through a chink in the blind and saw that long cigars were being smoked in the dining room. They saw Mr. Ambrose throw himself violently against the back of his chair, while Mr. Pepper crinkled his cheeks as though they had been cut in wood. The ghost of a roar of laughter came out to them and was drowned at once in the wind. In the dry yellow lighted room, Mr. Pepper and Mr. Ambrose were oblivious of all tumult. They were in Cambridge, and it was probably about the year 1875. "They're old friends," said Helen, smiling at the sight. "Now, is there a room for us to sit in?" Rachel opened a door. "It's more like a landing than a room," she said. Indeed, it had nothing of the shut stationary character of a room on shore. A table was rooted in the middle, and seats were stuck to the sides. Happily, the tropical suns had bleached the tapestries to a faded blue-green color, and the mirror with its frame of shells, the work of the steward's love, when the time hung heavy in the southern seas, was quaint rather than ugly. Twisted shells with red lips like unicorns' horns ornamented the mantelpiece, which was draped by a pall of purple plush, from which depended a certain number of balls. 2 windows opened onto the deck, and the light beating through them when the ship was roasted on the Amazons had turned the prints on the opposite wall to a faint yellow color, so that the Colosseum was scarcely to be distinguished from Queen Alexandra playing with her spaniels. A pair of wicker-armed chairs by the fireside invited one to warm one's hands at a grate full of gilt shavings. A great lamp swung above the table, the kind of lamp which makes the light of civilization across dark fields to one walking in the country. "It's odd that everyone should be an old friend of Mr. Pepper's," Rachel started nervously, for the situation was difficult, the room cold, and Helen curiously silent. "I suppose you take him for granted?" said her aunt. "He's like this," said Rachel, lighting on a fossilized fish in a basin and displaying it. "I expect you're too severe," Helen remarked. Rachel immediately tried to qualify what she had said against her belief. "I don't really know him," she said, and took refuge in facts, believing that elderly people really like them better than feelings. She produced what she knew of William Pepper. She told Helen that he always called on Sundays when they were at home. He knew about a great many things about mathematics, history, Greek, zoology, economics, and the Icelandic sagas. He had turned Persian poetry into English prose, and English prose into Greek iambics. He was an authority upon coins. And one other thing. Oh, yes. She thought it was vehicular traffic. He was here either to get things out of the sea or to write upon the probable course of Odysseus, for Greek after all was his hobby. "I've got all his pamphlets," she said. Little pamphlets, little yellow books. It did not appear that she had read them. "Has he ever been in love?" asked Helen, who had chosen a seat. This was unexpectedly to the point. "His heart's a piece of old shoe leather," Rachel declared, dropping the fish. But when questioned, she had to own that she had never asked him. I shall ask him, said Helen. The last time I saw you, you were buying a piano, she continued. Do you remember the piano, the room in the attic, and the great plants with the prickles? Yes, and my aunt said the piano would come through the floor, but at there. H1 wouldn't mind being killed in the night, she inquired. I heard from Aunt Bessie not long ago, Helen stated. She is afraid that you will spoil your arms if you insist upon so much practicing, the muscles of the forearm, and then one won't marry. She didn't put it quite like that, replied Mrs. Ambrose. Oh no, of course she wouldn't, said Rachel with a sigh. Helen looked at her. Her face was weak rather than decided, saved from insipidity by the large inquiring eyes. Denied beauty, now that she was sheltered indoors by the lack of color and definite outline. Moreover, a hesitation in speaking, or rather a tendency to use the wrong words, made her seem more than normally incompetent for her years. Mrs. Ambrose, who had been speaking much at random, now reflected that she certainly did not look forward to the intimacy of 3 or 4 weeks on board ship which was threatened. Women of her own age usually boring her, she supposed that girls would be worse. She glanced at Rachel again. Yes. How clear it was that she would be vacillating, emotional, and when you said something to her it would make no more lasting impression than the stroke of a stick upon water. There was nothing to take hold of in girls, nothing hard, permanent, satisfactory. Did Willoughby say 3 weeks, or did he say 4? She tried to remember. At this point, however, the door opened, and a tall, burly man entered the room, came forward and shook Helen's hand with an emotional kind of heartiness. Willoughby himself, Rachel's father, Helen's brother-in-law. As a great deal of flesh would have been needed to make a fat man of him, his frame being so large, he was not fat. His face was a large framework too, looking, by the smallness of the features and the glow in the hollow of the cheek, more fitted to withstand assaults of the weather than to express sentiments and emotions, or to respond to them in others. It is a great pleasure that you have come, he said, for both of us. Rachel murmured in obedience to her father's glance. We'll do our best to make you comfortable. And Ridley, we think it an honor to have charge of him. Pepperell has someone to contradict him, which I daren't do. You find this child grown, don't you? A young woman, eh? Still holding Helen's hand, he drew his arm round Rachel's shoulder, thus making them come uncomfortably close, but Helen forbore to look. You think she does us credit? He asked. Oh yes, said Helen, because we expect great things of her, he continued, squeezing his daughter's arm and releasing her. But about you now. They sat down side by side on the little sofa. Did you leave the children well? They'll be ready for school, I suppose. Do they take after you or Ambrose? They've got good heads on their shoulders, I'll be bound. At this Helen immediately brightened more than she had yet done, and explained that her son was 6 and her daughter 10. Everybody said that her boy was like her and her girl like Ridley. As for brains, they were quick brats, she thought, and modestly she ventured on a little story about her son, how left alone for a minute he had taken the pat of butter in his fingers, run across the room with it, and put it on the fire merely for the fun of the thing, a feeling which she could understand. And you had to show the young rascal that these tricks wouldn't do, eh? A child of 6? I don't think they matter. I'm an old-fashioned father. Nonsense, Willoughby. Rachel knows better. Much as Willoughby would doubtless have liked his daughter to praise him, she did not. Her eyes were unreflecting as water, her fingers still toying with the fossilized fish, her mind absent. The elder people went on to speak of arrangements that could be made for Ridley's comfort, a table placed where he couldn't help looking at the sea, far from boilers, at the same time sheltered from the view of people passing. Unless he made this a holiday, when his books were all packed, he would have no holiday whatever, for out at Santa Marina, Helen knew by experience that he would work all day. His boxes, she said, were packed with books. Leave it to me, leave it to me. said Willoughby, obviously intending to do much more than she asked of him. But Ridley and Mr. Pepper were heard fumbling at the door. "How are you, Vinrace?" said Ridley, extending a limp hand as he came in, as though the meeting were melancholy to both, but on the whole more so to him. Willoughby preserved his heartiness, tempered by respect. For the moment nothing was said. "We looked in and saw you laughing," Helen remarked. "Mr. Pepper had just told a very good story." "Pish! None of the stories were good," said her husband peevishly. "Still a severe judge, Ridley?" inquired Mr. Vinrace. "We bored you so that you left," said Ridley, inquired Mr. Vinrace. "We bored you so that you left," said Ridley, speaking directly to his wife. As this was quite true, Helen did not attempt to deny it, and her next remark, "But didn't they improve after we'd gone?" was unfortunate, for her husband answered with a droop of his shoulders. "If possible, they got worse." The situation was now one of considerable discomfort for everyone concerned, as was proved by a long interval of constraint and silence. Mr. Pepper, indeed, created a diversion of a kind by leaping onto his seat, both feet tucked under him, with the action of a spinster who detects a mouse, as the draught struck at his ankles. Drawn up there, sucking at his cigar, with his arms encircling his knees, he looked like the image of Buddha, and from this elevation began a discourse addressed to nobody, for nobody had called for it, upon the unplumbed depths of ocean. He professed himself surprised to learn that although Mr. Vinrace possessed 10 ships, regularly plying between London and Buenos Aires, not one of them was bidden to investigate the great white monsters of the lower waters. "No, no," laughed Willoughby, "the monsters of the earth are too many for me." Rachel was heard to sigh, "Poor little goats." "If it weren't for the goats there'd be no music, my dear. Music depends upon goats," said her father rather sharply, and Mr. Pepper went on to describe the white, hairless, blind monsters lying curled on the ridges of sand at the bottom of the sea, which would explode if you brought them to the surface, their sides bursting asunder and scattering entrails to the winds when released from pressure, with considerable detail and with such show of knowledge that Ridley was disgusted and begged him to stop. From all this, Helen drew her own conclusions, which were gloomy enough. Pepper was a bore. Rachel was an unlicked girl, no doubt prolific of confidences, the very first of which would be, "You see, I don't get on with my father." Willoughby, as usual, loved his business and built his empire, and between them all she would be considerably bored. Being a woman of action, however, she rose and said that for her part she was going to bed. At the door she glanced back instinctively at Rachel, expecting that as two of the same sex they would leave the room together. Rachel rose, looked vaguely into Helen's face, and remarked with her slight stammer, "I'm going out to tea triumph in the wind." Mrs. Ambrose's worst suspicions were confirmed. She went down the passage, lurching from side to side, and fending off the wall now with her right arm, now with her left. At each lurch she exclaimed emphatically, "Damn!" Chapter 2. Uncomfortable as the night, with its rocking movement and salt smells, may have been, and in one case undoubtedly was, for Mr. Pepper had insufficient clothes upon his bed, the breakfast next morning wore a kind of beauty. The voyage had begun, and had begun happily with a soft blue sky and a calm sea. The sense of untapped resources, things to say as yet unsaid, made the hour significant, so that in future years the entire journey perhaps would be represented by this one scene, with the sound of sirens hooting in the river the night before somehow mixing in. The table was cheerful with apples and bread and eggs. Helen handed Willoughby the butter, and as she did so cast her eye on him and reflected, "And she married you, and she was happy, I suppose." She went off on a familiar train of thought, leading on to all kinds of well-known reflections, from the old wonder why Teresa had married Willoughby, Of course, one sees all that, she thought, meaning that one sees that he is big and burly and has a great booming voice and a fist and a will of his own. But here she slipped into a fine analysis of him which is best represented by one word, sentimental, by which she meant that he was never simple and honest about his feelings. For example, he seldom spoke of the dead, but kept anniversaries with singular pomp. She suspected him of nameless atrocities with regard to his daughter, as indeed she had always suspected him of bullying his wife. Naturally she fell to comparing her own fortunes with the fortunes of her friend, for Willoughby's wife had been perhaps the one woman Helen called friend, and this comparison often made the staple of their talk. Ridley was a scholar, and Willoughby was a man of business. Ridley was bringing out the 3rd volume of Pindar when Willoughby was launching his first ship. They built a new factory, the very year the commentary on Aristotle, was it, appeared at the University Press, and Rachel, she looked at her, meaning, no doubt. 2. Decide the argument, which was otherwise too evenly balanced, by declaring that Rachel was not comparable to her own children. She really might be 6 years old, was all she said, however, this judgment referring to the smooth, unmarked outline of the girl's face, and not condemning her otherwise, for if Rachel were ever to think, feel, laugh, or express herself, instead of dropping milk from a height as though to see what kind of drops it made, she might be interesting, though never exactly pretty. She was like her mother, as the image in a pool on a still summer's day is like the vivid, flushed face that hangs over it. Meanwhile, Helen herself was under examination, though not from either of her victims. Mr. Pepper considered her, and his meditations, carried on while he cut his toast into bars and neatly buttered them, took him through a considerable stretch of autobiography. One of his penetrating glances assured him that he was right last night in judging that Helen was beautiful. Blandly he passed her the jam. She was talking nonsense, but not worse nonsense than people usually do. Talk at breakfast, the cerebral circulation, as he knew to his cost, being apt to give trouble at that hour, he went on saying no to her, on principle, for he never yielded to a woman on account of her sex. And here, dropping his eyes to his plate, he became autobiographical. He had not married himself for the sufficient reason that he had never met a woman who commanded his respect. Condemned to pass the susceptible years of youth in a railway station in Bombay, he had seen only colored women, military women, official women, and his ideal was a woman who could read Greek, if not Persian, was irreproachably fair in the face, and able to understand the small things he let fall while undressing. As it was, he had contracted habits of which he was not in the least ashamed. Certain odd minutes every day went to learning things by heart. He never took a ticket without noting the number. He devoted January to Petronius, February to Catullus, March to the Etruscan vases perhaps. Anyhow, he had done good work in India, and there was nothing to regret in his life except the fundamental defects which no wise man regrets when the present is still his. So concluding, he looked up suddenly and smiled. Rachel caught his eye. "And now you've chewed something 37 times, I suppose?" she thought, but said politely aloud, "Are your legs troubling you today, Mr. Pepper?" "My shoulder blades?" he asked, shifting them painfully. "Beauty has no effect upon uric acid that I'm aware of," he sighed, contemplating the round pane opposite, through which the sky and sea showed blue. At the same time he took a little parchment volume from his pocket and laid it on the table. As it was queer that he invited comment, Helen asked him the name of it. She got the name, but she got also a disquisition upon the proper method of making roads, beginning with the Greeks, who had, he said, many difficulties to contend with. He continued with the Romans, passed to England, and the right method, which speedily became the wrong method, and wound up with such a fury of denunciation directed against the road makers of the present day in general, and the roadmakers of Richmond Park in particular, where Mr. Pepper had the habit of cycling every morning before breakfast, that the spoons fairly jingled against the coffee cups and the insides of at least 4 rolls mounted in a heap beside Mr. Pepper's plate. Pebbles, he concluded, viciously dropping another bread pallet upon the heap. The roads of England are mended with pebbles. With the first heavy rainfall, I've told him, your road will be a swamp. Again and again my words have proved true. But you suppose they listen to me when I tell 'em so? When I point out the consequences? The consequences to the public purse, when I recommend 'em to read Coryphaeus? No, Mrs. Ambrose, you will form no just opinion of the stupidity of mankind until you have sat upon a borough council. The little man fixed her with a glance of ferocious energy. I have had servants, said Mrs. Ambrose, concentrating her gaze. At this moment, I have a nurse. She's a good woman as they go, but she's determined to make my children pray. So far, owing to great care on my part, they think of God as a kind of walrus. But now that my back's turned Ridley, she demanded, swinging round upon her husband, what shall we do if we find them saying the Lord's Prayer when we get home again? Ridley made the sound which is represented by tush, but Willoughby, whose discomfort as he listened was manifested by a slight movement rocking of his body, said awkwardly, "Oh, surely, Helen, a little religion hurts nobody." "I would rather my children told lies," she replied, and while Willoughby was reflecting that his sister-in-law was even more eccentric than he remembered, pushed her chair back and swept upstairs. In a second they heard her calling back, "Oh, look, we're out at sea." They followed her onto the deck. All the smoke in the houses had disappeared, and the ship was out in a wide space of sea, very fresh and clear, though pale in the early light. They had left London sitting on its mud. A very thin line of shadow tapered on the horizon, scarcely thick enough to stand the burden of Paris, which nevertheless rested upon it. They were free of roads, free of mankind, and the same exhilaration at their freedom ran through them all. The ship was making her way steadily through small waves, which slapped her and then fizzled like effervescing water, leaving a little border of bubbles and foam on either side. The colorless October sky above was thinly clouded as if by the trail of wood-fire smoke, and the air was wonderfully salt and brisk. Indeed, it was too cold to stand still. Mrs. Ambrose drew her arm within her husband's, and as they moved off it could be seen from the way in which her sloping cheek turned up to his that she had something private to communicate. They went a few paces, and Rachel saw them kiss. Down she looked into the depth of the sea. While it was slightly disturbed on the surface by the passage of the Euphrasia, beneath it was green and dim, and it grew dimmer and dimmer until the sand at the bottom was only a pale blur. One could scarcely see the black ribs of wrecked ships, or the spiral towers made by the burrowings of great eels, or the smooth green-sided monsters who came by flickering this way and that. "And, Rachel, if anyone wants me, I'm busy till 1, said her father, enforcing his words as he often did when he spoke to his daughter, by a smart blow upon the shoulder. "Until 1, he repeated. "And you'll find yourself some employment, eh? Scales, French, a little German, eh? Scales, French, a little German, eh? There's Mr. Pepper who knows more about separable verbs than any man in Europe, eh?" And he went off laughing. Rachel laughed too, as indeed she had laughed ever since she could remember, without thinking it funny, but because she admired her father. But just as she was turning with a view perhaps to finding some employment, she was intercepted by a woman who was so broad and so thick that to be intercepted by her was inevitable. The discreet tentative way in which she moved, together with her sober black dress, showed that she belonged to the lower orders. Nevertheless, she took up a rock-like position, looking about her to see that no gentry were near before she delivered her message, which had reference to the state of the sheets and was of the utmost gravity. "However we're to get through this voyage, Miss Rachel, I really can't tell," she began with a shake of her head. There's only just sheets enough to go round, and the master's has a rotten place you could put your fingers through. And the counterpanes. Did you notice the counterpanes? I thought to myself a poor person would have been ashamed of them. The one I gave Mr. Pepper was hardly fit to cover a dog. No, Miss Rachel, they could not be mended, they're only fit for dust sheets. Why, if one sewed one's finger to the bone, one would have one's work undone the next time they went to the laundry. Her voice in its indignation wavered as if tears were near. There was nothing for it but to descend and inspect a large pile of linen heaped upon a table. Mrs. Chailey handled the sheets as if she knew each by name, character, and constitution. Some had yellow stains, others had places where the threads made long ladders, but to the ordinary eye they looked much as sheets usually do look, very chill, white, cold, and irreproachably clean. Suddenly, Mrs. Chailey, turning from the subject of sheets, dismissing them entirely, clenched her fists on the top of them, and proclaimed, "And you couldn't ask a living creature to sit where I sit." Mrs. Chailey was expected to sit in a cabin which was large enough, but too near the boilers, so that after 5 minutes she could hear her heart go, she complained, putting her hand above it, which was a state of things that Mrs. Vinrace, Rachel's mother, would never have dreamt of inflicting Mrs. Vinrace, who knew every sheet in her house, and expected of everyone the best they could do, but no more. It was the easiest thing in the world to grant another room, and the problem of sheets simultaneously and miraculously solved itself, the spots and ladders not being past cure after all. "But lies, lies, lies!" exclaimed the mistress indignantly as she ran up onto the deck. "What's the use of telling me lies?" In her anger that a woman of 50 should behave like a child and come cringing to a girl because she wanted to sit where she had not leave to sit, she did not think of the particular case, and, unpacking her music, soon forgot all about the old woman and her sheets. Mrs. Chailey folded her sheets, but her expression testified to flatness within. The world no longer cared about her, and a ship was not a home. When the lamps were lit yesterday, and the sailors went tumbling above her head, she had cried. She would cry this evening. She would cry tomorrow. It was not home. Meanwhile she arranged her ornaments in the room which she had won too easily. They were strange ornaments to bring on a sea voyage. China pugs, tea sets in miniature, cups stamped floridly with the arms of the city of Bristol, hairpin boxes crusted with shamrock, antelopes' heads in colored plaster, together with a multitude of tiny photographs representing downright workmen in their Sunday best, and women holding white babies. But there was one portrait in a gilt frame for which a nail was needed, and before she sought it, Mrs. Chailey put on her spectacles and read what was written on a slip of paper at the back. This picture of her mistress is given to Emma Chailey by Willoughby Vinrace in gratitude for 30 years of devoted service. Tears obliterated the words and the head of the nail. "So long as I can do something for your family," she was saying as she hammered at it, when a voice called melodiously in the passage, "Mrs. Chailey! Mrs. Chailey!" Chailey instantly tidied her dress, composed her face, and opened the door. "I'm in a fix," said Mrs. Ambrose, who was flushed and out of breath. "You know what gentlemen are. The chair's too high, the table's too low. There's 6 inches between the floor and the door. What I want's a hammer, an old quilt, and have you such a thing as a kitchen table?" Anyhow, between us, she now flung open the door of her husband's sitting room and revealed Ridley pacing up and down, his forehead all wrinkled and the collar of his coat turned up. "It's as though they'd taken pains to torment me," he cried, stopping dead. "Did I come on this voyage in order to catch rheumatism and pneumonia? Really, one might have credited Vinrace with more sense." "My dear," Helen was on her knees under a table, "you are only making yourself untidy, and we had much better recognize the fact that we are condemned to 6 weeks of unspeakable misery. To come at all was the height of folly. But now that we are here, I suppose that I can face it like a man. My diseases, of course, will be increased. I feel already worse than I did yesterday. But we've only ourselves to thank, and the children happily. Move, move, cried Helen, chasing him from corner to corner with the chair as though he were an errant hen. Out of the way, Ridley, and in half an hour you'll find it ready. She turned him out of the room, and they could hear him groaning and swearing as he went along the passage. I dare say he isn't very strong, said Mrs. Chailey, looking at Mrs. Ambrose compassionately as she helped to shift and carry. It's books, sighed Helen, lifting an armful of sad volumes from the floor to the shelf. Greek, from morning to night. If ever Miss Rachel marries, Chailey, pray that she may marry a man who doesn't know his ABC. The preliminary discomforts and harshnesses, which generally make the first days of a sea voyage so cheerless and trying to the temper, being somehow lived through, the succeeding days passed pleasantly enough. October was well advanced, but steadily burning with a warmth that made the early months of the summer appear very young and capricious. Great tracts of the earth lay now beneath the autumn sun, and the whole of England, from the bald moors to the Cornish rocks, was lit up from dawn to sunset and showed in stretches of yellow, green, and purple. Under that illumination even the roofs of the great towns glittered. In thousands of small gardens, millions of dark red flowers were blooming, until the old ladies who had tended them so carefully came down the paths with their scissors, snipped through their juicy stalks, and laid them upon cold stone ledges in the village church. Innumerable parties of picnickers coming home at sunset cried, "Was there ever such a day as this?" "It's you," the young men whispered. "Oh, it's you," the young women replied. All old people and many sick people were drawn, were it only for a foot or two, into the open air, and prognosticated pleasant things about the course of the world. As for the confidences and expressions of love that were heard not only in cornfields but in lamplit rooms, where the windows opened on the garden, and men with cigars kissed women with gray hairs, they were not to be counted. Some said that the sky was an emblem of the life to come. Long-tailed birds clattered and screamed and crossed from wood to wood with golden eyes in their plumage. But while all this went on by land, very few people thought about the sea. They took it for granted that the sea was calm, and there was no need, as there is in many houses when the creeper taps on the bedroom windows, for the couples to murmur before they kiss, "Think of the ships tonight," or "Thank heaven, I'm not the man in the lighthouse." For all they imagined, the ships when they vanished on the skyline dissolved like snow in water. The grown-up view, indeed, was not much clearer than the view of the little creatures in bathing drawers who were trotting into the foam all along the coasts of England and scooping up buckets full of water. They saw white sails or tufts of smoke pass across the horizon, and if you had said that these were waterspouts or the petals of white sea flowers, they would have agreed. The people in ships, however, took an equally singular view of England. Not only did it appear to them to be an island, and a very small island, but it was a shrinking island in which people were imprisoned. One figured them first, swarming about like aimless ants, and almost pressing each other over the edge. And then, as the ship withdrew, one figured them making a vain clamor, which being unheard either ceased or rose into a brawl. Finally, when the ship was out of sight of land, it became plain that the people of England were completely mute. The disease attacked other parts of the earth. Europe shrank, Asia shrank, Africa and America shrank, until it seemed doubtful whether the ship would ever run against any of those wrinkled little rocks again. But, on the other hand, an immense dignity had descended upon her. She was an inhabitant of the great world, which has so few inhabitants, traveling all day across an empty universe with veils drawn before her and behind. She was more lonely than the caravan crossing the desert. She was infinitely more mysterious, moving by her own power and sustained by her own resources. The sea might give her death or some unexampled joy, and none would know of it. She was a bride going forth to her husband, a virgin unknown of men. In her vigor and purity she might be likened to all beautiful things, for as a ship she had a life of her own. Indeed, if they had not been blessed in their weather, one blue day being bowled up after another, smooth, round, and flawless, Mrs. Ambrose would have found it very dull. As it was, she had her embroidery frame set up on deck, with a little table by her side on which lay open a black volume of philosophy. She chose a thread from the vari-colored tangle that lay in her lap, and sewed red into the bark of a tree, or yellow into the river torrent. She was working at a great design of a tropical river running through a tropical forest, where spotted deer would eventually browse upon masses of fruit, bananas, oranges, and giant pomegranates, while a troop of naked natives whirled darts into the air. Between the stitches, she looked to one side and read a sentence about the reality of matter, or the nature of good. Round her men in blue jerseys knelt and scrubbed the boards, or leant over the rails and whistled, and not far off Mr. Pepper sat cutting up roots with a penknife. The rest were occupied in other parts of the ship. Ridley at his Greek, he had never found quarters more to his liking. Willoughby at his documents, for he used a voyage to work off arrears of business. And Rachel Helen, between her sentences of philosophy, wondered sometimes what Rachel did do with herself. She meant vaguely to go and see. They had scarcely spoken 2 words to each other since that first evening. They were polite when they met, but there had been no confidence of any kind. Rachel seemed to get on very well with her father, much better, Helen thought, than she ought to, and was as ready to let Helen alone as Helen was to let her alone. At that moment Rachel was sitting in her room doing absolutely nothing. When the ship was full, this apartment bore some magnificent title and was the resort of elderly seasick ladies who left the deck to their youngsters. By virtue of the piano and a mess of books on the floor, Rachel considered it her room, and there she would sit for hours playing very difficult music, reading a little German or a little English when the mood took her, and doing as at this moment absolutely nothing. The way she had been educated, joined to a fine natural indolence, was of course partly the reason of it, for she had been educated as the majority of well-to-do girls in the last part of the 19th century were educated. Kindly doctors and gentle old professors had taught her the rudiments of about 10 different branches of homage, but they would as soon have forced her to go through one piece of drudgery thoroughly as they would have told her that her hands were dirty. The 1 hour or the 2 hours weekly passed very pleasantly, partly owing to the other pupils, partly to the fact that the window looked upon the back of a shop where figures appeared against the red windows in winter, partly to the accidents that are bound to happen when more than 2 people are in the same room together. But there was no subject in the world which she knew accurately. Her mind was in the state of an intelligent man's in the beginning of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. She would believe practically anything she was told. Invent reasons for anything she said. The shape of the earth, the history of the world, how trains worked or money was invested, what laws were in force, which people wanted what, and why they wanted it, the most elementary idea of a system in modern life. None of this had been imparted to her by any of her professors or mistresses. But this system of education had one great advantage. It did not teach anything, but it put no obstacle in the way of any real talent that the pupil might chance to have. Rachel, being musical, was allowed to learn nothing but music. She became a fanatic about music. All the energies that might have gone into languages, science, or literature, that might have made her friends or shown her the world, poured straight into music. Finding her teachers inadequate, she had practically taught herself. At the age of 24, she knew as much about music as most people do when they are 30, and could play as well as nature allowed her to, which, as became daily more obvious, was a really generous allowance. If this one definite gift was surrounded by dreams and ideas of the most extravagant and foolish description, no one was any the wiser. Her education being thus ordinary, her circumstances were no more out of the common. She was an only child and had never been bullied and laughed at by brothers and sisters. Her mother having died when she was 11, two aunts, the sisters of her father, brought her up, and they lived for the sake of the air in a comfortable house in Richmond. She was of course brought up with excessive care, which as a child was for her health, as a girl and a young woman was for what it seems almost crude to call her morals, until quite lately she had been completely ignorant that for women such things existed. She groped for knowledge in old books and found it in repulsive chunks, but she did not naturally care for books and thus never troubled her head about the censorship which was exercised first by her aunts, later by her father. Friends might have told her things, but she had few of her own age. Richmond being an awkward place to reach, and, as it happened, the only girl she knew well was the religious zealot who in the fervor of intimacy talked about God and the best ways of taking up one's cross, a topic only fitfully interesting to one whose mind reached other stages at other times. But lying in her chair, with one hand behind her head, the other grasping the knob on the arm, she was clearly following her thoughts intently. Her education left her abundant time for thinking. Her eyes were fixed so steadily upon a ball on the rail of the ship that she would have been startled and annoyed if anything had chanced to obscure it for a second. She had begun her meditations with a shout of laughter caused by the following translation from Tristan: in shrinking trepidation, his shame he seems to hide, while to the king his relation he brings the corpse-like bride. Seems it so senseless what I say? She cried that it did, and threw down the book. Next she had picked up Cowper's Letters, the classic prescribed by her father which had bored her so. That one sentence chancing to say something about the smell of broom in his garden, she had thereupon seen the little hall at Richmond, laden with flowers on the day of her mother's funeral, smelling so strong that now any flower scent brought back the sickly horrible sensation. And so from one scene she passed, half hearing, half seeing, to another. She saw her Aunt Lucy arranging flowers in the drawing-room. "Aunt Lucy," she volunteered, "I don't like the smell of broom. It reminds me of funerals." "Nonsense, Rachel," Aunt Lucy replied. "Don't say such foolish things, dear. I always think it a particularly cheerful plant." Lying in the hot sun, her mind was fixed upon the characters of her aunts, their views, and the way they lived. Indeed, this was a subject that lasted her hundreds of morning walks round Richmond Park and blotted out the trees and the people and the deer. Why did they do the things they did, and what did they feel, and what was it all about? Again she heard Aunt Lucy talking to Aunt Eleanor. She had been that morning to take up the character of a servant, and of course at 10:30 in the morning one expects to find the housemaid brushing the stairs. How odd, how unspeakably odd! But she could not explain to herself why suddenly as her aunt spoke the whole system in which they lived had appeared before her eyes as something quite unfamiliar and inexplicable, and themselves as chairs or umbrellas dropped about here and there without any reason. She could only say with her slight stammer, "Are you fond of Aunt Eleanor, Aunt Lucy?" To which her aunt replied with her nervous hen-like twitter of a laugh, "My dear child, what questions you do ask! How fond!" "Very fond," Rachel pursued. "I can't say I've ever thought how," said Miss Vinrace. "If one cares, one doesn't." Think how, Rachel, which was aimed at the niece who had never yet come to her aunts as cordially as they wished. "But you know I care for you, don't you, dear, because you're your mother's daughter. If for no other reason, and there are plenty of other reasons." And she leant over and kissed her with some emotion, and the argument was spilt irretrievably about the place like a bucket of milk. By these means Rachel reached that stage in thinking, if thinking it can be called, when the eyes are intent upon a ball or a knob, and the lips cease to move. Her efforts to come to an understanding had only hurt her aunt's feelings, and the conclusion must be that it is better not to try. To feel anything strongly was to create an abyss between oneself and others who feel strongly perhaps, but differently. It was far better to play the piano and forget all the rest. The conclusion was very welcome. Let these odd men and women, her aunts, the Hunts, Ridley, Helen, Mr. Pepper, and the rest be symbols, featureless but dignified, symbols of age, of youth, of motherhood, of learning, and beautiful often as people upon the stage are beautiful. It appeared that nobody ever said a thing they meant, or ever talked of a feeling they felt. But that was what music was for. Reality dwelling in what one saw and felt, but did not talk about. One could accept a system in which things went round and round quite satisfactorily to other people, without often troubling to think about it, except as something superficially strange. Absorbed by her music, she accepted her lot very complacently, blazing into indignation perhaps once a fortnight, and subsiding as she subsided now. Inextricably mixed in dreamy confusion, her mind seemed to enter into communion, to be delightfully expanded and combined with the spirit of the whitish boards on deck, with the spirit of the sea, with the spirit of the Toven Ope, Doven 12, even with the spirit of poor William Cowper there at Olney. Like a ball of thistledown it kissed the sea, rose, kissed it again, and thus rising and kissing passed finally out of sight. The rising and falling of the ball of thistledown was represented by the sudden droop forward of her own head, and when it passed out of sight she was asleep. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Ambrose opened the door and looked at her. It did not surprise her to find that this was the way in which Rachel passed her mornings. She glanced round the room at the piano, at the books, at the general mess. In the first place, she considered Rachel aesthetically. Lying unprotected, she looked somehow like a victim dropped from the claws of a bird of prey, but considered as a woman, a young woman of 24, the sight gave rise to reflections. Mrs. Ambrose stood thinking for at least 2 minutes. She then smiled, turned noiselessly away and went, lest the sleeper should waken, and there should be the awkwardness of speech between them. Chapter 3. Early next morning there was a sound as of chains being drawn roughly overhead. The steady heart of the Euphrosyne slowly ceased to beat, and Helen, poking her nose above deck, saw a stationary castle upon a stationary hill. They had dropped anchor in the mouth of the Tagus, and instead of cleaving new waves perpetually, the same waves kept returning and washing against the sides of the ship. As soon as breakfast was done, Willoughby disappeared over the vessel's side, carrying a brown leather case, shouting over his shoulder that everyone was to mind and behave themselves, for he would be kept in Lisbon doing business until 5 o'clock that afternoon. At about that hour he reappeared, carrying his case, professing himself tired, bothered, hungry, thirsty, cold, and in immediate need of his tea. Rubbing his hands, he told them the adventures of the day, how he had come upon poor old Jackson combing his mustache before the glass in the office, little expecting his descent, had put him through such a morning's work as seldom came his way, then treated him to a lunch of champagne and ortolans, paid a call upon Mrs. Jackson, who was fatter than ever, poor woman, but asked candidly after Rachel, and oh Lord, little Jackson had confessed to a confounded piece of weakness. Well, no harm was done, he supposed. But what was the use of his giving orders if they were promptly disobeyed? He had said distinctly that he would take no passengers on this trip. Here he began searching in his pockets and eventually discovered a card which he planked down on the table before Rachel. On it she read, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Dalloway, 23 Brown Street, Mayfair. Mr. and Richard Dalloway, continued Vinrace, seems to be a gentleman who thinks that because he was once a member of Parliament and his wife's the daughter of a peer, they can have what they like for the asking. They got round poor little Jackson anyhow. Said they must have passages produced a letter from Lord Glenaway, asking me as a personal favor, overruled any objections Jackson made. I don't believe they came to much, and so there's nothing for it but to submit, I suppose. But it was evident that for some reason or other, Willoughby was quite pleased to submit. although he made a show of growling. The truth was that Mr. and Mrs. Dalloway had found themselves stranded in Lisbon. They had been traveling on the continent for some weeks, chiefly with a view to broadening Mr. Dalloway's mind. Unable for a season by one of the accidents of political life to serve his country in Parliament, Mr. Dalloway was doing the best he could to serve it out of Parliament. For that purpose, the Latin countries did very well, although the East, of course, would have done better. "Expect to hear of me next in Petersburg or Tehran," he had said, turning to wave farewell from the steps of the travelers. But a disease had broken out in the East. There was cholera in Russia, and he was heard of, not so romantically, in Lisbon. They had been through France. He stopped at manufacturing centers where, producing letters of introduction, he had been shown over works and noted facts in a pocketbook. In Spain, he and Mrs. Dalloway had mounted mules, for they wished to understand how the peasants live. Are they ripe for rebellion, for example? Mrs. Dalloway had then insisted upon a day or two at Madrid with the pictures. Finally, they arrived in Lisbon and spent 6 days, which, in a journal privately issued afterwards, they described as of unique interest. Richard had audiences with ministers and foretold a crisis at no distant date, the foundations of government being incurably corrupt. Yet how blame, etc., while Clarissa inspected the royal stables and took several snapshots showing men now exiled and windows now broken. Among other things, she photographed Fielding's grave and let loose a small bird which some ruffian had trapped, because one hates to think of anything in a cage where English people lie. Buried, the diary stated. Their tour was thoroughly unconventional and followed no meditated plan. The foreign correspondents of the Times decided their route as much as anything else. Mr. Dalloway wished to look at certain guns, and was of opinion that the African coast is far more unsettled than people at home were inclined to believe. For these reasons they wanted a slow, inquisitive kind of ship, comfortable, for they were bad sailors, but not extravagant, which would stop for a day or two at this port and at that, taking in coal while the Dalloways saw things for themselves. Meanwhile, they found themselves stranded in Lisbon, unable for the moment to lay hands upon the precise vessel they wanted. They heard of the Euphrosyne, but heard also that she was primarily a cargo boat, and only took passengers by special arrangement, her business being to carry dry goods to the Amazons and rubber home again. By special arrangement, however, were words of high encouragement to them, for they came of a class where almost everything was specially arranged, or could be if necessary. On this occasion all that Richard did was to write a note to Lord Glenaway, the head of the line which bears his title, to call on poor old Jackson, to represent to him how Mrs. Dalloway was so-and-so, and he had been something or other else, and what they wanted was such and such a thing. It was done. They parted with compliments and pleasure on both sides, and here, a week later, came the boat rolling up to the ship in the dusk, with the Dalloways on board of it. In 3 minutes they were standing together on the deck of the Euphrosyne. Their arrival, of course, created some stir, and it was seen by several pairs of eyes that Mrs. Dalloway was a tall, slight woman, her body wrapped in furs, her head in veils, while Mr. Dalloway appeared to be a middle-sized man of sturdy build, dressed like a sportsman on an autumnal moor. Many solid leather bags of a rich brown hue soon surrounded them, in addition to which Mr. Dalloway carried a dispatch box, and his wife a dressing case suggestive of a diamond necklace and bottles with silver tops. "It's so like Whistler," she exclaimed, with a wave towards the shore, as she shook Rachel by the hand. And Rachel had only time to look at the gray hills on one side of her before Willoughby introduced Mrs. Chailey, who took the lady to her cabin. Momentary though it seemed, nevertheless the interruption was upsetting. Everyone was more or less put out by it, from Mr. Gryce, the steward, to Ridley himself. A few minutes later Rachel passed the smoking room and found Helen moving armchairs. She was absorbed in her arrangements, and on seeing Rachel remarked confidentially, "If one can give men a room to themselves where they will sit, it's all to the good. Armchairs are the important things." She began wheeling them about. "Now, Does it still look like a bar at a railway station? She whipped a plush cover off a table. The appearance of the place was marvelously improved. Again, the arrival of the strangers made it obvious to Rachel as the hour of dinner approached that she must change her dress, and the ringing of the great bell found her sitting on the edge of her berth in such a position that the little glass above the washstand reflected her head and shoulders. In the glass she wore an expression of tense melancholy, for she had come to the depressing conclusion, since the arrival of the Dalloways, that her face was not the face she wanted, and in all probability never would be. However, punctuality had been impressed on her, and whatever face she had, she must go in to dinner. These few minutes had been used by Willoughby in sketching to the Dalloways the people they were to meet, and checking them upon his fingers. There's my brother-in-law Ambrose, the scholar. I dare say you've heard his name. His wife, my old friend Pepper, a very quiet fellow, but knows everything, I'm told. And that's all. We're a very small party. I'm dropping them on the coast. Mrs. Dalloway, with her head a little on one side, did her best to recollect Ambrose, was it a surname, but failed. She was made slightly uneasy by what she had heard. She knew that scholars married any one girls they met in farms on reading parties, or little suburban women who said disagreeably, "Of course I know it's my husband you want, not me." But Helen came in at that point, and Mrs. Dalloway saw with relief that though slightly eccentric in appearance, she was not untidy, held herself well, and her voice had restraint in it, which she held to be the sign of a lady. Mr. Pepper had not troubled to change his neat ugly suit. But after all, Clarissa thought to herself as she followed Vinrace into dinner, everyone's interesting really. When seated at the table she had some need of that assurance, chiefly because of Ridley, who came in late, looked decidedly unkempt, and took to his soup in profound gloom. An imperceptible signal passed between husband and wife, meaning that they grasped the situation and would stand by each other loyally. With scarcely a pause, Mrs. Dalloway turned to Willoughby and began, "What I find so tiresome about the sea is that there are no flowers in it. Imagine fields of hollyhocks and violets in mid-ocean. How divine!" "But somewhat dangerous to navigation," boomed Richard in the bass, like the bassoon to the flourish of his wife's violin. "Why, weeds can be bad enough, can't they, Vinrace? I remember crossing in the Mauretania once and saying to the Captain Richards, 'Did you know him? Now tell me what perils you really dread most for your ship, Captain Richards,' expecting him to say icebergs or derelicts or fog or something of that sort. Not a bit of it. I've always remembered his answer. 'Sedges aquaticae,' he said, which I take to be a kind of duckweed." Mr. Pepper looked up sharply and was about to put a question when Willoughby continued, "They've an awful time of it, those captains. 3,000 souls on board." "Yes, indeed," said Clarissa. She turned to Helen with an air of profundity. "I'm convinced people are wrong when they say it's work that wears one. It's responsibility. That's why one pays one's cook more than one's housemaid, I suppose." "According to that, one ought to pay one's nurse double, but one doesn't," said Helen. "No? But think what a joy to have to do with babies instead of saucepans," said Mrs. Dalloway, looking with more interest at Helen, a probable mother. "I'd much rather be a cook than a nurse," said Helen. "Nothing would induce me to take charge of children. Mothers always exaggerate," said Ridley. "A well-bred child is no responsibility. I've traveled all over Europe with mine. You just wrap 'em up warm and put 'em in the rack." Helen laughed at that. Mrs. Dalloway exclaimed, looking at Ridley, "How like a father! My husband's just the same." And then one talks of the equality of the sexes. "Does one?" said Mr. Pepper. "Oh, some do," cried Clarissa. "My husband had to pass an irate lady every afternoon last session, who said nothing else, I imagine. She sat outside the house. It was very awkward," said Dalloway. "At last I plucked up courage and said to her, 'My good creature, you're only in the way where you are. You're hindering me, and you're doing no good to yourself.' And then she caught him by the coat and would have scratched his eyes out. Mrs. Dalloway put in. "Pooh, that's been exaggerated," said Richard. "No, I pity them, I confess. The discomfort of sitting on those steps must be awful." "Serve them right," said Willoughby curtly. "Oh, I'm entirely with you there," said Dalloway. "Nobody can condemn the utter folly and futility of such behavior more than I do. And as for the whole agitation, well, may I be in my grave before a woman has the right to vote in England. That's all I say." The solemnity of her husband's assertion made Clarissa grave. "It's unthinkable," she said. "Don't tell me you're a suffragist." She turned to Ridley. "I don't care a fig one way or t'other," said Ambrose. "If any creature is so deluded as to think that a vote does him or her any good, let him have it. He'll soon learn better." "You're not a politician, I see," she smiled. "Goodness, no," said Ridley. "I'm afraid your husband won't approve of me," said Dalloway aside to Mrs. Ambrose. She suddenly recollected that he had been in Parliament. "Don't you ever find it rather dull?" she asked, not knowing exactly what to say. Richard spread his hands before him, as if inscriptions were to be read in the palms of them. "If you ask me whether I ever find it rather dull," he said, "I am bound to say yes. On the other hand, if you ask me what career do you consider on the whole, taking the good with the bad, the most enjoyable and enviable, not to speak of its more serious side, of all careers, for a man, I am bound to say, the politician's." "The bar or politics, I agree," said Willoughby. "You get more run for your money." "All one's faculties have their play," said Richard. "I may be treading on dangerous ground, but what I feel about poets and artists in general is this: on your own lines you can't be beaten, granted, but off your own lines puff one has to make allowances. Now, I shouldn't like to think that anyone had to make allowances for me." "I don't quite agree, Richard," said Mrs. Dalloway. "Think of Shelley. I feel that there's almost everything one wants in Adonis." "Read Adonis, by all means," Richard conceded. "But whenever I hear of Shelley, I repeat to myself the words of Matthew Arnold, 'What a set! What a set!'" This roused Ridley's attention. "Matthew Arnold, a detestable prig!" he snapped. "A prig, granted," said Richard. "But I think a man of the world, that's where my point comes in. We politicians doubtless seem to you," he grasped somehow, "that Helen was the representative of the arts, a gross commonplace set of people. But we see both sides. We may be clumsy, but we do our best to get a grasp of things. Now you artists find things in a mess, shrug their shoulders, turn aside to their visions, which I grant may be very beautiful, and leave things in a mess. Now that seems to me evading one's responsibilities. Besides, we aren't all born with the artistic faculty." "It's dreadful," said Mrs. Dalloway, who, while her husband spoke, had been thinking. "When I'm with artists, I feel so intensely the delights of shutting oneself up in a little world of one's own, with pictures and music and everything beautiful, and then I go out into the streets and the first child I meet with its poor, hungry, dirty little face makes me turn round and say, 'No, I can't shut myself up. I won't live in a world of my own.' I should like to stop all the painting and writing and music until this kind of thing exists no longer. Don't you feel," she wound up, addressing Helen, "that life's a perpetual conflict?" Helen considered for a moment. "No," she said, "I don't think I do." There was a pause, which was decidedly uncomfortable. Mrs. Dalloway then gave a little shiver, and asked whether she might have her fur cloak brought to her. As she adjusted the soft brown fur about her neck, a fresh topic struck her. "I own," she said, "that I shall never forget the Antigone. I saw it at Cambridge years ago, and it's haunted me ever since. Don't you think it's quite the most modern thing you ever saw?" she asked Ridley. "It seemed to me I'd known 20 Clytemnestras, old Lady Ditchling for one. I don't up a creek, but I could listen to it forever." Here Mr. Pepper struck up. Saya. Oh, hi hula collude in he's hi, but so submit the fudipitza, for ayas pizza meets zuka, the as futta, that's so bitza, I to, but sayat maya, the hasid my five cuff. Saparit. It's a pal, it's vo, a bach. It's by R and fres. It's by mine. It's by the two quirk. It's by spa. I should think it an honor to instruct you. Helen, engaged with Mr. Dalloway and the habit, now fallen into decline, of quoting Greek in the House of Commons, noted in the great commonplace book that lies open beside us as we talk, the fact that all men, even men like Ridley, really prefer women to be fashionable. Clarissa exclaimed that she could think of nothing more delightful. For an instant she saw herself in her drawing-room in Brown Street, with the Plato open on her knees, Plato in the original Greek. She could not help believing that a real scholar, if specially interested, could slip Greek into her head with scarcely any trouble. Ridley engaged her to come tomorrow. If only your ship is going to treat us kindly, she exclaimed, drawing Willoughby into play. For the sake of guests, and these were distinguished, Willoughby was ready with the bow of his head to vouch for the good behavior even of the waves. I'm dreadfully bad, and my husband's not very good, sighed Clarissa. I am never sick, Richard explained. At least I have only been actually sick once, he corrected himself. That was crossing the channel. But a choppy sea, I confess, or still worse, a swell, makes me distinctly uncomfortable. The great thing is never to miss a meal. You look at the food and you say, I can't. You take a mouthful, and Lord knows how you're going to swallow it, but persevere, and you often settle the attack for good. My wife's a coward. They were pushing back their chairs. The ladies were hesitating at the doorway. I'd better show the way, said Helen, advancing. Rachel followed. She had taken no part in the talk. No one had spoken to her, but she had listened to every word that was said. She had looked from Mrs. Dalloway to Mr. Dalloway, and from Mr. Dalloway back again. Clarissa, indeed, was a fascinating spectacle. She wore a white dress and a long glittering necklace. What with her clothes and her arch delicate face, which showed exquisitely pink beneath hair turning gray, she was astonishingly like an 18th century masterpiece, a Reynolds or a Romney. She made Helen and the others look coarse and slovenly beside her. Sitting lightly upright, she seemed to be dealing with the world as she chose. The enormous solid globe spun round this way and that beneath her fingers. And her husband, Mr. Dalloway, rolling that rich, deliberate voice, was even more impressive. He seemed to come from the humming, oily center of the machine, where the polished rods are sliding and the pistons thumping. He grasped things so firmly but so loosely. He made the others appear like old maids, cheapening remnants. Rachel followed in the wake of the matrons, as if in a trance. A curious scent of violets came back from Mrs. Dalloway, mingling with the soft rustling of her skirts and the tinkling of her chains. As she followed, Rachel thought with supreme self-abasement, taking in the whole course of her life and the lives of all her friends. She said we lived in a world of our own. It's true, we're perfectly absurd. We sit in here, said Helen, opening the door of the saloon. You play, said Mrs. Dalloway to Mrs. Ambrose, taking up the score of Tristan which lay on the table. My niece does, said Helen, laying her hand on Rachel's shoulder. Oh, how I envy you! Clarissa addressed Rachel for the first time. Do you remember this? Isn't it divine? She played a bar or two with ringed fingers upon the page. And then Tristan goes like this, and Isolde. Oh, it's all too thrilling. Have you been to Bayreuth? No, I haven't, said Rachel. Then that's still to come. I shall never forget my first Parsifal a grilling August day, and those fat old German women. come in their stuffy high frocks, and then the dark theater, and the music beginning, and one couldn't help sobbing. A kind man went and fetched me water, I remember, and I could only cry on his shoulder. It caught me here. She touched her throat. It's like nothing else in the world. But where's your piano? It's in another room, Rachel explained. But you will play to us? Clarissa entreated. I can't imagine anything nicer than to sit out in the moonlight and listen to music, only that sounds too like a schoolgirl. You know, she said, turning to Helen, I don't think music's altogether good for people, I'm afraid not. Too great a strain? Asked Helen. Too emotional somehow, said Clarissa. One notices it at once when a boy or girl takes up music as a profession. Sir William Broadley told me just the same thing. Don't you hate the kind of attitudes people go into over Wagner like this? She cast her eyes to the ceiling, clasped her hands, and assumed a look of intensity. It really doesn't mean that they appreciate him. In fact, I always think it's the other way round. The people who really care about an art are always the least affected. Do you know Henry Phillips, the painter? She asked. I have seen him, said Helen. To look at, one might think he was a successful stockbroker and not one of the greatest painters of the age. That's what I like. There are a great many successful stockbrokers, if you like looking at them, said Helen. Rachel wished vehemently that her aunt would not be so perverse. When you see a musician with long hair, don't you know instinctively that he's bad? Clarissa asked, turning to Rachel. Watts and Joachim, they look just like you and me. And how much nicer they'd have looked with curls, said Helen. The question is, are you going to aim at beauty or are you not? Cleanliness, said Clarissa. I do want a man to look clean. By cleanliness you really mean well-cut clothes, said Helen. There's something one knows a gentleman by, said Clarissa, but one can't say what it is. Take my husband now. Does he look like a gentleman? The question seemed to Clarissa in extraordinarily bad taste. One of the things that can't be said, she would have put it. She could find no answer, but a laugh. Well, anyhow, she said, turning to Rachel, I shall insist upon your playing to me tomorrow. There was that in her manner that made Rachel love her. Mrs. Dalloway hid a tiny yawn, a mere dilation of the nostrils. Do you know, she said, I'm extraordinarily sleepy. It's the sea air. I think I shall escape. A man's voice, which she took to be that of Mr. Pepper, strident in discussion and advancing upon the saloon, gave her the alarm. Good night, she said. Oh, I know my way. Do pray for calm. Good night. Her yawn must have been the image of a yawn. Instead of letting her mouth droop, dropping all her clothes in a bunch as though they depended on one string, and stretching her limbs to the utmost end of her berth, she merely changed her dress for a dressing gown, with innumerable frills and wrapping. Her feet in a rug, sat down with a writing-pad on her knee. Already this cramped little cabin was the dressing-room of a lady of quality. There were bottles containing liquids, there were trays, boxes, brushes, pins. Evidently not an inch of her person lacked its proper instrument. The scent which had intoxicated Rachel pervaded the air. Thus established, Mrs. Dalloway began to write. A pen in her hands became a thing one caressed paper with, and she might have been stroking and tickling a kitten as she wrote, Picture us, my dear, afloat in the very oddest ship you can imagine. It's not the ship so much as the people. One does come across queer sorts as one travels. I must say I find it hugely amusing. There's the manager of the line called Vinrace, a nice big Englishman. Doesn't say much, you know the sort. As for the rest, they might have come trailing out of an old number of Punch. They're like people playing croquet in the 60s. How long they've all been shut up in this ship, I don't know. Years and years, I should say. But one feels as though one had boarded a little separate world, and they'd never been on shore or done ordinary things in their lives. It's what I've always said about literary people. They're far the hardest of any to get on with. The worst of it is, These people, a man and his wife and a niece, might have been, one feels, just like everybody else, if they hadn't got swallowed up by Oxford or Cambridge or some such place, and been made cranks of. The man's really delightful if he'd cut his nails, and the woman has quite a fine face, only she dresses, of course, in a potato sack, and wears her hair like a Liberty Shop girl's. They talk about art, and think of such poops for dressing in the evening. However, I can't help that. I'd rather die than come in to dinner without changing, wouldn't you? It matters ever so much more than the soup. It's odd how things like that do matter so much more than what's generally supposed to matter. I'd rather have my head cut off than wear flannel next the skin. Then there's a nice shy girl. Poor thing, I wish one could rake her out before it's too late. She has quite nice eyes and hair. Only, of course, she'll get. Funny, too. We ought to start a society for broadening the minds of the young, much more useful than missionaries, Hester. Oh, I'd forgotten there's a dreadful little thing called Pepper. He's just like his name. He's indescribably insignificant and rather queer in his temper, poor dear. It's like sitting down to dinner with an ill-conditioned fox terrier, only one can't comb him out and sprinkle him with powder as one would one's dog. It's a pity sometimes one can't treat people like dogs. The great comfort is that we're away from newspapers, so that Richard will have a real holiday this time. Spain wasn't a holiday, you coward, said Richard, almost filling the room with his sturdy figure. I did my duty at dinner, cried Clarissa. You let yourself in for the Greek alphabet anyhow. Oh, my dear, who is Ambrose? I gather that he was a Cambridge don, lives in London now, and edits classics. Did you ever see such a set of cranks? The woman asked me if I thought her husband looked like a gentleman. It was hard to keep the ball rolling at dinner, certainly, said Richard. Why is it that the women in that class are so much queerer than the men? They're not half bad-looking, really, only they're so odd. They both laughed, thinking of the same things, so that there was no need to compare their impressions. I see I shall have quite a lot to say to Vinrace, said Richard. He knows Sutton and all that said. He can tell me a good deal about the conditions of shipbuilding. In the North. Oh, I'm glad. The men always are so much better than the women. One always has something to say to a man, certainly, said Richard. But I've no doubt you'll chatter away fast enough about the babies, Clarice. Has she got children? She doesn't look like it somehow. 2. A boy and girl. A pang of envy shot through Mrs. Dalloway's heart. We must have a son, Dick, she said. Good Lord, what opportunities there are now for young men, said Dalloway, for his talk had set him thinking. I don't suppose there's been so good an opening since the days of Pitt. And it's yours, said Clarissa. To be a leader of men, Richard soliloquized. It's a fine career. My God, what a career. The chest slowly curved beneath his waistcoat. You know, Dick, I can't help thinking of England, said his wife meditatively, leaning her head against his chest. Being on this ship seems to make it so much more vivid what it really means to be English. One thinks of all we've done, and our navies, and the people in India and Africa, and how we've gone on century after century, sending out boys from little country villages, and of men like you, Dick, and it makes one feel as if one couldn't bear not to be English. Think of the light burning over the house, Dick. When I stood on deck just now, I seemed to see it. It's what one means by London. It's the continuity, said Richard sententiously. A vision of English history, king following king, prime minister, and law had come over him while his wife spoke. He ran his mind along the line of conservative policy which went steadily from Lord Salisbury to Alfred, and gradually enclosed, as though it were a lasso that opened and caught things, enormous chunks of the habitable globe. It's taken a long time, but we've pretty nearly done it, he said. It remains to consolidate, and these people don't see it. Clarissa exclaimed. It takes all sorts to make a world, said her husband. There would never be a government if there weren't an opposition. Dick, you're better than I am, said Clarissa. You see round where I only see. There. She pressed a point on the back of his hand. That's my business, as I tried to explain at dinner. What I like about you, Dick, she continued, is that you're always the same, and I'm a creature of moods. You're a pretty creature anyhow, he said, gazing at her with deeper eyes. You think so, do you? Then kiss me. He kissed her passionately, so that her half-written letter slid to the ground. Picking it up, he read it without asking leave. Where's your pen? He said, and added in his little masculine hand, R.D. Loquitur, Clarice has omitted to tell you that she looked exceedingly pretty at dinner and made a conquest by which she has bound herself to learn the Greek alphabet. I will take this occasion of adding that we are both enjoying ourselves in these outlandish parts, and only wish for the presence of our friends yourself and John, to wit, to make the trip perfectly enjoyable, as it promises to be instructive. Voices were heard at the end of the corridor. Mrs. Ambrose was speaking low. William Pepper was remarking in his definite and rather acid voice, "That is the type of lady with whom I find myself distinctly out of sympathy." But neither Richard nor Clarissa profited by the verdict, for directly it seemed likely that they would overhear, Richard crackled his sheet of paper. I often wonder, Clarissa mused in bed, over the little white volume of Pascal which went with her everywhere, whether it is really good for a woman to live with a man who is morally her superior, as Richard is mine. It makes one so dependent. I suppose I'd feel for him what my mother and women of her generation felt for Christ. It just shows that one can't do without something. She then fell into a sleep, which was as usual extremely sound and refreshing, but visited by fantastic dreams of great Greek letters stalking round the room when she woke up and laughed to herself, remembering where she was and that the Greek letters were real people, lying asleep not many yards away. Then, thinking of the Black Sea outside tossing beneath the moon, she shuddered and thought of her husband and the others as companions on the voyage. The dreams were not confined to her indeed, but went from one brain to another. They all dreamt of each other that night, as was natural, considering how thin the partitions were between them, and how strangely they had been lifted off the earth to sit next each other in mid-ocean and see every detail of each other's faces, and hear whatever they chanced to say. Chapter 4. Next morning Clarissa was up before anyone else. She dressed and was out on deck, breathing the fresh air of a calm morning, and, making the circuit of the ship for the second time, she ran straight into the lean person of Mr. Gryce, the steward. She apologized, and at the same time asked him to enlighten her. What were those shiny brass stands for, half glass on the top? She had been wondering, and could not guess. When he had done explaining, she cried enthusiastically, "I do think that to be a sailor must be the finest thing in the world." "And what d'you know about it?" said Mr. Gryce, kindling in a strange manner. "Pardon me. What does any man or woman brought up in England know about the sea? They profess to know, but they don't." The bitterness with which he spoke was ominous of what was to come. He led her off to his own quarters and, sitting on the edge of a brass-bound table, looking uncommonly like a seagull, with her white tapering body and thin alert face, Mrs. Dalloway had to listen to the tirade of a fanatical man. Did she realize, to begin with, what a very small part of the world the land was, how peaceful, how beautiful, how benignant, in comparison the sea? The deep waters could sustain Europe unaided if every earthly animal died of the plague tomorrow. Mr. Gryce recalled dreadful sights which he had seen in the richest city of the world, men and women standing in line hour after hour to receive a mug of greasy soup. "And I thought of the good flesh down here, waiting and asking to be caught. I'm not exactly a Protestant, and I'm not a Catholic, but I could almost pray for the days of popery to come again because of the fasts." As he talked, he kept opening drawers and moving little glass jars. Here were the treasures which the great ocean had bestowed upon him. pale fish in greenish liquids, blobs of jelly with streaming tresses, fish with lights in their heads. They live so deep. They have swum about among bones, Clarissa sighed. You're thinking of Shakespeare, said Mr. Gryce, and taking down a copy from a shelf well lined with books, recited in an emphatic nasal voice, full fathom by thother lies. A grand fellow, Shakespeare, he said, replacing the volume. Clarissa was so glad to hear him say so. Which is your favorite play? I wonder if it's the same as mine? Henry V, said Mr. Gryce. Joy, cried Clarissa. It is. Hamlet was what you might call too introspective for Mr. Gryce, the sonnets. Too passionate. Henry V was to him the model of an English gentleman. But his favorite reading was Huxley, Herbert Spencer, and Henry George, while Emerson and Thomas Hardy he read for relaxation. He was giving Mrs. Dalloway his views upon the present state of England when the breakfast bell rung so imperiously that she had to tear herself away, promising to come back and be shown his seaweeds. The party, which had seemed so odd to her the night before, was already gathered round the table, still under the influence of sleep, and therefore uncommunicative. But her entrance sent a little flutter like a breath of air through them all. I've had the most interesting talk of my life, she exclaimed, taking her seat beside Willoughby. Do you realize that one of your men is a philosopher and a poet? A very interesting fellow, that's what I always say, said Willoughby, distinguishing Mr. Gryce, though Rachel finds him a bore. He's a bore when he talks about currants, said Rachel. Her eyes were full of sleep, but Mrs. Dalloway still seemed to her wonderful. I've never met a bore yet, said Clarissa. And I should say the world was full of them, exclaimed Helen. But her beauty, which was radiant in the morning light, took the contrariness from her words. I agree that it's the worst one can possibly say of anyone, said Clarissa. How much rather one would be a murderer than a bore, she added, with her usual air of saying something profound. One can fancy liking a murderer. It's the same with dogs. Some dogs are awful bores, poor dears. It happened that Richard was sitting next to Rachel. She was curiously conscious of his presence and appearance, his well-cut clothes, his crackling shirt front, his cuffs with blue rings round them, and the square-tipped, very clean fingers with the red stone on the little finger of the left hand. We had a dog who was a bore and knew it, he said, addressing her in cool, easy tones. He was a Skye Terrier, one of those long chaps with little feet poking out from their hair like caterpillars. No, like sofas, I should say. Well, we had another dog at the same time, a black, brisk animal, a Schipperke, I think you call them. You can't imagine a greater contrast. The Skye so slow and deliberate, looking up at you like some old gentleman in the club, as much as to say, you don't really mean it, do you? And the Schipperke is quick as a knife. I like the Skye best, I must confess. There was something pathetic about him. The story seemed to have no climax. What happened to him? Rachel asked. That's a very sad story, said Richard, lowering his voice and peeling an apple. He followed my wife in the car one day and got run over by a brute of a cyclist. Was he killed? Asked Rachel. But Clarissa at her end of the table had overheard. Don't talk of it, she cried. It's a thing I can't bear to think of to this day. Surely the tears stood in her eyes. That's the painful thing about pets, said Mr. Dalloway. They die. The first sorrow I can remember was for the death of a dormouse. I regret to say that I sat upon it. Still, that didn't make one any the less sorry. Here lies the duck that Samuel Johnson sat on, eh? I was big for my age. Then we had canaries, he continued, a pair of ringdoves, a lemur, and at one time a martin. Did you live in the country? Rachel asked him. We lived in the country for 6 months of the year. When I say we, I mean 4 sisters, a brother and myself. There's nothing like coming of a large family. Sisters particularly are delightful. Dick, you were horribly spoiled," cried Clarissa across the table. "No, no, appreciated," said Richard. Rachel had other questions on the tip of her tongue, or rather one enormous question which she did not in the least know how to put into words. The talk appeared too airy to admit of it. "Please tell me everything." That was what she wanted to say. He had drawn apart one little chink and showed astonishing treasures. It seemed to her incredible that a man like that should be willing to talk to her. He had sisters and pets, and once lived in the country. She stirred her tea round and round. The bubbles which swam and clustered in the cup seemed to her like the union of their minds. The talk meanwhile raced past her, and when Richard suddenly stated in a jocular tone of voice, "I'm sure Miss Vinrace now has secret leanings towards Catholicism," she had no idea what to answer, and Helen could not help laughing at the start she gave. However, breakfast was over, and Mrs. Dalloway was rising. "I always think religion's like collecting beetles," she said, summing up the discussion as she went up the stairs with Helen. "One person has a passion for black beetles, another hasn't. It's no good arguing about it. What's your black beetle now?" "I suppose it's my children," said Helen. "Ah, that's different," Clarissa breathed. "Do tell me. You have a boy, haven't you? Isn't it detestable leaving them?" It was as though a blue shadow had fallen across a pool. Their eyes became deeper, and their voices more cordial. Instead of joining them as they began to pace the deck, Rachel was indignant with the prosperous matrons who made her feel outside their world and motherless, and turning back, she left them abruptly. She slammed the door of her room and pulled out her music. It was all old music, Bach and Beethoven, Mozart and Purcell. The pages yellow, the engraving rough to the finger. In 3 minutes she was deep in a very difficult, very classical fugue in A, and over her face came a queer remote impersonal expression of complete absorption and anxious satisfaction. Now she stumbled. Now she faltered and had to play the same bar twice over, but an invisible line seemed to string the notes together, from which rose a shape, a building. She was so far absorbed in this work, for it was really difficult to find how all these sounds should stand together, and drew upon the whole of her faculties, that she never heard a knock at the door. It was burst impulsively open, and Mrs. Dalloway stood in the room leaving the door open, so that a strip of the white deck and of the blue sea appeared through the opening. The shape of the Bach Fu crashed to the ground. "Don't let me interrupt," Clarissa implored. "I heard you playing, and I couldn't resist. I adore Bach." Rachel flushed and fumbled her fingers in her lap. She stood up awkwardly. "It's too difficult," she said. "But you were playing quite splendidly. I ought to have stayed outside." "No," said Rachel. She slid Cowper's Letters and Wuthering Heights out of the armchair, so that Clarissa was invited to sit there. "What a dear little room," she said, looking round. "Oh, Cowper's Letters! I've never read them. Are they nice?" "Rather dull," said Rachel. "He wrote awfully well, didn't he?" said Clarissa. "If one likes that kind of thing finished to sentences and all that." "Wuthering Heights! Ah, that's more'n my line. I really couldn't exist without the Brontes. Don't you love them?" Still, on the whole, I'd rather live without them than without Jane Austen. Lightly, and at random though she spoke, her manner conveyed an extraordinary degree of sympathy and desire to befriend. "Jane Austen? I don't like Jane Austen," said Rachel. "You monster!" Clarissa exclaimed. "I can only just forgive you. Tell me why." "She's so well, so like a tight plate," Rachel floundered. "Ah, I see what you mean, but I don't agree." "And you won't when you're older. At your age I only liked Shelley. I can remember sobbing over him in the garden. He has outsoared the shadow of our night, envy and calumny and hate and pain, you remember, can touch him not and torture not again from the contagion of the world's slow stain. How divine, and yet what nonsense!" She looked lightly round the room. "I always think it's living, not dying, that counts. I really respect some snuffy old stockbroker who's gone on adding up column after column all his days, and trotting back to his villa at Brixton with some old pug dog he worships, and a dreary little wife sitting at the end of the table and going off to Margate for a fortnight. I assure you I know heaps like that well. They seem to me really nobler than poets whom everyone worships just because they're geniuses and die young. But I don't expect you to agree with me. She pressed Rachel's shoulder. She went on, quoting Unrest, which men miscall delight. When you're my age, you'll see that the world is crammed with delightful things. I think young people make such a mistake about that, not letting themselves be happy. I sometimes think that happiness is the only thing that counts. I don't know you well enough to say, but I should guess you might be a little inclined to, when one's young and attractive. I'm going to say it, everything's at one's feet. She glanced round as much as to say, not only a few stuffy books and Bach. I long to ask questions, she continued. You interest me so much. If I'm impertinent, you must just box my ears. And I want to ask questions, said Rachel with such earnestness that Mrs. Dalloway had to check her smile. Do you mind if we walk? She said. The air is so delicious. She snuffed it like a racehorse as they shut the door and stood on deck. Isn't it good to be alive? She exclaimed and drew Rachel's arm within hers. Look, look, how exquisite! The shores of Portugal were beginning to lose their substance, but the land was still the land, though at a great distance. They could distinguish the little towns that were sprinkled in the folds of the hills, and the smoke rising faintly. The towns appeared to be very small in comparison with the great purple mountains behind them. Honestly, though, said Clarissa, having looked, I don't like views, they're too inhuman. They walked on. How odd it is, she continued impulsively. This time yesterday we'd never met. I was packing in a stuffy little room in the hotel. We know absolutely nothing about each other, and yet I feel as if I did know you. You have children, your husband was in Parliament. You've never been to school, and you live with my aunts at Richmond. Richmond? You see, my aunts like the park. They like the quiet. And you don't. I understand, Clarissa laughed. I like walking in the park alone, but not with the dogs, she finished. No, and some people are dogs, aren't they? Said Clarissa, as if she had guessed a secret. But not everyone, oh no, not everyone. Not everyone, said Rachel, and stopped. I can quite imagine you walking alone, said Clarissa, and thinking in a little world of your own. But how you will enjoy it some day. I shall enjoy walking with a man, is that what you mean? Said Rachel, regarding Mrs. Dalloway with her large inquiring eyes. I wasn't thinking of a man particularly, said Clarissa, but you will. No, I shall never marry, Rachel determined. I shouldn't be so sure of that, said Clarissa. Her sidelong glance told Rachel that she found her attractive, although she was inexplicably amused. Why do people marry? Rachel asked. That's what you're going to find out, Clarissa laughed. Rachel followed her eyes and found that they rested for a second on the robust figure of Richard Dalloway, who was engaged in striking a match on the sole of his boot, while Willoughby expounded something which seemed to be of great interest to them both. There's nothing like it, she concluded. Do tell me about the Ambroses, or am I asking too many questions? I find you easy to talk to, said Rachel. The short sketch of the Ambroses was, however, somewhat perfunctory, and contained little but the fact that Mr. Ambrose was her uncle, your mother's brother. When a name has dropped out of use, the lightest touch upon it tells. Mrs. Dalloway went on. Are you like your mother? No, she was different, said Rachel. She was overcome by an intense desire to tell Mrs. Dalloway things she had never told anyone, things she had not realized herself until this moment. I am lonely, she began. She did not know what she wanted, so that she could not finish the sentence, but her lip quivered. But it seemed that Mrs. Dalloway was able to understand without words. I know, she said, actually putting one arm round Rachel's shoulder. When I was your age, I wanted too. No one understood until I met Richard. He gave me all I wanted. He's man and woman as well. Her eyes rested upon Mr. Dalloway, leaning upon the rail, still talking. Don't think I say that because I'm his wife. I see his faults more clearly than I see anyone else's. What one wants in the person one lives with is that they should keep one at one's best. I often wonder what I've done to be so happy, she exclaimed, and a tear slid down her cheek. She wiped it away, squeezed Rachel's hand, and exclaimed, "How good life is!" At that moment, standing out in the fresh breeze, with the sun upon the waves and Mrs. Dalloway's hand upon her arm, it seemed indeed as if life, which had been unnamed before, was infinitely wonderful and too good to be true. Here Helen passed them, and seeing Rachel arm in arm with a comparative stranger, looking excited, was amused, but at the same time slightly irritated. But they were immediately joined by Richard, who had enjoyed a very interesting talk with Willoughby and was in a sociable mood. "Observe my Panama," he said, touching the brim of his hat. "Are you aware, Miss Vinrace, how much can be done to induce fine weather by appropriate headdress? I have determined that it is a hot summer day. I warn you that nothing you can say will shake me. Therefore I am going to sit down. I advise you to follow my example." 3 chairs in a row invited them to be seated. Leaning back, Richard surveyed the waves. "That's a very pretty blue," he said, "but there's a little too much of it. Variety is essential to a view. Thus, if you have hills, you ought to have a river, if a river, hills. The best view in the world, in my opinion, is that from Boar's Hill on a fine day. It must be a fine day, mark you. A rug? Oh, thank you, my dear. In that case you have also the advantage of associations the past. Do you want to talk, Dick, or shall I read aloud?" Clarissa had fetched a book with the rugs. "Persuasion," announced Richard, examining the volume. "That's for Miss Vinrace," said Clarissa. "She can't bear our beloved Jane." "That, if I may say so, is because you have not read her," said Richard. "She is incomparably the greatest female writer we possess. She is the greatest," he continued, "and for this reason she does not attempt to write like a man. Every other woman does. On that account, I don't read 'em. Produce your instances, Miss Vinrace," he went on, joining his fingertips. "I'm ready to be converted." He waited, while Rachel vainly tried to vindicate her sex from the slight he put upon it. "I'm afraid he's right," said Clarissa. "He generally is the wretch. I brought Persuasion," she went on, "because I thought it was a little less threadbare than the others, though, Dick. It's no good your pretending to know Jane by heart, considering that she always sends you to sleep." "After the labors of legislation, I deserve sleep," said Richard. "You're not to think about those guns," said Clarissa, seeing that his eye, passing over the waves, still sought the land meditatively, "or about navies, or empires, or anything." So saying, she opened the book and began to read. Sir Walter Elliot of Kellynch Hall in Somersetshire was a man who, for his own amusement, never took up any book but the baronetage. Don't you know Sir Walter? There he found occupation for an idle hour and consolation in a distressed one. "She does write well, doesn't she?" There, she read on in a light, humorous voice. She was determined that Sir Walter should take her husband's mind off the guns of Britain and divert him in an exquisite, quaint, sprightly, and slightly ridiculous world. After a time, it appeared that the sun was sinking in that world, and the points becoming softer. Rachel looked up to see what caused the change. Richard's eyelids were closing and opening, opening and closing. A loud nasal breath announced that he no longer considered appearances, that he was sound asleep. "Triumph," Clarissa whispered at the end of a sentence. Suddenly she raised her hand in protest. A sailor hesitated. She gave the book to Rachel and stepped lightly to take the message. Mr. Gryce wished to know if it was convenient, etc. She followed him. Ridley, who had prowled unheeded, started forward, stopped, and, with a gesture of disgust, strode off to his study. The sleeping politician was left in Rachel's charge. She read a sentence and took a look at him. In sleep he looked like a coat hanging at the end of a bed. There were all the wrinkles in the sleeves, and trousers kept their shape, though no longer filled out by legs and arms. You can then best judge the age and state of the coat. She looked him all over until it seemed to her that he must protest. He was a man of 40 perhaps, and here there were lines round his eyes, and there curious clefts in his cheeks. Slightly battered, he appeared, but dogged and in the prime of life. "Sisters and a dormouse and some canaries," Rachel murmured, never taking her eyes off him. I wonder. She ceased, her chin upon her hand, still looking at him. A bell chimed behind them, and Richard raised his head. Then he opened his eyes, which wore for a second the queer look of a short-sighted person whose spectacles are lost. It took him a moment to recover from the impropriety of having snored, and possibly grunted, before a young lady. To wake and find oneself left alone with one was also slightly disconcerting. "I suppose I've been dozing," he said. "What's happened to everyone, Clarissa?" "Mrs. Marce's. Dalloway has gone to look at Mr. Gryce's fish," Rachel replied. "I might have guessed," said Richard. "It's a common occurrence. And how have you improved the shining hour? Have you become a convert?" "I don't think I've read a line," said Rachel. "That's what I always find. There are too many things to look at. I find nature very stimulating myself. My best ideas have come to me out of doors." "When you were walking?" "Walking, riding, yachting. I suppose the most momentous conversations of my life took place while perambulating the great court at Trinity. I was at both universities. It was a fad of my father's. He thought it broadening to the mind. I think I agree with him. I can remember what an age ago it seems, settling the basis of a future state with the present Secretary for India. We thought ourselves very wise. I'm not sure we weren't. We were happy, Miss Vinrace, and we were." Young gifts which make for wisdom. "Have you done what you said you'd do?" she asked. "A searching question. I answer yes and no. If on the one hand I have not accomplished what I set out to accomplish, which of us does? On the other, I can fairly say this: I have not lowered my ideal." He looked resolutely at a seagull, as though his ideal flew on the wings of the bird. "But," said Rachel, "what is your ideal?" "There you ask too much, Miss Vinrace," said Richard playfully. She could only say that she wanted to know, and Richard was sufficiently amused to answer. "Well, how shall I reply? In one word, unity. Unity of aim, of dominion, of progress. The dispersion of the best ideas over the greatest area. The English? I grant that the English seem, on the whole, whiter than most men, their records cleaner. But, good Lord, don't run away with the idea that I don't see the drawbacks, horrors, unmentionable things done in our very midst. I'm under no illusions. Few people, I suppose, have fewer illusions than I have. Have you ever been in a factory, Miss Vinrace? No, I suppose not. I may say I hope not." As for Rachel, she had scarcely walked through a poor street, and always under the escort of father, maid, or aunts. "I was going to say that if you'd ever seen the kind of thing that's going on round you, you'd understand what it is that makes me and men like me." Politicians. You asked me a moment ago whether I'd done what I set out to do. Well, when I consider my life, there is one fact I admit that I'm proud of. Owing to me, some thousands of girls in Lancashire, and many thousands, to come after them, can spend an hour every day in the open air, which their mothers had to spend over their looms. I'm prouder of that, I own, than I should be of writing Keats and Shelley into the bargain. It became painful to Rachel to be one of those who write Keats and Shelley. She liked Richard Dalloway, and warmed as he warmed. He seemed to mean what he said. "I know nothing," she exclaimed. "It's far better that you should know nothing," he said paternally, "and you wrong yourself, I'm sure. You play very nicely, I'm told, and I've no doubt you've read heaps of learned books." Elderly banter would no longer check her. "You talk of unity," she said. "You ought to make me understand." "I never allow my wife to talk politics," he said seriously. "For this reason it is impossible for human beings, constituted as they are, both to fight and to have ideals. If I have preserved mine, as I am thankful to say that in great measure I have, it is due to the fact that I have been able to come home to my wife in the evening and to find that she has spent her day in calling, music, play with the children, domestic duties, what you will. Her illusions have not been destroyed. She gives me courage to go on. The strain of public life is very great," he added. This made him appear a battered martyr, parting every day with some of the finest gold in the service of mankind. "I can't think," Rachel exclaimed, "how anyone does it." "Explain, Miss Vinrace," said Richard. "This is a matter I want to clear up." His kindness was genuine, and she determined to take the chance he gave her, although to talk to a man of such worth and authority made her heart beat. "It seems to me like this," she began, doing her best first to recollect and then to expose her shivering private visions. "There's an old widow in her room, somewhere, let us suppose in the suburbs of Leeds." Richard bent his head to show that he accepted the widow. "In London you're spending your life talking, writing things, getting bills through, missing what seems natural. The result of it all is that she goes to her cupboard and finds a little more tea, a few lumps of sugar, or a little less tea, and a newspaper. Widows all over the country, I admit, do this. Still, there's the mind of the widow, the affections, those you leave untouched, but you waste, you own." "If the widow goes to her cupboard and finds it bare," Richard answered, "her spiritual outlook, we may admit, will be affected. If I may pick holes in your philosophy, Miss Vinrace, which has its merits, I would point out that a human being is not a set of compartments, but an organism. Imagination, Miss Vinrace. Use your imagination. That's where you young liberals fail. Conceive the world as a whole. Now for your second point. When you assert that in trying to set the house in order for the benefit of the young generation I am wasting my higher capabilities, I totally disagree with you. I can conceive no more exalted aim to be the citizen of the empire. Look at it in this way, Miss Vinrace. Conceive the state as a complicated machine. We citizens are parts of that machine. Some fulfill more important duties. Others, perhaps, I am one of them, serve only to connect some obscure parts of the mechanism concealed from the public eye. Yet if the meanest screw fails in its task, the proper working of the whole is imperiled." It was impossible to combine the image of a lean black widow gazing out of her window and longing for someone to talk to with the image of a vast machine, such as one sees at South Kensington, thumping, thumping, thumping. The attempt at communication had been a failure. "We don't seem to understand each other," she said. "Shall I say something that will make you very angry?" he replied. "It won't," said Rachel. "Well then, no woman has what I may call the political instinct. You have very great virtues. I am the first, I hope, to admit that. But I have never met a woman who even saw what is meant by statesmanship. I am going to make you still more angry. I hope that I never shall meet such a woman. Now, Miss Vinrace, are we enemies for life?" Vanity, irritation, and a thrusting desire to be understood urged her to make another attempt. "Under the streets, in the sewers, in the wires, in the telephones, there is something alive. Is that what you mean? In things like dust carts and men mending roads? You feel that all the time when you walk about London and when you turn on a tap and the water comes?" "Certainly," said Richard. "I understand you to mean that the whole of modern society is based upon cooperative effort. If only more people would realize that, Miss Vinrace, there would be fewer of your old widows in solitary lodgings. Rachel considered. Are you a liberal or are you a conservative? She asked. I call myself a conservative for convenience sake, said Richard, smiling. But there is more in common between the two parties than people generally allow. There was a pause which did not come on Rachel's side from any lack of things to say. As usual, she could not say them, and was further confused by the fact that the time for talking probably ran short. She was haunted by absurd, jumbled ideas how, if one went back far enough, everything perhaps was intelligible, everything was in common, for the mammoths who pastured in the fields of Richmond High Street had turned into paving stones and boxes full of ribbon, and her aunts. Did you say you lived in the country when you were a child? She asked. Crude as her manners seemed to him, Richard was flattered. There could be no doubt that her interest was genuine. I did, he smiled. And what happened? She asked. Or do I ask too many questions? I'm flattered, I assure you. But let me see what happened. Well, riding, lessons, sisters. There was an enchanted rubbish heap, I remember, where all kinds of queer things happened. Odd, what things impress children. I can remember the look of the place to this day. It's a fallacy to think that children are happy. They're not. They're unhappy. I've never suffered so much as I did when I was a child. Why? She asked. I didn't get on well with my father, said Richard shortly. He was a very able man, but hard. Well, it makes one determined not to sin in that way oneself. Children never forget injustice. They forgive heaps of things grown-up people mind. But that sin is the unpardonable sin. Mind you, I dare say I was a difficult child to manage, but when I think what I was ready to give, no, I was more sinned against than sinning. And then I went to school, where I did very fairly well, and then, as I say, my father sent me to both universities. Do you know, Miss Vinrace, you've made me think. How little, after all, one can tell anybody about one's life. Here I sit, there you sit, both, I doubt not, chock full of the most interesting experiences, ideas, emotions. Yet how communicate? I've told you what every second person you meet might tell you. I don't think so, she said. It's the way of saying things, isn't it, not the things. True, said Richard, perfectly true. He paused. When I look back over my life, I'm 42. What are the great facts that stand out? What were the revelations, if I may call them so? The misery of the poor, and he hesitated and pitched over. Love. Upon that word he lowered his voice. It was a word that seemed to unveil the skies for Rachel. It's an odd thing to say to a young lady, he continued. But have you any idea what I mean by that? No, of course not. I don't use the word in a conventional sense. I use it as young men use it. Girls are kept very ignorant, aren't they? Perhaps it's wise. Perhaps you don't know. He spoke as if he had lost consciousness of what he was saying. No, I don't, she said, scarcely speaking above her breath. Warships, Dick. Over there. Look. Clarissa, released from Mr. Gryce, appreciative of all his seaweeds, skimmed towards them, gesticulating. She had sighted two sinister gray vessels, low in the water and bald as bone, one closely following the other with the look of eyeless beasts seeking their prey. Consciousness returned to Richard instantly. By George! He exclaimed and stood shielding his eyes. Ours, Dick, said Clarissa. The Mediterranean fleet, he answered. The Euphrosyne was slowly dipping her flag. Richard raised his hat. Convulsively, Clarissa squeezed Rachel's hand. Aren't you glad to be English? She said. The warships drew past, casting a curious effect of discipline and sadness upon the waters, and it was not until they were again invisible that people spoke to each other naturally. At lunch, the talk was all of valor and death, and the magnificent qualities of British admirals. Clarissa quoted one poet, Willoughby quoted another. Life on board a man-of-war was splendid. So they agreed, and sailors, whenever one met them, were quite especially nice and simple. This being so, No one liked it when Helen remarked that it seemed to her as wrong to keep sailors as to keep a zoo, and that as for dying on a battlefield, surely it was time we ceased to praise courage, or to write bad poetry about it, snarled Pepper. But Helen was really wondering why Rachel, sitting silent, looked so queer and flushed. Chapter 5. She was not able to follow up her observations, however, or to come to any conclusion, for by one of those accidents which are liable to happen at sea, the whole course of their lives was now put out of order. Even at tea the floor rose beneath their feet and pitched too low again, and at dinner the ship seemed to groan and strain as though a lash were descending. She who had been a broad-backed dray horse upon whose hind quarters parrots might waltz, became a colt in a field. The plate slanted away from the knives, and Mrs. Dalloway's face blanched for a second as she helped herself and saw the potatoes roll this way and that. Willoughby, of course, extolled the virtues of his ship and quoted what had been said of her by experts and distinguished passengers, for he loved his own possessions. Still, dinner was uneasy, and directly the ladies were alone, Clarissa owned that she would be better off in bed, and went, smiling bravely. Next morning the storm was on them, and no politeness could ignore it. Mrs. Dalloway stayed in her room. Richard faced 3 meals, eating valiantly at each, but at the third, certain glazed asparagus swimming in oil finally conquered him. "That beats me," he said, and withdrew. "Now we are alone once more," remarked William Pepper, looking round the table, but no one was ready to engage him in talk, and the meal ended in silence. On the following day they met, but as flying leaves meet in the air. Sick they were not, but the wind propelled them hastily into rooms, violently downstairs. They passed each other gasping on deck, they shouted across tables. They wore fur coats, and Helen was never seen without a bandana on her head. For comfort they retreated to their cabins, where with tightly wedged feet they let the ship bounce and tumble. Their sensations were the sensations of potatoes in a sack on a galloping horse. The world outside was merely a violent gray tumult. For 2 days they had a perfect rest from their old emotions. Rachel had just enough consciousness to suppose herself a donkey on the summit of a moor in a hailstorm with its coat blown into furrows. Then she became a wizened tree, perpetually driven back by the salt Atlantic gale. Helen, on the other hand, staggered to Mrs. Dalloway's door, knocked, could not be heard for the slamming of doors and the battering of wind, and entered. There were basins, of course. Mrs. Dalloway lay half raised on a pillow and did not open her eyes. Then she murmured, "Oh, Dick, is that you?" Helen shouted, for she was thrown against the washstand. "How are you?" Clarissa opened one eye. It gave her an incredibly dissipated appearance. "Awful," she gasped. Her lips were white inside. Planting her feet wide, Helen contrived to pour champagne into a tumbler with a toothbrush in it. "Champagne," she said. "There's a toothbrush in it," murmured Clarissa, and smiled. It might have been the contortion of one weeping. She drank. "Disgusting," she whispered, indicating the basins. Relics of humor still played over her face like moonshine. "Want more?" Helen shouted. Speech was again beyond Clarissa's reach. The wind laid the ship shivering on her side. Pale agonies crossed Mrs. Dalloway in waves. When the curtains flapped, gray lights puffed across her. Between the spasms of the storm, Helen made the curtain fast, shook the pillows, stretched the bedclothes, and smoothed the hot nostrils and forehead with cold scent. "You are good," Clarissa gasped. "Horrid mess." She was trying to apologize for white underclothes fallen and scattered on the floor. For 1 second she opened a single eye and saw that the room was tidy. "That's nice," she gasped. Helen left her. Far, far away, she knew that she felt a kind of liking for Mrs. Dalloway. She could not help respecting her spirit and her desire, even in the throes of sickness, for a tidy bedroom. Her petticoats, however, rose above her knees. Quite suddenly the storm relaxed its grasp. It happened at tea. The expected paroxysm of the blast gave out just as it reached its climax and dwindled away, and the ship, instead of taking the usual plunge, went steadily. The monotonous order of plunging and rising, roaring and relaxing, was interfered with, and everyone at table looked up and felt something loosen within them. The strain was slackened, and human feelings began to peep again, as they do when daylight shows at the end of a tunnel. "Try a turn with me," Ridley called across to Rachel. "Foolish," cried Helen, but they went stumbling up the ladder. Choked by the wind, their spirits rose with a rush, for on the skirts of all the gray tumult was a misty spot of gold. Instantly the world dropped into shape. They were no longer atoms flying in the void, but people riding a triumphant ship on the back of the sea. Wind and space were banished. The world floated like an apple in a tub, and the mind of man, which had been unmoored also, once more attached itself to the old beliefs. Having scrambled twice round the ship and received many sound cuffs from the wind, they saw a sailor's face positively shine golden. They looked and beheld a complete yellow circle of sun. Next minute it was traversed by sailing stands of cloud, and then completely hidden. By breakfast the next morning, however, the sky was swept clean. The waves, although steep, were blue, and after their view of the strange underworld inhabited by phantoms, people began to live among teapots and loaves of bread with greater zest than ever. Richard and Clarissa, however, still remained on the borderland. She did not attempt to sit up. Her husband stood on his feet, contemplated his waistcoat and trousers, shook his head, and then lay down again. The inside of his brain was still rising and falling like the sea on the stage. At 4 o'clock he woke from sleep and saw the sunlight make a vivid angle across the red plush curtains and the gray tweed trousers. The ordinary world outside slid into his mind, and by the time he was dressed he was an English gentleman again. He stood beside his wife. She pulled him down to her by the lapel of his coat, kissed him, and held him fast for a minute. "Go and get a breath of air, Dick," she said. "You look quite washed out." "How nice you smell! And be polite to that woman. She was so kind to me." Thereupon Mrs. Dalloway turned to the cool side of her pillow, terribly flattened, but still invincible. Richard found Helen talking to her brother-in-law over 2 dishes of yellow cake and smooth bread and butter. "You look very ill," she exclaimed on seeing him. "Come and have some tea." He remarked that the hands that moved about the cups were beautiful. "I hear you've been very good to my wife," he said. "She's had an awful time of it. You came in and fed her with champagne. Were you among the saved yourself?" "I? Oh, I haven't been sick for 20 years. Seasick, I mean." "There are 3 stages of convalescence, I always say," broke in the hearty voice of Willoughby. "The milk stage, the bread and butter stage, and the roast beef stage. I should say you are at the bread and butter stage." He handed him the plate. "Now, I should advise a hearty tea, then a brisk walk on deck, and by dinner time you'll be clamoring for beef, eh?" He went off laughing, excusing himself on the score of business. "What a splendid fellow he is," said Richard, "always keen on something." "Yes," said Helen, "he's always been like that. This is a great undertaking of his," Richard continued. "It's a business that won't stop with ships, I should say. We shall see him in Parliament, or I'm much mistaken. He's the kind of man we want in Parliament, the man who has done things." But Helen was not much interested in her brother-in-law. "I expect your head's aching, isn't it?" she asked, pouring a fresh cup. "Well, it is," said Richard. "It's humiliating to find what a slave one is to one's body in this world. Do you know, I can never work without a kettle on the hob. As often as not I don't drink tea, but I must feel that I can if I want to." "That's very bad for you," said Helen. "It shortens one's life, but I'm afraid, Mrs. Ambrose, we politicians must make up our minds to that at the outset." We've got to burn the candle at both ends, or you've cooked your goose, said Helen brightly. We can't make you take us seriously, Mrs. Ambrose, he protested. May I ask how you spent your time? Reading philosophy? He saw the black book. Metaphysics and fishing, he exclaimed. If I had to live again, I believe I should devote myself to one or the other. He began turning the pages. Good, then, is indefinable, he read out. How jolly to think that's going on still. So far as I know, there is only one ethical writer, Professor Henry Sidgwick, who has clearly recognized and stated this fact. That's just the kind of thing we used to talk about when we were boys. I can remember arguing until 5 in the morning with Duffy, now Secretary for India, pacing round and round those cloisters until we decided it was too late to go to bed, and we went for a ride instead. Whether we ever came to any conclusion, that's another matter. Still, it's the arguing that counts. It's things like that that stand out in life. Nothing's been quite so vivid since. It's the philosophers, it's the scholars, he continued. They're the people who pass the torch, who keep the light burning by which we live. Being a politician doesn't necessarily blind one to that, Mrs. Ambrose. No. Why should it? Said Helen. But can you remember if your wife takes sugar? She lifted the tray and went off with it to Mrs. Dalloway. Richard twisted a muffler twice round his throat and struggled up on deck. His body, which had grown white and tender in a dark room, tingled all over in the fresh air. He felt himself a man undoubtedly in the prime of life. Pride glowed in his eye as he let the wind buffet him and stood firm. With his head slightly lowered, he sheered round corners, strode uphill, and met the blast. There was a collision. For a second, he could not see what the body was he had run into. Sorry. It was Rachel who apologized. They both laughed, too much blown about to speak. She drove open the door of her room and stepped into its calm. In order to speak to her, it was necessary that Richard should follow. They stood in a whirlpool of wind. Papers began flying round in circles. The door crashed to, and they tumbled laughing into chairs. Richard sat upon Bach. My word, what a tempest! He exclaimed. Fine, isn't it? Said Rachel. Certainly the struggle and wind had given her a decision she lacked. Red was in her cheeks, and her hair was down. Oh, what fun! He cried. What am I sitting on? Is this your room? How jolly! There, sit there, she commanded. Cowper slid once more. How jolly to meet again, said Richard. It seems an age. Cowper's letters, Bach, Wuthering Heights. Is this where you meditate on the world and then come out and pose poor politicians with questions? In the intervals of seasickness, I've thought a lot of our talk. I assure you, you made me think. I made you think, but why? What solitary icebergs we are, Miss Vinrace. How little we can communicate. There are lots of things I should like to tell you about, to hear your opinion of. Have you ever read Burke? Burke? She repeated. Who was Burke? No. Well, then I shall make a point of sending you a copy. The speech on the French Revolution, the American Rebellion. Which shall it be, I wonder? He noted something in his pocketbook. And then you must write and tell me what you think of it. This reticence, this isolation, that's what's the matter with modern life. Now, tell me about yourself. What are your interests and occupations? I should imagine that you are a person with very strong interests. Of course you are. Good God! When I think of the age we live in, with its opportunities and possibilities, the mass of things to be done and enjoyed, why haven't we 10 lives instead of 1? But about yourself? You see, I'm a woman, said Rachel. I know, said Richard, throwing his head back and drawing his fingers across his eyes. How strange to be a woman. A young and beautiful woman, he continued sententiously, has the whole world at her feet. That's true, Miss Vinrace. You have an inestimable power for good or for evil. What couldn't you do? He broke off. What? Asked Rachel. You have beauty, he said. The ship lurched. Rachel fell slightly forward. Richard took her in his arms and kissed her. Holding her tight, He kissed her passionately so that she felt the hardness of his body and the roughness of his cheek printed upon hers. She fell back in her chair with tremendous beats of heart, each of which sent black waves across her eyes. He clasped his forehead in his hands. "You tempt me," he said. The tone of his voice was terrifying. He seemed choked in fright. They were both trembling. Rachel stood up and went. Her head was cold, her knees shaking, and the physical pain of the emotion was so great that she could only keep herself moving above the great leaps of her heart. She leant upon the rail of the ship and gradually ceased to feel, for a chill of body and mind crept over her. Far out between the waves, little black and white seabirds were riding. Rising and falling with smooth and graceful movements in the hollows of the waves, they seemed singularly detached and unconcerned. "You're peaceful," she said. She became peaceful, too, at the same time possessed with a strange exultation. Life seemed to hold infinite possibilities she had never guessed at. She leant upon the rail and looked over the troubled gray waters, where the sunlight was fitfully scattered upon the crests of the waves, until she was cold and absolutely calm again. Nevertheless, something wonderful had happened. At dinner, however, she did not feel exalted, but merely uncomfortable, as if she and Richard had seen something together which is hidden in ordinary life, so that they did not like to look at each other. Richard slid his eyes over her uneasily once, and never looked at her again. Formal platitudes were manufactured with effort, but Willoughby was kindled. "Beef for Mr. Dalloway," he shouted. "Come now, after that walk you're at the beef stage, Dalloway." Wonderful masculine stories followed about Bright and Disraeli and coalition governments, wonderful stories which made the people at the dinner table seem featureless and small. After dinner, sitting alone with Rachel under the grate, swinging lamp, Helen was struck by her pallor. It once more occurred to her that there was something strange in the girl's behavior. "You look tired. Are you tired?" she asked. "Not tired," said Rachel. "Oh yes, I suppose I am tired," said Rachel. "Oh yes, I suppose I am tired." Helen advised bed, and she went, not seeing Richard again. She must have been very tired, for she fell asleep at once. But after an hour or two of dreamless sleep, she dreamt. She dreamt that she was walking down a long tunnel which grew so narrow by degrees that she could touch the damp bricks on either side. At length the tunnel opened and became a vault. She found herself trapped in it, bricks meeting her wherever she turned, alone with a little deformed man who squatted on the floor gibbering, with long nails. His face was pitted and like the face of an animal. The wall behind him oozed with damp, which collected into drops and slid down. Still and cold as death she lay, not daring to move, until she broke the agony by tossing herself across the bed, and woke crying, "Oh!" Light showed her the familiar things, her clothes fallen off the chair, the water jug gleaming white. But the horror did not go at once. She felt herself pursued, so that she got up and actually locked her door. A voice moaned for her, eyes desired her. All night long barbarian men harassed the ship. They came scuffling down the passages and stopped to snuffle at her door. She could not sleep again. Chapter 6. "That's the tragedy of life, as I always say," said Mrs. Dalloway, "beginning things and having to end them. Still, I'm not going to let this end if you're willing." It was the morning. The sea was calm, and the ship once again was anchored not far from another shore. She was dressed in her long fur cloak, with the veils wound around her head, and once more the rich boxes stood on top of each other, so that the scene of a few days back seemed to be repeated. "You suppose we shall ever meet in London?" said Ridley ironically. "You'll have forgotten all about me by the time you step out there." He pointed to the shore of the little bay, where they could now see the separate trees with moving branches. "How horrid you are!" she laughed. "Rachel's coming to see me anyhow, the instant you get back," she said. pressing Rachel's arm. "Now you've no excuse." With a silver pencil she wrote her name and address on the flyleaf of persuasion and gave the book to Rachel. Sailors were shouldering the luggage, and people were beginning to congregate. There were Captain Cobbold, Mr. Gryce, Willoughby, Helen, and an obscure grateful man in a blue jersey. "Oh, it's time," said Clarissa. "Well, good-bye. I do like you," she murmured as she kissed Rachel. People in the way made it unnecessary for Richard to shake Rachel by the hand. He managed to look at her very stiffly for a second before he followed his wife down the ship's side. The boat separating from the vessel made off towards the land, and for some minutes Helen, Ridley, and Rachel leant over the rail, watching. Once Mrs. Dalloway turned and waved, but the boat steadily grew smaller and smaller until it ceased to rise and fall, and nothing could be seen save two resolute backs. "Well, that's over," said Ridley after a long silence. "We shall never see them again," he added, turning to go to his books. A feeling of emptiness and melancholy came over them. They knew in their hearts that it was over, and that they had parted forever, and the knowledge filled them with far greater depression than the length of their acquaintance seemed to justify. Even as the boat pulled away, they could feel other sights and sounds beginning to take the place of the Dalloways, and the feeling was so unpleasant that they tried to resist it. For so too would they be forgotten. In much the same way as Mrs. Chailey downstairs was sweeping the withered rose leaves off the dressing table, so Helen was anxious to make things straight again after the visitors had gone. Rachel's obvious languor and listlessness made her an easy prey, and indeed Helen had devised a kind of trap. That something had happened, she now felt pretty certain. Moreover, she had come to think that they had been strangers long enough. She wished to know what the girl was like. Partly, of course, because Rachel showed no disposition to be known. So, as they turned from the rail, she said, "Come and talk to me instead of practicing," and led the way to the sheltered side where the deck chairs were stretched in the sun. Rachel followed her indifferently. Her mind was absorbed by Richard, by the extreme strangeness of what had happened, and by 1,000 feelings of which she had not been conscious before. She made scarcely any attempt to listen to what Helen was saying, as Helen indulged in commonplaces to begin with, while Mrs. Ambrose arranged her embroidery, sucked her silk, and threaded her needle. She lay back gazing at the horizon. "Did you like those people?" Helen asked her casually. "Yes," she replied blankly. "You talked to him, didn't you?" She said nothing for a minute. "He kissed me," she said without any change of tone. Helen started, looked at her, but could not make out what she felt. As," she said after a pause. "I thought he was that kind of man." "What kind of man?" said Rachel. "Pompous and sentimental kind." "I like him," said Rachel. "Pompous and sentimental, Hetton, I like him," said Rachel. "So you really didn't mind?" For the first time since Helen had known her, Rachel's eyes lit up brightly. "I did mind," she said vehemently. "I dreamt. I couldn't sleep." "Tell me what happened," said Helen. She had to keep her lips from twitching as she listened to Rachel's story. It was poured out abruptly with great seriousness and no sense of humor. "We talked about politics. He told me what he had done for the poor somewhere. I asked him all sorts of questions. He told me about his own life. The day before yesterday, after the storm, he came in to see me. It happened then, quite suddenly. He kissed me. I don't know why." As she spoke, she grew flushed. "I was a good deal excited," she continued, "but I didn't mind till afterwards, when she paused and saw the figure of the bloated little man again. I became terrified." From the look in her eyes, it was evident she was again terrified. Helen was really at a loss what to say. From the little she knew of Rachel's upbringing, she supposed that she had been kept entirely ignorant as to the relations of men with women. With a shyness which she felt with women and not with men, she did not like to explain simply what these are. Therefore she took the other course and belittled the whole affair. "Oh well," she said, "he was a silly creature, and if I were you, I'd think no more about it." No, said Rachel, sitting bolt upright, I shan't do that. I shall think about it all day and all night until I find out exactly what it does mean. Don't you ever read, Helen asked tentatively, Cowper's letters, that kind of thing? Father gets them from me or my aunts. Helen could hardly restrain herself from saying out loud what she thought of a man who brought up his daughters so that, at the age of 24, she scarcely knew that men desired women and was terrified by a kiss. She had good reason to fear that Rachel had made herself incredibly ridiculous. You don't know many men? She asked. Mr. Pepper, said Rachel ironically, so no one's ever wanted to marry you? No, she answered ingenuously. Helen reflected that as, from what she had said, Rachel certainly would think these things out. It might be as well to help her. You oughtn't to be frightened, she said. It's the most natural thing in the world. Men will want to kiss you, just as they'll want to marry you. The pity is to get things out of proportion. It's like noticing the noises people make when they eat, or men spitting, or, in short, any small thing that gets on one's nerves. Rachel seemed to be inattentive to these remarks. Tell me, she said suddenly, what are those women in Piccadilly? In Piccadilly? They are prostituted, said Helen. It is terrifying, it is disgusting, Rachel asserted, as if she included Helen in the hatred. It is, said Helen. But I did like him, Rachel mused, as if speaking to herself. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to know what he'd done. The women in Lancashire, it seemed to her as she recalled their talk that there was something lovable about Richard, good in their attempted friendship, and strangely piteous in the way they had parted. The softening of her mood was apparent to Helen. You see, she said, you must take things as they are, and if you want friendship with men, you must run risks. Personally, she continued, breaking into a smile, I think it's worth it. I don't mind being kissed. I'm rather jealous, I believe, that Mr. Dalloway kissed you and didn't kiss me, though, she added, he bored me considerably. But Rachel did not return the smile or dismiss the whole affair, as Helen meant her to. Her mind was working very quickly, inconsistently, and painfully. Helen's words hewed down great blocks which had stood there always, and the light which came in was cold. After sitting for a time with fixed eyes, she burst out, So that's why I can't walk alone. By this new light she saw her life for the first time, a creeping hedged-in thing, driven cautiously between high walls. Here, turned aside, there plunged in darkness, made dull and crippled forever her life. That was the only chance she had. 1,000 words and actions became plain to her. Because men are brutes. I hate men, she exclaimed. I thought you said you liked him, said Helen. I liked him, and I liked being kissed, she answered, as if that only added more difficulties to her problem. Helen was surprised to see how genuine both shock and problem were, but she could think of no way of easing the difficulty except by going on talking. She wanted to make her niece talk and so to understand why this rather dull, kindly, plausible politician had made so deep an impression on her, for surely at the age of 24 this was not natural. And did you like Mrs. Dalloway too? She asked. As she spoke she saw Rachel redden, for she remembered silly things she had said, and also it occurred to her that she treated this exquisite woman rather badly, for Mrs. Dalloway had said that she loved her husband. She was quite nice, but a thimble-pated creature, Helen continued. I never heard such nonsense. Chitter, cheddar, chitter, cheddar. Fish in the Greek alphabet never listened to a word anyone said, chock full of idiotic theories about the way to bring up children. I'd far rather talk to him any day. He was pompous, but he did at least understand what was said to him. The glamour insensibly faded a little, both from Richard and Clarissa. They had not been so wonderful after all. Then, in the eyes of a mature person, It's very difficult to know what people are like, Rachel remarked, and Helen saw with pleasure that she spoke more naturally. I suppose I was taken in. There was little doubt about that according to Helen, but she restrained herself and said aloud, "One has to make experiments." "And they were nice," said Rachel. "They were extraordinarily interesting." She tried to recall the image of the world as a live thing that Richard had given her, with drains like nerves and bad houses like patches of diseased skin. She recalled his watch, words, unity, imagination, and saw again the bubbles meeting in her teacup as he spoke of sisters and canaries, boyhood and his father, her small world becoming wonderfully enlarged. "But all people don't seem to you equally interesting, do they?" asked Mrs. Maff. Ambrose. Rachel explained that most people had hitherto been symbols, but that when they talked to one they ceased to be symbols, and became "I could listen to them forever," she exclaimed. She then jumped up, disappeared downstairs for a minute, and came back with a fat red book. "Who's Who," she said, laying it upon Helen's knee and turning the pages. "It gives short lives of people, for instance, Sir Rowland Beale, born 1852, parents from Moffat, educated at Rugby, passed first into R.E., married 1878, the daughter of T. Fishwick, served in the Bechuanaland expedition 1884-85, honorably mentioned. Clubs, United Service, Naval and Military. Recreations, an enthusiastic curler." Sitting on the deck at Helen's feet, she went on turning the pages and reading biographies of bankers, writers, clergymen, sailors, surgeons, judges, professors, statesmen, editors, philanthropists, merchants, and actresses, what clubs they belonged to, where they lived, what games they played, and how many acres they owned. She became absorbed in the book. Helen meanwhile stitched at her embroidery and thought over the things they had said. Her conclusion was that she would very much like to show her niece, if it were possible, how to live, or as she put it, how to be a reasonable person. She thought that there must be something wrong in this confusion between politics and kissing politicians, and that an elder person ought to be able to help. "I quite agree," she said, "that people are very interesting." Only Rachel, putting her finger between the pages, looked up inquiringly. "Only I think you ought to discriminate," she ended. "It's a pity to be intimate with people who are, well, rather second-rate, like the Dalloways, and to find it out later." "But how does one know?" Rachel asked. "I really can't tell you," replied Helen candidly, after a moment's thought. "You'll have to find out for yourself. But try and why don't you call me Helen?" she added. "Aunt's a horrid name. I never liked my aunts." "I should like to call you Helen," Rachel answered. "Do you think me very unsympathetic?" Rachel reviewed the points which Helen had certainly failed to understand. They arose chiefly from the difference of nearly 20 years in age between them, which made Mrs. Ambrose appear too humorous and cool in a matter of such moment. "No," she said. "Some things you don't understand, of course." "Of course," Helen agreed. "So now you can go ahead and be a person on your own account," she added. The vision of her own personality, of herself as a real everlasting thing, different from anything else, unmergeable, like the sea or the wind, flashed into Rachel's mind, and she became profoundly excited at the thought of living. "I can buy him myself," she stammered. "In spite of you, in spite of the Dalloways and Mr. Pepper and father and my aunts, in spite of these?" She swept her hand across a whole page of statesmen and soldiers. "In spite of them all," said Helen gravely. She then put down her needle and explained a plan which had come into her head as they talked. Instead of wandering on down the Amazons until she reached some sulphurous tropical port where one had to lie within doors all day beating off insects with a fan, the sensible thing to do surely was to spend the season with them in their villa by the seaside, where among other advantages Mrs. Ambrose herself would be at hand too. "After all, Rachel," she broke off, "it's silly to pretend that because there's 20 years difference between us, we therefore can't talk to each other like human beings." "No, because we like each other," said Rachel. "Yes, Mrs. Ambrose agreed. That fact, together with other facts, had been made clear by their 20 minutes' talk, although how they had come to these conclusions they could not have said. However they were come by, they were sufficiently serious to send Mrs. Barron Ambrose a day or two later in search of her brother-in-law. She found him sitting in his room working, applying a stout blue pencil authoritatively to bundles of filmy paper. Papers lay to left and to right of him. There were great envelopes, so gorged with papers that they spilt papers onto the table. Above him hung a photograph of a woman's head. The need of sitting absolutely still before a Cockney photographer had given her lips a queer little pucker, and her eyes for the same reason looked as though she thought the whole situation ridiculous. Nevertheless, it was the head of an individual and interesting woman who would no doubt have turned and laughed at Willoughby if she could have caught his eye, but when he looked up at her he sighed profoundly. In his mind, this work of his, the great factories at Hull which showed like mountains at night, the ships that crossed the ocean punctually, the schemes for combining this and that and building up a solid mass of industry, was all an offering to her. He laid his success at her feet and was always thinking how to educate his daughter so that Teresa might be glad. He was a very ambitious man, and although he had not been particularly kind to her while she lived, as Helen thought, he now believed that she watched him from heaven and inspired what was good in him. Mrs. Ambrose apologized for the interruption and asked whether she might speak to him about a plan of hers. Would he consent to leave his daughter with them when they landed, instead of taking her on up the Amazons? We would take great care of her, she added, and we should really like it. Willoughby looked very grave and carefully laid aside his papers. "She's a good girl," he said at length. "There is a likeness?" He nodded his head at the photograph of Teresa and sighed. Helen looked at Teresa pursing up her lips before the Cockney photographer. It suggested her in an absurd human way, and she felt an intense desire to share some joke. "She's the only thing that's left to me," sighed Willoughby. "We go on year after year without talking about these things." He broke off. "But it's better so. Only life's very hard." Helen was sorry for him and patted him on the shoulder, but she felt uncomfortable when her brother-in-law expressed his feelings and took refuge in praising Rachel and explaining why she thought her plan might be a good one. "True," said Willoughby when she had done. "The social conditions are bound to be primitive. I should be out a good deal." I agreed because she wished it. "And of course I have complete confidence in you. You see, Helen," he continued, becoming confidential, "I want to bring her up as her mother would have wished. I don't hold with these modern views any more than you do, eh? She's a nice quiet girl, devoted to her music. A little less of that would do no harm. Still, it's kept her happy, and we lead a very quiet life at Richmond. I should like her to begin to see more people. I want to take her about with me when I get home. I've half a mind to rent a house in London, leaving my sisters at Richmond, and take her to see one or two people who'd be kind to her for my sake. I'm beginning to realize," he continued, stretching himself out, "that all this is tending to Parliament, Helen. It's the only way to get things done as one wants them done. I talked to Dalloway about it. In that case, of course, I should want Rachel to be able to take more part in things. A certain amount of entertaining would be necessary: dinners, an occasional evening party. One's constituents like to be fed, I believe. In all these ways Rachel could be of great help to me. So," he wound up, "I should be very glad if we arranged this visit, which must be upon a business footing, mind. If you could see your way to helping my girl, bringing her out, she's a little shy now, making a woman of her, the kind of woman her mother would have liked her to be," he ended, jerking his head at the photograph. Willoughby's selfishness, though consistent as Helen saw with real affection for his daughter, made her determined to have the girl to stay with her, even if she had to promise a complete course of instruction in the feminine graces. She could not help laughing at the notion of it, Rachel a Tory hostess, and marveling as she left him at the astonishing ignorance of a father. Rachel, when consulted, showed less enthusiasm than Helen could have wished. One moment she was eager, the next doubtful. Visions of a great river, now blue, now yellow in the tropical sun, and crossed by bright birds, now white in the moon, now deep in shade with moving trees and canoes sliding out from the tangled banks, beset her. Helen promised a river. Then she did not want to leave her father. That feeling seemed genuine too, but in the end Helen prevailed, although when she had won her case, she was beset by doubts and more than once regretted the impulse which had entangled her with the fortunes of another human being. Chapter 7. From a distance the Euphrosyne looked very small. Glasses were turned upon her from the decks of great liners, and she was pronounced a tramp, a cargo boat, or one of those wretched little passenger steamers where people rolled about among the cattle on deck. The insect-like figures of Dalloways, Ambroses, and Vinraces were also derided, both from the extreme smallness of their persons and the doubt which only strong glasses could dispel as to whether they were really live creatures or only lumps on the rigging. Mr. Pepper, with all his learning, had been mistaken for a cormorant and then, as unjustly, transformed into a cow. At night, indeed, when the waltzes were swinging in the saloon, and gifted passengers reciting, the little ship shrunk to a few beads of light out among the dark waves, and one high in air upon the masthead seemed something mysterious and impressive to heated partners resting from the dance. She became a ship passing in the night, an emblem of the loneliness of human life, an occasion for queer confidences and sudden appeals for sympathy. On and on she went, by day and by night, following her path, until one morning broke and showed the land. Losing its shadow-like appearance, it became first cleft and mountainous, next colored gray and purple, next scattered with white blocks which gradually separated themselves, and then, as the progress of the ship acted upon the view like a field-glass of increasing power, became streets of houses. By 9 o'clock the Euphrosyne had taken up her position in the middle of a great bay. She dropped her anchor. Immediately, as if she were a recumbent giant requiring examination, small boats came swarming about her. She rang with cries. Men jumped on to her. Her deck was thumped by feet. The lonely little island was invaded from all quarters at once, and after 4 weeks of silence it was bewildering to hear human speech. Mrs. Ambrose alone heeded none of this stir. She was pale with suspense while the boat with mail-bags was making towards them. Absorbed in her letters, she did not notice that she had left the Euphrosyne and felt no sadness when the ship lifted up her voice and bellowed thrice like a cow separated from its calf. "The children are well!" she exclaimed. Mr. Pepper, who sat opposite with a great mound of bag and rug upon his knees, said, "Gratifying." Rachel, to whom the end of the voyage meant a complete change of perspective, was too much bewildered by the approach of the shore to realize what children were well or why it was gratifying. Helen went on reading. Moving very slowly and rearing absurdly high over each wave, the little boat was now approaching a white crescent of sand. Behind this was a deep green valley with distinct hills on either side. On the slope of the right-hand hill, white houses with brown roofs were settled, like nesting seabirds, and at intervals cypresses striped the hill with black bars. Mountains, whose sides were flushed with red, but whose crowns were bald, rose as a pinnacle, half concealing another pinnacle behind it. The hour being still early, the whole view was exquisitely light and airy. The blues and greens of sky and tree were intense, but not sultry. As they drew nearer and could distinguish details, the effect of the earth with its minute objects and colors and different forms of life was overwhelming after 4 weeks of the sea, and kept them silent. 300 years odd, said Mr. Pepper meditatively at length. As nobody said, "What?" he merely extracted a bottle and swallowed a pill. The piece of information that died within him was to the effect that 300 years ago 5 Elizabethan barcasses had anchored where the Euphrosyne now floated. Half drawn up upon the beach lay an equal number of Spanish galleons, unmanned, for the country was still a virgin land behind a veil. Slipping across the water, the English sailors bore away bars of silver, bales of linen, timbers of cedar wood, golden crucifixes knobbed with emeralds. When the Spaniards came down from their drinking, a fight ensued, the two parties churning up the sand and driving each other into the surf. The Spaniards, bloated with fine living upon the fruits of the miraculous land, fell in heaps, but the hardy Englishmen, tawny with sea voyaging, hairy for lack of razors, with muscles like wire, fangs greedy for flesh and fingers itching for gold, dispatched the wounded, drove the dying into the sea, and soon reduced the natives to a state of superstitious wonderment. Here a settlement was made. Women were imported, children grew. All seemed to favor the expansion of the British Empire, and had there been men like Richard Dalloway in the time of Charles I, the map would undoubtedly be red where it is now an odious green. But it must be supposed that the political mind of that age lacked imagination, and, merely for want of a few £1,000 and a few thousand men, the spark died that should have been a conflagration. From the interior came Indians with subtle poisons, naked bodies, and painted idols. From the sea came vengeful Spaniards and rapacious Portuguese. Exposed to all these enemies, though the climate proved wonderfully kind and the earth abundant, the English dwindled away and all but disappeared. Somewhere about the middle of the 17th century, a single sloop watched its season and slipped out by night, bearing within it all that was left of the great British colony, a few men, a few women, and perhaps a dozen dusky children. English history then denies all knowledge of the place. Owing to one cause, and another civilization shifted its center to a spot some 400 or 500 miles to the south, and today Santa Marina is not much larger than it was 300 years ago. In population, it is a happy compromise, for Portuguese fathers wed Indian mothers, and their children intermarry with the Spanish. Although they get their plows from Manchester, they make their coats from their own sheep, their silk from their own worms, and their furniture from their own cedar trees, so that in arts and industries the place is still much where it was in Elizabethan days. The reasons which had drawn the English across the sea to found a small colony within the last 10 years are not so easily described and will never perhaps be recorded in history books. Granted facility of travel, peace, good trade, and so on, there was besides a kind of dissatisfaction among the English with the older countries and the enormous accumulations of carved stone, stained glass, and rich brown painting which they offered to the tourist. The movement in search of something new was of course infinitely small, affecting only a handful of well-to-do people. It began by a few schoolmasters serving their passage out to South America as the pursers of tramp steamers. They returned in time for the summer term, when their stories of the splendors and hardships of life at sea, the humors of sea captains, the wonders of night and dawn, and the marvels of the place delighted outsiders and sometimes found their way into print. The country itself taxed all their powers of description, for they said it was much bigger than Italy and really nobler than Greece. Again, they declared that the natives were strangely beautiful, very big in stature, dark, passionate, and quick to seize the knife. The place seemed new and full of new forms of beauty, in proof of which they showed handkerchiefs, which the women had worn round their heads, and primitive carvings colored bright greens and blues. Somehow or other, as fashions do, the fashion spread. An old monastery was quickly turned into a hotel, while a famous line of steamships altered its route for the convenience of passengers. Oddly enough, it happened that the least satisfactory of Helen Ambrose's brothers had been sent out years before to make his fortune, at any rate to keep clear of racehorses, and the very spot which had now become so popular. Often, leaning upon the column in the veranda, he had watched the English ships with English schoolmasters for pursers steaming into the bay. Having at length earned enough to take a holiday, and being sick of the place, he proposed to put his villa on the slope of the mountain at his sister's disposal. She too had been a little stirred by the talk of a new world, where there was always sun and never a fog, which went on around her, and the chance, when they were planning where to spend the winter out of England, seemed too good to be missed. For these reasons she determined to accept Willoughby's offer of free passages on his ship, to place the children with their grandparents, and to do the thing thoroughly while she was about it. Taking seats in a carriage drawn by long-tailed horses with pheasants' feathers erect between their ears, the Ambroses, Mr. Pepper and Rachel rattled out of the harbor. The day increased in heat as they drove up the hill. The road passed through the town, where men seemed to be beating brass and crying "water," where the passage was blocked by mules and cleared by whips and curses, where the women walked barefoot, their heads bouncing baskets and cripples hastily displayed mutilated members. It issued among steep green fields, not so green but that the earth showed through. Great trees now shaded all but the center of the road, and a mountain stream, so shallow and so swift that it plaited itself into strands as it ran, raced along the edge. Higher they went, until Ridley and Rachel walked behind. Next they turned along a lane scattered with stones, where Mr. Pepper raised his stick and silently indicated a shrub, bearing among sparse leaves of a luminous purple blossom, and at a rickety canter the last stage of the way was accomplished. The villa was a roomy white house, which, as is the case with most continental houses, looked to an English eye frail, ramshackle, and absurdly frivolous, more like a pagoda in a tea garden than a place where one slept. The garden called urgently for the services of gardener. Bushes waved their branches across the paths, and the blades of grass, with spaces of earth between them, could be counted. In the circular piece of ground in front of the veranda were 2 cracked vases, from which red flowers drooped, with a stone fountain between them, now parched in the sun. The circular garden led to a long garden, where the gardener's shears had scarcely been, unless now and then, when he cut a bough of blossom for his beloved. A few tall trees shaded it, and round bushes with wax-like flowers mobbed their heads together in a row. A garden smoothly laid with turf, divided by thick hedges, with raised beds of bright flowers, such as we keep within walls in England, would have been out of place upon the side of this bare hill. There was no ugliness to shut out, and the villa looked straight across the shoulder of a slope ribbed with olive trees to the sea. The indecency of the whole place struck Mrs. Chailey forcibly. There were no blinds to shut out the sun, nor was there any furniture to speak of for the sun to spoil. Standing in the bare stone hall, and surveying a staircase of superb breadth, but cracked and carpetless, she further ventured the opinion that there were rats as large as terriers at home, and that if one put one's foot down with any force one would come through the floor. As for hot water at this point, her investigations left her speechless. Poor creature, she murmured to the sallow Spanish servant girl who came out with the pigs and hens to receive them. No wonder you hardly look like a human being. Maria accepted the compliment with an exquisite Spanish grace. In Chailey's opinion, they would have done better to stay on board an English ship, but none knew better than she that her duty commanded her to stay. When they were settled in, and in train to find daily occupation, there was some speculation as to the reasons which induced Mr. Pepper to stay, taking up his lodging in the Ambroses' house. Efforts had been made for some days before landing to impress upon him the advantages of the Amazons. "That great stream," Helen would begin, gazing as if she saw a visionary cascade. "I've a good mind to go with you myself, Willoughby, only I can't. Think of the sunsets and the moonrises. I believe the colors are unimaginable." "There are wild peacocks," Rachel hazarded. "And marvelous creatures in the water," Helen asserted. "One might discover a new reptile," Rachel continued. "There's certain to be a revolution untold," Helen urged. The effect of these subterfuges was a little dashed by Ridley, who, after regarding Pepper for some moments, sighed aloud, poor fellow, and inwardly speculated upon the unkindness of women. He stayed, however, in apparent contentment for 6 days, playing with a microscope and a notebook in one of the many sparsely furnished sitting rooms. But on the evening of the 7th day, as they sat at dinner, he appeared more restless than usual. The dinner table was set between 2 long windows, which were left uncurtained by Helen's orders. Darkness fell as sharply as a knife in this climate, and the town then sprang out in circles and lines of bright dots beneath. The men buildings, which never showed by day, showed by night, and the sea flowed right over the land, judging by the moving lights of the steamers. The sight fulfilled the same purpose as an orchestra in a London restaurant, and silence had its setting. William Pepper observed it for some time. He put on his spectacles to contemplate the scene. "I've identified the big block to the left," he observed, and pointed with his fork at a square formed by several rows of lights. "One should infer that they can cook vegetables," he added. "An hotel," said Helen. "Once a monastery," said Mr. Pepper. Nothing more was said then, but, the day after, Mr. Pepper returned from a midday walk and stood silently before Helen, who was reading in the veranda. "I've taken a room over there," he said. "You're not going?" she exclaimed. "On the whole, yes," he remarked. "No private cook can cook vegetables." Knowing his dislike of questions, which she to some extent shared, Helen asked no more. Still, an uneasy suspicion lurked in her mind that William was hiding a wound. She flushed to think that her words, or her husband's or Rachel's, had penetrated and stung. She was half moved to cry, "Stop, William! Explain!" and would have returned to the subject at luncheon, if William had not shown himself inscrutable and chill, lifting fragments of salad on the point of his fork, with the gesture of a man pronging seaweed, detecting gravel, suspecting germs. "If you all die of typhoid, I won't be responsible," he snapped. "If you die of dullness, neither will I," Helen echoed in her heart. She reflected that she had never yet asked him whether he had been in love. They had got further and further from that subject instead of drawing nearer to it, and she could not help feeling it a relief when William Pepper, with all his knowledge, his microscope, his notebooks, his genuine kindliness and good sense, but a certain dryness of soul, took his departure. Also, she could not help feeling it sad that friendship should end thus, although in this case to have the room empty was something of a comfort, and she tried to console herself with the reflection that one never knows how far other people feel the things they might be supposed to feel. Chapter 8. The next few months passed away, as many years can pass away without definite events, and yet, if suddenly disturbed, it would be seen that such months or years had a character unlike others. The 3 months which had passed had brought them to the beginning of March. The climate had kept its promise, and the change of season from winter to spring had made very little difference, so that Helen, who was sitting in the drawing-room with a pen in her hand, could keep the windows open, though a great fire of logs burnt on one side of her. Below, the sea was still blue and the roofs still brown and white, though the day was fading rapidly. It was dusk in the room, which, large and empty at all times, now appeared larger and emptier than usual. Her own figure, as she sat writing with a pad on her knee, shared the general effect of size and lack of detail, for the flames which ran along the branches, suddenly devouring little green tufts, burnt intermittently and sent irregular illuminations across her face and the plaster walls. There were no pictures on the walls, but here and there boughs laden with heavy petaled flowers spread widely against them. Of the books fallen on the bare floor and heaped upon the large table, it was only possible in this light to trace the outline. Mrs. Ambrose was writing a very long letter. Beginning "Dear Bernard," it went on to describe what had been happening in the Villa San Gervasio during the past 3 months, as, for instance, that they had had the British consul to dinner, and had been taken over a Spanish man of war, and had seen a great many processions and religious festivals, which were so beautiful that Mrs. Ambrose couldn't conceive why, if people must have a religion, they didn't all become Roman Catholics. They had made several expeditions, though none of any length. It was worth coming, if only for the sake of the flowering trees which grew wild quite near the house, and the amazing colors of sea and earth. The earth, instead of being brown, was red, purple, green. "You won't believe me," she added. "There is no color like it in England." She adopted, indeed, a condescending tone towards that poor island which was now advancing chilly crocuses and nipped violets in nooks, in copses, in cozy corners, tended by rosy old gardeners in mufflers, who were always touching their hats and bobbing obsequiously. She went on to deride the islanders themselves. Rumors of London all in a ferment over a general election had reached them even out here. "It seems incredible," she went on, "that people should care whether Asquith is in or Austen Chamberlain out, and while you scream yourselves hoarse about politics, you let the only people who are trying for something good starve or simply laugh at them. When have you ever encouraged a living artist, or bought his best work? Why are you all so ugly and so servile? Here the servants are human beings. They talk to one as if they were equals. As far as I can tell, there are no aristocrats." Perhaps it was the mention of aristocrats that reminded her of Richard Dalloway and Rachel, for she ran on with the same pinful to describe her niece. "It's an odd fate that has put me in charge of a girl," she wrote, "considering that I have never got on well with women or had much to do with them. However, I must retract some of the things that I have said against them. If they were properly educated, I don't see why they shouldn't be much the same as men, as satisfactory, I mean, though of course very different. The question is, how should one educate them? The present method seems to me abominable." This girl, though 24, had never heard that men desired women, and, until I explained it, did not know how children were born. Her ignorance upon other matters as important, here, Mrs. Ambrose's letter may not be quoted, was complete. It seems to me not merely foolish but criminal to bring people up like that, let alone the suffering to them. It explains why women are what they are. The wonder is they're no worse. I have taken it upon myself to enlighten her. And now, though still a good deal prejudiced and liable to exaggerate, she is more or less a reasonable human being. Keeping them ignorant, of course, defeats its own object, and when they begin to understand, they take it all much too seriously. My brother-in-law really deserved a catastrophe which he won't get. I now pray for a young man to come to my help, someone, I mean, who would talk to her openly, and prove how absurd most of her ideas about life are. Unluckily, such men seem almost as rare as the women. The English colony certainly doesn't provide one. Artists, merchants, cultivated people, they are stupid, conventional, and flirtatious." She ceased, and with her pen in her hand, sat looking into the fire, making the logs into caves and mountains, for it had grown too dark to go on writing. Moreover, the house began to stir as the hour of dinner approached. She could hear the plates being chinked in the dining room next door, and Chailey instructing the Spanish girl where to put things down in vigorous English. The bell rang. She rose, met Ridley and Rachel outside, and they all went in to dinner. 3 months had made but little difference in the appearance either of Ridley or Rachel, yet a keen observer might have thought that the girl was more definite and self-confident in her manner than before. Her skin was brown, her eyes certainly brighter, and she attended to what was said as though she might be going to contradict it. The meal began with the comfortable silence of people who are quite at their ease together. Then Ridley, leaning on his elbow and looking out of the window, observed that it was a lovely night. "Yes," said Helen. She added, "The season's begun," looking at the lights beneath them. She asked Maria in Spanish whether the hotel was not filling up with visitors. Maria informed her with pride that there would come a time when it was positively difficult to buy eggs. The shopkeepers would not mind what prices they asked. They would get them, at any rate, from the English. "That's an English steamer in the bay," said Rachel, looking at a triangle of lights below. "She came in early this morning." Then we may hope for some letters and send ours back, said Helen. For some reason, the mention of letters always made Ridley groan, and the rest of the meal passed in a brisk argument between husband and wife as to whether he was or was not wholly ignored by the entire civilized world. Considering the last batch, said Helen, you deserve beating. You were asked to lecture, you were offered a degree, and some silly woman praised not only your books but your beauty. She said he was what Shelley would have been if Shelley had lived to 55 and grown a beard. Really, Ridley, I think you're the vainest man I know, she ended, rising from the table, which I may tell you is saying a good deal. Finding her letter lying before the fire, she added a few lines to it and then announced that she was going to take the letters now. Ridley must bring his and Rachel. I hope you've written to your aunts. It's high time. The women put on cloaks and hats, and after inviting Ridley to come with them, which he emphatically refused to do, exclaiming that Rachel he expected to be a fool. But Helen surely knew better. They turned to go. He stood over the fire gazing into the depths of the looking-glass and compressing his face into the likeness of a commander surveying a field of battle, or a martyr watching the flames lick his toes, rather than that of a secluded professor. Helen laid hold of his beard. "Am I a fool?" she said. "Let me go, Helen." "Am I a fool?" she repeated. "Vile woman," he exclaimed, and kissed her. "We'll leave you to your vanities," she called back as they went out of the door. It was a beautiful evening, still light enough to see a long way down the road, though the stars were coming out. The pillar box was let into a high yellow wall, where the lane met the road, and having dropped the letters into it, Helen was for turning back. "No, no," said Rachel, taking her by the wrist. "We're going to see life. You promised." Seeing life was the phrase they used for their habit of strolling through the town after dark. The social life of Santa Marina was carried on almost entirely by lamplight, which the warmth of the nights and the scents culled from flowers made pleasant enough. The young women, with their hair magnificently swept in coils, a red flower behind the ear, sat on the doorsteps or issued out onto balconies, while the young men ranged up and down beneath, shouting up a greeting from time to time and stopping here and there to enter into amorous talk. At the open windows merchants could be seen making up the day's account, and older women lifting jars from shelf to shelf. The streets were full of people, men for the most part, who interchanged their views of the world as they walked, or gathered round the wine tables at the street corner, where an old cripple was twanging his guitar strings while a poor girl cried her passionate song in the gutter. The two Englishwomen excited some friendly curiosity, but no one molested them. Helen sauntered on, observing the different people in their shabby clothes, who seemed so careless and so natural, with satisfaction. "Just think of the Mall tonight," she exclaimed at length. "It's the 15th of Point." March. Perhaps there's a court. She thought of the crowd waiting in the cold spring air to see the grand carriages go by. "It's very cold if it's not raining," she said. "First there are men selling picture postcards. Then there are wretched little shop girls with round bandboxes. Then there are bank clerks in tailcoats, and then any number of dressmakers. People from South Kensington drive up in a hired fly. Officials have a pair of bays. Earls, on the other hand, are allowed one footman to stand up behind. Dukes have two. Royal dukes, so I was told, have three. The king, I suppose, can have as many as he likes, and the people believe in it. Out here it seemed as though the people of England must be shaped in the body like the kings and queens, knights and pawns of the chessboard. So strange were their differences, so marked and so implicitly believed in. They had to part in order to circumvent a crowd. "They believe in God," said Rachel as they regained each other. She meant that the people in the crowd believed in him, for she remembered the crosses with bleeding plaster figures that stood where footpaths joined, and the inexplicable mystery of a service in a Roman Catholic church. "We shall never understand," she sighed. They had walked some way and it was now night, but they could see a large iron gate, a little way farther down the road on their left. "Do you mean to go right up to the hotel?" Helen asked. Rachel gave the gate a push. It swung open, and seeing no one about, and judging that nothing was private in this country, they walked straight on. An avenue of trees ran along the road, which was completely straight. The trees suddenly came to an end. The road turned a corner, and they found themselves confronted by a large square building. They had come out upon the broad terrace which ran round the hotel and were only a few feet distant from the windows. A row of long windows opened almost to the ground. They were all of them uncurtained and all brilliantly lighted, so that they could see everything inside. Each window revealed a different section of the life of the hotel. They drew into one of the broad columns of shadow which separated the windows and gazed in. They found themselves just outside the dining room. It was being swept. A waiter was eating a bunch of grapes with his leg across the corner of the table. Next door was the kitchen, where they were washing up. White cooks were dipping their arms into cauldrons, while the waiters made their meal voraciously off broken meats, sopping up the gravy with bits of crumb. Moving on, they became lost in a plantation of bushes, and then suddenly found themselves outside the drawing room, where the ladies and gentlemen, having dined well, lay back in deep armchairs, occasionally speaking or turning over the pages of magazines. A thin woman was flourishing up and down the piano. "What is a dahabeah, Charles?" The distinct voice of a widow, seated in an armchair by the window, asked her son. It was the end of the piece, and his answer was lost in the general clearing of throats and tapping of knees. "They're all old in this room," Rachel whispered. Creeping on, they found that the next window revealed two men in shirt sleeves playing billiards with two young ladies. "He pinched my arm," the plump young woman cried as she missed her stroke. "Now you two know ragging," the young man with the red face reproved them who was marking. "Take care, or we shall be seen," whispered Helen, plucking Rachel by the arm. Incautiously her head had risen to the middle of the window. Turning the corner, they came to the largest room in the hotel, which was supplied with 4 windows and was called the lounge, although it was really a hall. Hung with armor and native embroideries, furnished with divans and screens, which shut off convenient corners, the room was less formal than the others, and was evidently the haunt of youth. Signor Rodriguez, whom they knew to be the manager of the hotel, stood quite near them in the doorway surveying the scene, the gentlemen lounging in chairs, the couples leaning over coffee cups, the game of cards in the center under profuse clusters of electric light. He was congratulating himself upon the enterprise which had turned the refectory, a cold stone room with pots on trestles, into the most comfortable room in the house. The hotel was very full, and proved his wisdom in decreeing that no hotel can flourish without a lounge. The people were scattered about in couples or parties of 4, and either they were actually better acquainted, or the informal room made their manners easier. Through the open window came an uneven humming sound, like that which rises from a flock of sheep pent within hurdles at dusk. The card party occupied the center of the foreground. Helen and Rachel watched them play for some minutes without being able to distinguish a word. Helen was observing one of the men intently. He was a lean, somewhat cadaverous man of about her own age, whose profile was turned to them, and he was the partner of a highly colored girl, obviously English by birth. Suddenly, in the strange way in which some words detached themselves from the rest, they heard him say quite distinctly, "All you want is practice, Miss Warrington. Courage and practice. One's no good without the other." "Hewling Elliot, of course!" Helen exclaimed. She ducked her head immediately, for at the sound of his name he looked up. The game went on for a few minutes, and was then broken up by the approach of a wheeled chair, containing a voluminous old lady who paused by the table and said, "Better luck tonight, Susan." "All the luck's on our side," said a young man who until now had kept his back turned to the window. He appeared to be rather stout, and had a thick crop of hair. "Luck, Mr. Hewitt," said his partner, a middle-aged lady with spectacles. "I assure you, Mrs. Paley, Our success is due solely to our brilliant play. Unless I go to bed early, I get practically no sleep at all," Mrs. Paley was heard to explain, as if to justify her seizure of Susan, who got up and proceeded to wheel the chair to the door. "They'll get someone else to take my place," she said cheerfully. But she was wrong. No attempt was made to find another player, and after the young man had built 3 stories of a card house, which fell down, the players strolled off in different directions. Mr. Hute turned his full face towards the window. They could see that he had large eyes obscured by glasses. His complexion was rosy, his lips clean-shaven, and seen among ordinary people, it appeared to be an interesting face. He came straight towards them, but his eyes were fixed not upon the eavesdroppers, but upon a spot where the curtain hung in folds. "Asleep," he said. Helen and Rachel started to think that someone had been sitting near to them unobserved all the time. There were legs in the shadow. A melancholy voice issued from above them. "2 women," it said. A scuffling was heard on the gravel. The women had fled. They did not stop running until they felt certain that no eye could penetrate the darkness, and the hotel was only a square shadow in the distance, with red holes regularly cut in it. Chapter 9. An hour passed, and the downstairs rooms at the hotel grew dim and were almost deserted, while the little box-like squares above them were brilliantly irradiated. Some 40 or 50 people were going to bed. The thump of jugs set down on the floor above could be heard, and the clink of china, for there was not as thick a partition between the rooms as one might wish, so Miss Allen, the elderly lady who had been playing bridge, determined, giving the wall a smart rap with her knuckles. It was only matchboard, she decided, run up to make many little rooms of one large one. Her gray petticoat slipped to the ground and, stooping, she folded her clothes with neat if not loving fingers, screwed her hair into a plait, wound her father's great gold watch, and opened the complete works of Wordsworth. She was reading the Prelude, partly because she always read the Prelude abroad, and partly because she was engaged in writing a short primer of English literature Beowulf to Swinburne, which would have a paragraph on Wordsworth. She was deep in the 5th book, stopping indeed to swastic. Pencil a note. When a pair of boots dropped, one after another, on the floor above her, she looked up and speculated. Whose boots were they, she wondered. She then became aware of a swishing sound next door, a woman clearly putting away her dress. It was succeeded by a gentle tapping sound, such as that which accompanies hairdressing. It was very difficult to keep her attention fixed upon the prelude. Was it Susan Warrington tapping? She forced herself, however, to read to the end of the book, when she placed a mark between the pages, sighed contentedly, and then turned out the light. Very different was the room through the wall, though as like in shape as one egg box is like another. As Miss Allen read her book, Susan Warrington was brushing her hair. Ages have consecrated this hour, and the most majestic of all domestic actions, to talk of love between women, but Miss Warrington being alone could not talk. She could only look with extreme solicitude at her own face in the glass. She turned her head from side to side, tossing heavy locks now this way now that, and then withdrew a pace or two, and considered herself seriously. "I'm nice looking," she determined. Not pretty, possibly. She drew herself up a little. Yes, most people would say I was handsome. She was really wondering what Arthur Venning would say she was. Her feeling about him was decidedly queer. She would not admit to herself that she was in love with him or that she wanted to marry him, yet she spent every minute when she was alone in wondering what he thought of her and in comparing what they had done today with what they had done the day before. He didn't ask me to play, but he certainly followed me into the hall, she meditated, summing up the evening. She was 30 years of age, and owing to the number of her sisters and the seclusion of life in a country parsonage, had as yet had no proposal of marriage. The hour of confidences was often a sad one, and she had been known to jump into bed, treating her hair unkindly, feeling herself overlooked by life in comparison with others. She was a big, well-made woman, the red lying upon her cheeks in patches that were too well defined, but her serious anxiety gave her a kind of beauty. She was just about to pull back the bedclothes when she exclaimed, "Oh, but I'm forgetting," and went to her writing table. A brown volume lay there stamped with the figure of the year. She proceeded to write in the square, ugly hand of a mature child, as she wrote daily year after year, keeping the diaries, though she seldom looked at them. A.M. talked to Mrs. H. Elliot about country neighbors. She knows the Manns, also the Selby Carraways. How small the world is, like her. Read a chapter of Miss Appleby's adventure to Aunt E. P.M. Played lawn tennis with Mr. Parrott and Evelyn M. Don't like Mr. P. Have a feeling that he is not quite, though clever certainly. Beat them. Day splendid, view wonderful. 1. Gets used to no trees, though much too bare at first. Cards after dinner. Aunt E. cheerful though twingy, she says. Mem. Ask about damp sheets. She knelt in prayer and then lay down in bed, tucking the blankets comfortably about her, and in a few minutes her breathing showed that she was asleep. With its profoundly peaceful sighs and hesitations, it resembled that of a cow standing up to its knees all night through in the long grass. A glance into the next room revealed little more than a nose prominent above the sheets. Growing accustomed to the darkness, for the windows were open and showed gray squares with splinters of starlight, one could distinguish a lean form, terribly like the body of a dead person, the body indeed of William Pepper, asleep too, 36, 37, 38. Here were 3 Portuguese men of business, asleep presumably, since the snore came with the regularity of a great ticking clock. 39 was a corner room, at the end of the passage, but late. Though it was 1 struck gently downstairs, a line of light under the door showed that someone was still awake. "How late you are, Hugh," a woman, lying in bed, said in a peevish but solicitous voice. Her husband was brushing his teeth and for some moments did not answer. "You should have gone to sleep," he replied. "I was talking to Thornbury." "But you know that I never can sleep when I'm waiting for you," she said. To that he made no answer, but only remarked, "Well then, we'll turn out the light." They were silent. The faint but penetrating pulse of an electric bell could now be heard in the corridor. Old Mrs. Paley, having woken hungry but without her spectacles, was summoning her maid to find the biscuit box. The maid, having answered the bell, drearily respectful even at this hour, though muffled in a mackintosh, the passage was left in silence. Downstairs all was empty and dark, but on the upper floor a light still burnt in the room where the boots had dropped so heavily above Miss Allen's head. Here was a gentleman who, a few hours previously, in the shade of the curtain, had seemed to consist entirely of legs. Deep in an armchair, he was reading the 3rd volume of Gibbon's History of the Decline and Fall of Rome by Candlelight. As he read, he knocked the ash automatically, now and again, from his cigarette and turned the page, while a whole procession of splendid sentences entered his capacious brow and went marching through his brain in order. It seemed likely that this process might continue for an hour or more, until the entire regiment had shifted its quarters, had not the door opened, and the young man, who was inclined to be stout, come in with large naked feet. "Oh, Hurst, what I forgot to say was—" "2 minutes," said Hurst, raising his finger. He safely stowed away the last words of the paragraph. "What was it you forgot to say?" he asked. "You think you do make enough allowance for feelings?" asked Mr. Hute. He had again forgotten what he had meant to say. After intense contemplation of the immaculate Gibbon, Mr. Hurst smiled at the question of his friend. He laid aside his book and considered. "I should call yours a singularly untidy mind," he observed. "Feelings? Aren't they just what we do allow for? We put love up there, and all the rest somewhere down below." With his left hand he indicated the top of a pyramid, and with his right the bass. "But you didn't get out of bed to tell me that," he added severely. "I got out of bed," said Hewitt vaguely, "merely to talk, I suppose." "Meanwhile I shall undress," said Hurst. When naked of all but his shirt and bent over the basin, Mr. Hurst no longer impressed one with the majesty of his intellect, but with the pathos of his young yet ugly body, for he stooped, and he was so thin that there were dark lines between the different bones of his neck and shoulders. "Women interest me," said Hewitt, who, sitting on the bed with his chin resting on his knees, paid no attention to the undressing of Mr. Hurst. "They're so stupid," said Hurst. "You're sitting on my pajamas." "I suppose they are stupid," Hewitt wondered. "There can't be two opinions about that, I imagine," said Hurst, hopping briskly across the room. "Unless you're in love that fat woman Warrington?" he inquired. "Not one fat woman, all fat women," Hewitt sighed. "The women I saw tonight were not fat," said Hurst, who was taking advantage of Hewitt's company to cut his toenails. "Describe them," said Hewitt. "You know I can't describe things," said Hurst. "They were much like other women, I should think." "They always are." "No, that's where we differ," said Hewitt. "I say everything's different. No two people are in the least the same. Take you and me now." "So I used to think once," said Hurst. "But now they're all types. Don't take us. Take this hotel. You could draw circles round the whole lot of them, and they'd never stray outside." "You can kill a hen by doing that," Hewitt murmured. Mr. Hewling Elliot, Mrs. Hewling Elliot, Miss Allen, Mr. and Mrs. Thornberry, one circle," Hurst continued. "Miss Warrington, Mr. Arthur Venning, Mr. Parrott, Evelyn M., another circle. Then there are a whole lot of natives. Finally ourselves." "Are we all alone in our circle?" asked Hewitt. "Quite alone," said Hurst. "You try to get out, but you can't. You only make a mess of things by trying." "I'm not a hen in a circle," said Hewitt. "I'm a dove on a tree top." "I wonder if this is what they call an ingrowing toenail," said Hurst, examining the big toe on his left foot. "I flit from branch to branch," continued Hewitt. "The world is profoundly pleasant." He lay back on the bed, upon his arms. "I wonder if it's really nice to be as vague as you are?" asked Hurst, looking at him. "It's the lack of continuity that's what's so odd about you," he went on. "At the age of 27, which is nearly 30, you seem to have drawn no conclusions. A party of old women excites you still, as though you were 3. Hewitt contemplated the angular young man, who was neatly brushing the rims of his toenails into the fireplace, in silence for a moment. "I respect you, Hurst," he remarked. "I envy you some things," said Hurst. 1. Your capacity for not thinking. 2. People like you better than they like me. Women like you, I suppose. I wonder whether that isn't really what matters most," said Hewitt. Lying now flat on the bed, he waved his hand in vague circles above him. "Of course it is," said Hurst. "But that's not the difficulty. The difficulty is, isn't it, to find an appropriate object?" "There are no female hens in your circle?" asked Hewitt. "Not the ghost of one," said Hurst. Although they had known each other for 3 years, Hurst had never yet heard the true story of Hewitt's loves. In general conversation it was taken for granted that they were many, but in private the subject was allowed to lapse. The fact that he had money enough to do no work, and that he had left Cambridge after 2 terms owing to a difference with the authorities, and had then travelled and drifted, made his life strange at many points where his friends' lives were much of a piece. "I don't see your circles. I don't see them," Hugh continued. "I see a thing like a teetotum spinning in and out, knocking into things, dashing from side to side, collecting numbers more and more and more, till the whole place is thick with them. Round and round they go out there, over the rim out of sight." His fingers showed that the waltzing teetotums had spun over the edge of the counterpane and fallen off the bed into infinity. "Could you contemplate 3 weeks alone in this hotel?" asked Hurst after a moment's pause. Hewitt proceeded to think. The truth of it is that one never is alone, and one never is in company, he concluded. Meaning? Said Hurst. Meaning? Oh, something about bubbles, auras, what you call 'em. You can't see my bubble, I can't see yours. All we see of each other is a speck, like the wick in the middle of that flame. The flame goes about with us everywhere. It's not ourselves exactly, but what we feel. The world is short, or people mainly. All kinds of people. A nice streaky bubble yours must be, said Hurst. And supposing my bubble could run into someone else's bubble, and they both burst, put in Hurst. Then, pondered Hewitt, as if to himself, it would be an e-nor. Mouse world, he said, stretching his arms to their full width, as though even so they could hardly clasp the Billy universe, for when he was with Hurst, he always felt unusually sanguine and vague. I don't think you altogether as foolish as I used to, Hewitt, said Hurst. You don't know what you mean, but you try to say it. But aren't you enjoying yourself here? Asked Hewitt. On the whole, yes, said Hurst. I like observing people. I like looking at things. This country is amazingly beautiful. Did you notice how the top of the mountain turned yellow tonight? Really, we must take our lunch and spin the day out. You're getting disgustingly fat. He pointed at the calf of Hewitt's bare leg. We'll get up an expedition, said Hewitt energetically. We'll ask the entire hotel. We'll hire donkeys and... Oh, Lord, said Hurst. Do shut it. I can see Miss Warrington and Miss Allen and Mrs. Elliot and the rest squatting on the stones and quacking. How jolly. We'll ask Venning and Perrott and Miss Murgatroyd, everyone we can lay hands on, went on Hewitt. What's the name of the little old grasshopper with the eyeglasses? Pepper? Pepper shall lead us. Thank God you'll never get the donkeys, said Hurst. I must make a note of that, said Hewitt, slowly dropping his feet to the floor. Hurst escorts Miss Warrington. Pepper advances alone on a white ass. Provisions equally distributed, or shall we hire a mule? The matron's theirs, Mrs. Paley, by Jove, share a carriage. That's where you'll go wrong, said Hurst. Putting virgins among matrons. How long should you think that an expedition like that would take, Hurst? Asked Hewitt. From 12 to 16 hours, I would say, said Hurst. The time usually occupied by a first confinement. It will need considerable organization, said Hewitt. He was now padding softly round the room and stopped to stir the books on the table. They lay heaped one upon another. We shall want some poets, too, he remarked. Not Gibbon. No. Do you happen to have Modern Love or John Donne? You see, I contemplate pauses when people get tired of looking at the view, and then it would be nice to read something rather difficult aloud. Mrs. Paley will enjoy herself, said Hurst. Mrs. Paley will enjoy it certainly, said Hewitt. It's one of the saddest things I know the way elderly ladies cease to read poetry. And yet how appropriate this is. I speak as one who plumbs life's dim profound, one who at length can sound clear views and certain. But after love what comes, a scene that lowers, a few sad vacant hours, and then the curtain. I dare say Mrs. Paley is the only one of us who can really understand that. We'll ask her, said Hurst. Please, Hewitt, if you must go to bed, draw my curtain. Few things distress me more than the moonlight. Hewitt retreated, pressing the poems of Thomas Hardy beneath his arm, and in their beds next door to each other, both the young men were soon asleep. Between the extinction of Hewitt's candle and the rising of a dusky Spanish boy, who was the first to survey the desolation of the hotel in the early morning, a few hours of silence intervened. One could almost hear 100 people breathing deeply, and however wakeful and restless, it would have been hard to escape sleep in the middle of so much sleep. Looking out of the windows, there was only darkness to be seen. All over the shadowed half of the world, people lay prone, and a few flickering lights and empty streets marked the places where their cities were built. Red and yellow omnibuses were crowding each other in Piccadilly. Sumptuous women were rocking at a standstill, but here in the darkness an owl flitted from tree to tree, and when the breeze lifted the branches the moon flashed as if it were a torch. Until all people should awake again, the houseless animals were abroad, the tigers and the stags and the elephants coming down in the darkness to drink at pools. The wind at night blowing over the hills and woods was purer and fresher than the wind by day, and the earth, robbed of detail, more mysterious than the earth colored and divided by roads and fields. For 6 hours this profound beauty existed, and then as the east grew whiter and whiter the ground swam to the surface, the roads were revealed, the smoke rose, and the people stirred, and the sun shone upon the windows of the hotel at Santa Marina until they were uncurtained, and the gong blaring all through the house gave notice of breakfast. Directly breakfast was over, the ladies as usual circled vaguely, picking up papers and putting them down again, about the hall. "And what are you going to do today?" asked Mrs. Elliot, drifting up against Miss Warrington. Mrs. Elliot, the wife of Hewling the Oxford Don, was a short woman, whose expression was habitually plaintive. Her eyes moved from thing to thing as though they never found anything sufficiently pleasant to rest upon for any length of time. "I'm going to try to get Aunt Emma out into the town," said Susan. "She's not seen a thing yet." "I call it so spirited of her at her age," said Mrs. Elliot, coming all this way from her own fireside. "Yes, we always tell her she'll die on board ship," Susan replied. "She was born on one," she added. "In the old days," said Mrs. Elliot, "a great many people were. I always pity the poor women so. We've got a lot to complain of." She shook her head, her eyes wandered about the table, and she remarked irrelevantly, "The poor little Queen of Holland." Newspaper reporters practically, one may say, at her bedroom door. "Were you talking of the Queen of Holland?" said the pleasant voice of Miss Allen, who was searching for the thick pages of the Times among a litter of thin foreign sheets. "I always envy anyone who lives in such an excessively flat country," she remarked. "How very strange," said Mrs. Elliot. "I find a flat country so depressing." "I'm afraid you can't be very happy here then, Miss Allen," said Susan. "On the contrary," said Miss Allen, "I am exceedingly fond of mountains." Perceiving the Times at some distance, she moved off to secure it. "Well, I must find my husband," said Mrs. Elliot, fidgeting away. "And I must go to my aunt," said Miss Warrington, and taking up the duties of the day, they moved away. Whether the flimsiness of foreign sheets and the coarseness of their type is any proof of frivolity and ignorance, there is no doubt that English people scarce consider news read there as news, any more than a program bought from a man in the street inspires confidence in what it says. A very respectable elderly pair, having inspected the long tables of newspapers, did not think it worth their while to read more than the headlines. "The debate on the 15th should have reached us by now," Mrs. Thornbury murmured. Mr. Thornbury, who was beautifully clean and had red rubbed into his handsome worn face like traces of paint on a weather-beaten wooden figure, looked over his glasses and saw that Miss Allen had the Times. The couple therefore sat themselves down in armchairs and waited. "Ah, there's Mr. Hewitt," said Mrs. Thornbury. "Mr. Hewitt," she continued, "do come and sit by us. I was telling my husband how much you reminded me of a dear old friend of mine, Mary Appleby. She was a most delightful woman, I assure you. She grew roses. We used to stay with her in the old days. No young man likes to have it said that he resembles an elderly spinster," said Mr. Thornbury. "On the contrary," said Mr. Hewitt, "I always think it a compliment to remind people of someone else." "But Miss Appleby, why did she grow roses?" "Ah, poor thing," said Mrs. Thornbury, "that's a long story. She had gone through dreadful sorrows. At one time, I think she would have lost her senses if it hadn't been for her garden. The soil was very much against her, A blessing in disguise. She had to be up at dawn, out in all weathers. And then there are creatures that eat roses, but she triumphed. She always did. She was a brave soul. She sighed deeply, but at the same time with resignation. I did not realize that I was monopolizing the paper, said Miss Allen, coming up to them. We were so anxious to read about the debate, said Mrs. Thornberry, accepting it on behalf of her husband. One doesn't realize how interesting a debate can be until one has sons in the Navy. My interests are equally balanced, though. I have sons in the Army too, and one son who makes speeches at the Union, my baby. Hurst would know him, I expect, said Hute. Mr. Hurst has such an interesting face, said Mrs. Thornberry. But I feel one ought to be very clever to talk to him. Well, William, she enquired, for Mr. Thornberry grunted. They're making a mess of it, said Mr. Thornberry. He had reached the second column of the report, a spasmodic column, for the Irish members had been brawling 3 weeks ago at Westminster over a question of naval efficiency. After a disturbed paragraph or two, the column of print once more ran smoothly. You have read it? Mrs. Thornberry asked Miss Allen. No, I am ashamed to say I have only read about the discoveries in Crete, said Miss Allen. Oh, but I would give so much to realize the ancient world, cried Mrs. Thornberry. Now that we old people are alone, we're on our second honeymoon. I am really going to put myself to school again. After all, we are founded on the past, aren't we, Mr. Hute? My soldier son says that there is still a great deal to be learnt from Hannibal. One ought to know so much more than one does. Somehow, when I read the paper, I begin with the debates first, and, before I've done, the door always opens. We're a very large party at home, and so one never does think enough about the ancients and all they've done for us. But you begin at the beginning, Miss Allen. When I think of the Greeks, I think of them as naked black men, said Miss Allen, which is quite incorrect, I'm sure. And you, Mr. Hurst, said Mrs. Thornberry, perceiving that the gaunt young man was near. I'm sure you read everything. I confine myself to cricket and crime, said Hurst. The worst of coming from the upper classes, he continued, is that one's friends are never killed in railway accidents. Mr. Thornberry threw down the paper and emphatically dropped his eyeglasses. The sheets fell in the middle of the group and were eyed by them all. It's not gone well? Asked his wife solicitously. Hewitt picked up one sheet and read, A lady was walking yesterday in the streets of Westminster when she perceived a cat in the window of a deserted house. The famished animal, I shall be out of it anyway. Mr. Thornberry interrupted peevishly. Cats are often forgotten, Miss Allen remarked. Remember, William, the Prime Minister has reserved his answer, said Mrs. Thornberry. At the age of 80, Mr. Joshua Harris of Eels Park, Brondesbury, has had a son, said Hurst. The famished animal, which had been noticed by workmen for some days, was rescued, but by Jove, it bit the man's hand to pieces. Wild with hunger, I suppose, commented Miss Allen. You're all neglecting the chief advantage of being abroad, said Mr. Hewling Elliot, who had joined the group. You might read your news in French, which is equivalent to reading no news at all. Mr. Elliot had a profound knowledge of Coptic, which he concealed as far as possible, and quoted French phrases so exquisitely that it was hard to believe that he could also speak the ordinary tongue. He had an immense respect for the French. Coming, he asked the two young men. We ought to start before it's really hot. I beg of you not to walk in the heat, Hugh, his wife pleaded, giving him an angular parcel enclosing half a chicken and some raisins. Hewitt will be our barometer, said Mr. Elliot. He will melt before I shall. Indeed, if so much as a drop had melted off his spare ribs, the bones would have lain bare. The ladies were left alone now, surrounding the Times which lay upon the floor. Miss Allen looked at her father's watch. 10 minutes to 11, she observed. Work? Asked Mrs. Thornberry. Work, replied Miss Allen. "What a fine creature she is," murmured Mrs. Thornbury as the square figure in its manly coat withdrew. "And I'm sure she has a hard life," sighed Mrs. Elliot. "Oh, it is a hard life," said Mrs. Thornbury. "Unmarried women earning their livings. It's the hardest life of all." "Yet she seems pretty cheerful," said Mrs. Elliot. "It must be very interesting," said Mrs. Thornbury. "I envy her knowledge." "But that isn't what women want," said Mrs. Elliot. "I'm afraid it's all a great many can hope to have," sighed Mrs. Thornbury. "I believe that there are more of us than ever now. Sir Harley Lethbridge was telling me only the other day how difficult it is to find boys for the Navy, partly because of their teeth. It is true. And I have heard young women talk quite openly of dreadful, dreadful," exclaimed Mrs. Elliot. "The crown, as one may call it, of a woman's life. I, who know what it is to be childless." She sighed and ceased. "But we must not be hard," said Mrs. Thornbury. "The conditions are so much changed since I was a young woman." "Surely maternity does not change," said Mrs. Elliot. "In some ways we can learn a great deal from the young," said Mrs. Thornbury. "I learned so much from my own daughters." "I believe that Hewling really doesn't mind," said Mrs. Elliot. "But then he has his work. Women without children can do so much for the children of others," observed Mrs. Thornbury gently. "I sketch a great deal," said Mrs. Elliot, "but that isn't really an occupation. It's so disconcerting to find girls just beginning doing better than one does oneself, and nature's difficult, very difficult." "Are there not institutions, clubs that you could help?" asked Mrs. Thornbury. "They are so exhausting," said Mrs. Elliot. "I look strong because of my color, but I'm not. The youngest of 11 never is." "If the mother is careful before," said Mrs. Thornbury judicially, "there is no reason why the size of the family should make any difference, and there is no training like the training that brothers and sisters give each other. I am sure of that. I have seen it with my own children. My eldest boy Ralph, for instance." But Mrs. Elliot was inattentive to the elder lady's experience, and her eyes wandered about the hall. "My mother had 2 miscarriages, I know," she said suddenly. "The first because she met one of those great dancing bears they shouldn't be allowed. The other, it was a hard story. Our cook had a child, and there was a dinner party. So I put my dyspepsia down to that. And a miscarriage is so much worse than a confinement." Mrs. Thornbury murmured absent-mindedly, adjusting her spectacles and picking up the Times. Mrs. Elliot rose and fluttered away. When she had heard what one of the million voices speaking in the paper had to say, and noticed that a cousin of hers had married a clergyman at Minehead, ignoring the drunken women, the golden animals of Crete, the movements of battalions, the dinners, the reforms, the fires, the indignant, the learned and benevolent, Mrs. Thornbury went upstairs to write a letter for the mail. The paper lay directly beneath the clock, the two together seeming to represent stability in a changing world. Mr. Parrott passed through. Mr. Vinning poised for a second on the edge of a table. Mrs. Paley was wheeled past. Susan followed. Mr. Vinning strolled after her. Portuguese military families, their clothes suggesting late rising and untidy bedrooms, trailed across, attended by confidential nurses carrying noisy children. As midday drew on and the sun beat straight upon the roof, an eddy of great flies droned in a circle. Iced drinks were served under the palms. The long blinds were pulled down with a shriek, turning all the light yellow. The clock now had a silent hall to tick in, and an audience of 4 or 5 somnolent merchants. By degrees, white figures with shady hats came in at the door, admitting a wedge of the hot summer day, and shutting it out again. After resting in the dimness for a minute, they went upstairs. Simultaneously, the clock wheezed 1, and the gong sounded, beginning softly, working itself into a frenzy, and ceasing. There was a pause. Then all those who had gone upstairs came down. Cripples came, planting both feet on the same step lest they should slip. Prim little girls came, holding the nurse's finger. Fat old men came, still buttoning waistcoats. The gong had been sounded in the garden, and by degrees recumbent figures rose and strolled in to eat, since the time had come for them to feed again. There were pools and bars of shade in the garden even at midday, where 2 or 3 visitors could lie working or talking at their ease. Owing to the heat of the day, luncheon was generally a silent meal when people observed their neighbors and took stock of any new faces there might be, hazarding guesses as to who they were and what they did. Mrs. Paley, although well over 70 and crippled in the legs, enjoyed her food and the peculiarities of her fellow beings. She was seated at a small table with Susan. I shouldn't like to say what she is. She chuckled, surveying a tall woman dressed conspicuously in white, with paint in the hollows of her cheeks, who was always late and always attended by a shabby female follower, at which remark Susan blushed and wondered why her aunt said such things. Lunch went on methodically until each of the 7 courses was left in fragments and the fruit was merely a toy to be peeled and sliced as a child destroys a daisy, petal by petal. The food served as an extinguisher upon any faint flame of the human spirit that might survive the midday heat, but Susan sat in her room afterwards, turning over and over the delightful fact that Mr. Venning had come to her in the garden, and had sat there quite half an hour while she read aloud to her aunt. Men and women sought different corners where they could lie unobserved, and from 2 to 4 it might be said without exaggeration that the hotel was inhabited by bodies without souls. Disastrous would have been the results if a fire or a death had suddenly demanded something heroic of human nature, but tragedies come in the hungry hours. Towards 4 o'clock the human spirit again began to lick the body, as a flame licks a black promontory of coal. Mrs. Proctor Paley felt it unseemly to open her toothless jaw so widely, though there was no one near, and Mrs. Elliot surveyed her round, flushed face anxiously in the looking-glass. Half an hour later, having removed the traces of sleep, they met each other in the hall, and Mrs. Paley observed that she was going to have her tea. "You like your tea too, don't you?" she said, and invited Mrs. Elliot, whose husband was still out, to join her at a special table which she had placed for her under a tree. "A little silver goes a long way in this country," she chuckled. She sent Susan back to fetch another cup. "They have such excellent biscuits here," she said, contemplating a plateful. "Not sweet biscuits, which I don't like, dry biscuits. Have you been sketching?" "Oh, I've done 2 or 3 little daubs," said Mrs. Elliot, speaking rather louder than usual. "But it's so difficult after Oxfordshire, where there are so many trees. The light's so strong here. Some people admire it, I know, but I find it very fatiguing." "I really don't need cooking, Susan," said Mrs. Paley, when her niece returned. "I must trouble you to move me." Everything had to be moved. Finally, the old lady was placed so that the light wavered over her as though she were a fish in a net. Susan poured out tea, and was just remarking that they were having hot weather in Wiltshire too, when Mr. Venning asked whether he might join them. "It's so nice to find a young man who doesn't despise tea," said Mrs. Paley, regaining her good humor. "One of my nephews the other day asked for a glass of sherry at 5 o'clock. I told him he could get it at the public house round the corner, but not in my drawing room." "I'd rather go without lunch than tea," said Mr. Venning. "That's not strictly true. I want both." Mr. Venning was a dark young man, about 32 years of age, very slapdash and confident in his manner, although at this moment obviously a little excited. His friend Mr. Parrott was a barrister, and as Mr. Parrott refused to go anywhere without Mr. Venning, it was necessary, when Mr. Parrott came to Santa Marina about a company, for Mr. Venning to come too. He was a barrister also, but he loathed the profession which kept him indoors over books, and directly his widowed mother died, he was going, so he confided to Susan, to take up flying seriously and become partner in a large business for making aeroplanes. The talk rambled on. It dealt, of course, with the beauties and singularities of the place, the streets, the people, and the quantities of unowned yellow dogs. "Don't you think it dreadfully cruel the way they treat dogs in this country?" asked Mrs. Paley. "I'd have 'em all shot," said Mr. Venning. "Oh, but the darling puppies," said Susan. "Jolly little chaps," said Mr. Venning. "Look here, you've got nothing to eat." A great wedge of cake was handed Susan on the point of a trembling knife. Her hand trembled too as she took it. "I have such a dear dog at home," said Mrs. Elliot. "My parrot can't stand dogs," said Mrs. Paley with the air of one making a confidence. "I always suspect that he or she was teased by a dog when I was abroad." "You didn't get far this morning, Miss Warrington," said Mr. Venning. "It was hot," she answered. Their conversation became private, owing to Mrs. Paley's deafness and the long sad history which Mrs. Elliot had embarked upon of a wire-haired terrier, white, with just one black spot, belonging to an uncle of hers, which had committed suicide. "Animals do commit suicide," she sighed, as if she asserted a painful fact. "Couldn't we explore the town this evening?" Mr. Venning suggested. "My Aunt Susan began." "You deserve a holiday," he said. "You're always doing things for other people." "But that's my life," she said, under cover of refilling the teapot. "That's no one's life," he returned. "No young person's. You'll come?" "I should like to come," she murmured. At this moment Mrs. Elliot looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, Hugh, he's bringing someone," she added. "He would like some tea," said Mrs. Paley. "Susan, run and get some cups there." Are the two young men. "We're thirsting for tea," said Mr. Elliot. "You know Mr. Ambrose, Hilda? We met on the hill." "He dragged me in," said Ridley, "or I should have been ashamed. I'm dusty and dirty and disagreeable." He pointed to his boots, which were white with dust, while a dejected flower drooping in his buttonhole, like an exhausted animal over a gate, added to the effect of length and untidiness. He was introduced to the others. Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Hurst brought chairs, and tea began again, Susan pouring cascades of water from pot to pot, always cheerfully, and with the competence of long use. "My wife's brother," Ridley explained to Hilda, whom he failed to remember, "has a house here, which he has lent us." I was sitting on a rock thinking of nothing at all, when Elliot started up like a fairy in a pantomime. "Our chicken got into the salt," Hewitt said dolefully to Susan. "Nor is it true that bananas include moisture as well as sustenance." Hurst was already drinking. "We've been cursing you," said Ridley in answer to Mrs. Elliot's kind inquiries about his wife. "You tourists eat up all the eggs, Helen tells me. That's an eyesore, too." He nodded his head at the hotel. "Disgusting luxury, I call it. We live with pigs in the drawing room." "The food is not at all what it ought to be, considering the price," said Mrs. Paley seriously. "But unless one goes to a hotel, where is one to go to?" "Stay at home," said Ridley. "I often wish I had. Everyone ought to stay at home. But of course they won't." Mrs. Paley conceived a certain grudge against Ridley, who seemed to be criticizing her habits after an acquaintance of 5 minutes. "I believe in foreign travel myself," she stated, "if one knows one's native land, which I think I can honestly say I do. I should not allow anyone to travel until they had visited Kent and Dorsetshire. Kent for the hops, and Dorsetshire for its old stone cottages. There is nothing to compare with them here. Yes, I always think that some people like the flat and other people like the downs," said Mrs. Elliot rather vaguely. Hurst, who had been eating and drinking without interruption, now lit a cigarette and observed, "Oh, but we're all agreed by this time that nature's a mistake. She's either very ugly, appallingly uncomfortable, or absolutely terrifying. I don't know which alarms me most, a cow or a tree. I once met a cow in a field by night. The creature looked at me. I assure you it turned my hair gray. It's a disgrace that the animal should be allowed to go at large." "And what did the cow think of him?" Venning mumbled to Susan, who immediately decided in her own mind that Mr. Hurst was a dreadful young man, and that although he had such an air of being clever, he probably wasn't as clever as Arthur in the ways that really matter. "Wasn't it Wilde who discovered the fact that nature makes no allowance for hip bones?" inquired Hewling Elliot. He knew by this time exactly what scholarships and distinction Hurst enjoyed and had formed a very high opinion of his capacities. But Hurst merely drew his lips together very tightly and made no reply. Ridley conjectured that it was now permissible for him to take his leave. Politeness required him to thank Mrs. Elliot for his tea, and to add, with a wave of his hand, "You must come up and see us." The wave included both Hurst and Hewitt answered, "I should like it immensely." The party broke up, and Susan, who had never felt so happy in her life, was just about to start for her walk in the town with Arthur when Mrs. Paley beckoned her back. She could not understand from the book how double demon Patience is played, and suggested that if they sat down and worked it out together, it would fill up the time nicely before dinner. Chapter 10. Among the promises which Mrs. Ambrose had made her niece should she stay, was a room cut off from the rest of the house, large, private, a room in which she could play, read, think, defy the world, a fortress as well as a sanctuary. Rooms, she knew, became more like worlds than rooms at the age of 24. Her judgment was correct, and when she shut the door Rachel entered an enchanted place, where the poets sang and things fell into their right proportions. Some days after the vision of the hotel by night, she was sitting alone, sunk in an armchair, reading a brightly covered red volume lettered on the back, "Works of Henrik Ibsen." Music was open on the piano, and books of music rose in two jagged pillars on the floor, but for the moment music was deserted. Far from looking bored or absent-minded, her eyes were concentrated almost sternly upon the page, and from her breathing, which was slow but repressed, it could be seen that her whole body was constrained by the working of her mind. At last she shut the book sharply, lay back, and drew a deep breath, expressive of the wonder which always marks the transition from the imaginary world to the real world. "What I want to know," she said aloud, "is this: what is the truth? What's the truth of it all?" She was speaking partly as herself, and partly as the heroine of the play she had just read. The landscape outside, because she had seen nothing but print for the space of 2 hours, now appeared amazingly solid and clear. But although there were men on the hill washing the trunks of olive trees with a white liquid, for the moment she herself was the most vivid thing in it, an heroic statue in the middle of the foreground, dominating the view. Ibsen's plays always left her in that condition. She acted them for days at a time, greatly to Helen's amusement, and then it would be Meredith's turn, and she became Diana of the Crossways. But Helen was aware that it was not all acting, and that some sort of change was taking place in the human being. When Rachel became tired of the rigidity of her pose on the back of the chair, she turned round, slid comfortably down into it, and gazed out over the furniture through the window opposite, which opened on the garden. Her mind wandered away from Nora, but she went on thinking of things that the book suggested to her, of women and life. During the 3 months she had been here, she had made up considerably, as Helen meant she should, for time spent in interminable walks round sheltered gardens and the household gossip of her aunts. But Mrs. Ambrose would have been the first to disclaim any influence, or indeed any belief, that to influence was within her power. She saw her less shy and less serious, which was all to the good, and the violent leaps and the interminable mazes which had led to that result were usually not even guessed at by her. Talk was the medicine she trusted to. Talk about everything, talk that was free, unguarded, and as candid as a habit of talking with men, made natural in her own case. Nor did she encourage those habits of unselfishness and amiability founded upon insincerity which are put at so high a value in mixed households of men and women. She desired that Rachel should think, and for this reason offered books and discouraged too entire a dependence upon Bach and Beethoven and Wagner. But when Mrs. Ambrose would have suggested Defoe, Maupassant, or some spacious chronicle of family life, Rachel chose modern books, books in shiny yellow covers, books with a great deal of gilding on the back, which were tokens in her aunt's eyes of harsh wrangling and disputes about facts which had no such importance as the moderns claimed for them. But she did not interfere. Rachel read what she chose, reading with the curious literalness of one to whom written sentences are unfamiliar, and handling words as though they were made of wood, separately of great importance, and possessed of shapes like tables or chairs. In this way she came to conclusions which had to be remodeled according to the adventures of the day, and were indeed recast as liberally as anyone could desire, leaving always a small grain of belief behind them. Ibsen was succeeded by a novel such as Mrs. Ambrose detested, whose purpose was to distribute the guilt of a woman's downfall upon the right shoulders, a purpose which was achieved if the reader's discomfort were any proof of it. She threw the book down, looked out of the window, turned away from the window, and relapsed into an armchair. The morning was hot, and the exercise of reading left her mind contracting and expanding like the mainspring of a clock, and the small noises of midday, which one can ascribe to no definite cause, in a regular rhythm. It was all very real, very big, very impersonal, and after a moment or two she began to raise her first finger and to let it fall on the arm of her chair so as to bring back to herself some consciousness of her own existence. She was next overcome by the unspeakable queerness of the fact that she should be sitting in an armchair in the morning in the middle of the world. Who were the people moving in the house, moving things from one place to another? And life, what was that? It was only a light passing over the surface and vanishing, as in time she would vanish, though the furniture in the room would remain. Her dissolution became so complete that she could not raise her finger any more, and sat perfectly still, listening and looking always at the same spot. It became stranger and stranger. She was overcome with awe that things should exist at all. She forgot that she had any fingers to raise. The things that existed were so immense and so desolate. She continued to be conscious of these vast masses of substance for a long stretch of time, the clock still ticking in the midst of the universal silence. "Come in," she said mechanically, for a string in her brain seemed to be pulled by a persistent knocking at the door. With great slowness, the door opened and a tall human being came towards her, holding out her arm and saying, "What am I to say to this?" The utter absurdity of a woman coming into a room with a piece of paper in her hand amazed Rachel. "I don't know what to answer, or who Terence Hewitt is," Helen continued in the toneless voice of a ghost. She put a paper before Rachel on which were written the incredible words, "Dear Merce, Amberus, I am getting up a picnic for next Friday, when we propose to start at 11:30 if the weather is fine, and to make the ascent of Monte Rosa. It will take some time, but the view should be magnificent. It would give me great pleasure if you and Miss Vinrace would consent to be of the party. Yours sincerely, Terence Hitch." Yeadowet Rachel read the words aloud to make herself believe in them. For the same reason she put her hand on Helen's shoulder. "Books, books," said Helen in her absent-minded way. "More new books. I wonder what you find in them." For the second time Rachel read the letter, but to herself. This time, instead of seeming vague as ghost, each word was astonishingly prominent. They came out as the tops of mountains come through a mist. Friday, 11:30, Miss Vinrace. The blood began to run in her veins. She felt her eyes brighten. "We must go," she said, rather surprising Helen by her decision. "We must certainly go." Such was the relief of finding that things still happened, and indeed they appeared the brighter for the mist surrounding them. "Monte Rosa, that's the mountain over there, isn't it?" said Helen. "But Hewitt, who's he?" "One of the young men Ridley met, I suppose. Shall I say yes, then?" It may be dreadfully dull." She took the letter back and went, for the messenger was waiting for her. Answer. The party which had been suggested a few nights ago in Mr. Hurst's bedroom had taken shape and was the source of great satisfaction to Mr. Hute, who had seldom used his practical abilities and was pleased to find them equal to the strain. His invitations had been universally accepted, which was the more encouraging as they had been issued against Hurst's advice to people who were very dull, not at all suited to each other, and sure not to come. "Undoubtedly," he said, as he twirled and untwirled a note signed Helen Ambrose, "the gifts needed to make a great commander have been absurdly overrated. About half the intellectual effort which is needed to review a book of modern poetry has enabled me to get together 7 or 8 people of opposite sexes at the same spot at the same hour on the same day. What else is generalship, Hurst? What more did Wellington do on the field of Waterloo? It's like counting the number of pebbles of a path, tedious but not difficult." He was sitting in his bedroom, one leg over the arm of the chair, and Hurst was writing a letter opposite. Hurst was quick to point out that all the difficulties remained. "For instance, here are 2 women you've never seen. Suppose one of them suffers from mountain sickness, as my sister does, and the other—" "Oh, the women are for you," Hewitt interrupted. "I asked them solely for your benefit. What you want, Hurst, you know, is the society of young women of your own age. You don't know how to get on with women, which is a great defect, considering that half the world consists of women." Hurst groaned that he was quite aware of that. But Hute's complacency was a little chilled as he walked with Hurst to the place where a general meeting had been appointed. He wondered why on earth he had asked these people, and what one really expected to get from bunching human beings up together. Cows, he reflected, draw together in a field, ships in a calm, and we're just the same when we've nothing else to do. But why do we do it? Is it to prevent ourselves from seeing to the bottom of things? He stopped by a stream and began stirring it with his walking stick and clouding the water with mud. Making cities and mountains and whole universes out of nothing? Or do we really love each other? Or do we, on the other hand, live in a state of perpetual uncertainty, knowing nothing, leaping from moment to moment as from world to world? Which is, on the whole, the view I incline to." He jumped over the stream. Hurst went round and joined him, remarking that he had long ceased to look for the reason of any human action. Half a mile further, they came to a group of plane trees and the salmon-pink farmhouse standing by the stream which had been chosen as meeting place. It was a shady spot, lying conveniently just where the hill sprung out from the flat. Between the thin stems of the plane trees the young men could see little knots of donkeys pasturing, and a tall woman rubbing the nose of one of them, while another woman was kneeling by the stream, lapping water out of her palms. As they entered the shady place, Helen looked up and then held out her hand. "I must introduce myself," she said. "I am Mrs. Ambrose." Having shaken hands, she said, "That's my niece." Rachel approached awkwardly. She held out her hand, but withdrew it. "It's all wet," she said. Scarcely had they spoken when the first carriage drew up. The donkeys were quickly jerked into attention, and the second carriage arrived. By degrees the grove filled with people. The Elliots, the Thornberrys, Mr. Venning and Susan, Miss Allen, Evelyn Murgatroyd, and Mr. Perrott. Mr. Hurst acted the part of hoarse, energetic sheepdog. By means of a few words of caustic Latin, he had the animals marshaled, and by inclining a sharp shoulder he lifted the ladies. "What Cute fails to understand," he remarked, "is that we must break the back of the ascent before midday." He was assisting a young lady, by name Evelyn Murgatroyd, as he spoke. She rose light as a bubble to her seat, with a feather drooping from a broad-brimmed hat in white from top to toe. She looked like a gallant lady of the time of Charles I, leading royalist troops into action. "Ride with me," she commanded, and, as soon as Hurst had swung himself across a mule, the two started, leading the cavalcade. "You're not to call me Miss Murgatroyd. I hate it," she said. "My name's Evelyn. What's yours?" "St. John," he said. "I like that," said Evelyn. "And what's your friend's name?" "His initials being R.S.T. "We call him Monk," said Hurst. "Oh, you're all too clever," she said. "Which way?" "Pick me a branch. Let's canter." She gave her donkey a sharp cut with the switch and started forward. The full and romantic career of Evelyn Murgatroyd is best hit off by her own words, "Call me Evelyn, and I'll call you St. John." She said that on very slight provocation her surname was enough, but although a great many young men had answered her already with considerable spirit, she went on saying it and making choice of none. But her donkey stumbled to a jog trot, and she had to ride in advance alone, for the path when it began to ascend one of the spines of the hill became narrow and scattered with stones. The cavalcade wound on like a jointed caterpillar, tufted with the white parasols of the ladies and the Panama hats of the gentlemen. At one point where the ground rose sharply, Evelyn M. jumped off, threw her reins to the native boy, and adjured St. John Hurst to dismount too. Their example was followed by those who felt the need of stretching. "I don't see any need to get off," said Miss Allen to Mrs. Elliot just behind her, "considering the difficulty I had getting on. These little donkeys stand anything, n'est-ce pas?" Mrs. Elliot addressed the guide, who obligingly bowed his head. "Flowers," said Helen, stooping to pick the lovely little bright flowers which grew separately here and there. "You pinch their leaves and then they smell," she said, laying one on Miss Allen's knee. "Haven't we met before?" asked Miss Allen, looking at her. "I was taking it for granted." Helen laughed, for in the confusion of meeting they had not been introduced. "How sensible," chirped Mrs. Elliot. "That's just what one would always like, only unfortunately it's not possible." "Not possible?" said Helen. "Everything's possible. Who knows what mayn't happen before nightfall?" She continued, mocking the poor lady's timidity, who depended so implicitly upon one thing following another, that the mere glimpse of a world where dinner could be disregarded, or the table moved 1 inch from its accustomed place, filled her with fears for her own stability. Higher and higher they went, becoming separated from the world. The world, when they turned to look back, flattened itself out, and was marked with squares of thin green and gray. "Towns are very small," Rachel remarked, obscuring the whole of Santa Marina and its suburbs with one hand. The sea filled in all the angles of the coast smoothly, breaking in a white frill, and here and there ships were set firmly in the blue. The sea was stained with purple and green blots, and there was a glittering line upon the rim where it met the sky. The air was very clear and silent save for the sharp noise of grasshoppers and the hum of bees, which sounded loud in the ear as they shot past and vanished. The party halted and sat for a time in a quarry on the hillside. "Amazingly clear," exclaimed St. John, identifying one cleft in the land after another. Evelyn M. sat beside him, propping her chin on her hand. She surveyed the view with a certain look of triumph. "Do you think Garibaldi was ever up here?" she asked Mr. Hurst. Oh, if she had been his bride! If, instead of a picnic party, this was a party of patriots, and she, red-shirted like the rest, had lain among grim men, flat on the turf, aiming her gun at the white turrets beneath them, screening her eyes to pierce through the smoke. So thinking, her foot stirred restlessly, and she exclaimed, "I don't call this life, do you?" "What do you call life?" said St. John. "Fighting revolution," she said, still gazing at the doomed city. "You only care for books, I know." "You're quite wrong," said St. John. "Explain," she urged, for there were no guns to be aimed at bodies, and she turned to another kind of warfare. "What do I care for? People," he said. "Well, I am surprised," she exclaimed. "You look so awfully serious. Do let's be friends and tell each other what we're like. I hate being cautious, don't you? But St. John was decidedly cautious, as she could see by the sudden constriction of his lips, and had no intention of revealing his soul to a young lady. "The ass is eating my hat," he remarked, and stretched out for it, instead of answering her. Evelyn blushed very slightly, and then turned with some impetuosity upon Mr. Parrot. And when they mounted again, it was Mr. Parrot, and when they mounted again, it was Mr. Parrot who lifted her to her seat. "When one has laid the eggs, one eats the omelette," said Hughling Elliot, exquisitely in French, a hint to the rest of them that it was time to ride on again. The midday sun, which Hurst had foretold, was beginning to beat down hotly. The higher they got, the more of the sky appeared, until the mountain was only a small tent of earth against an enormous blue background. The English fell silent. The natives who walked beside the donkeys broke into queer wavering songs and tossed jokes from one to the other. The way grew very steep, and each rider kept his eyes fixed on the hobbling, curved form of the rider and donkey directly in front of him. Rather more strain was being put upon their bodies than is quite legitimate in a party of pleasure, and Hewitt overheard one or two slightly grumbling remarks. "Expeditions in such heat are perhaps a little unwise," Mrs. Elliot murmured to Miss Allen. But Miss Allen returned, "I always like to get to the top." Although she was a big woman, stiff in the joints and unused to donkey riding, but as her holidays were few, she made the most of them. The vivacious white figure rode well in front. She had somehow possessed herself of a leafy branch and wore it round her hat like a garland. They went on for a few minutes in silence. "The view will be wonderful," Hugh assured them, turning round in his saddle and smiling encouragement. Rachel caught his eye and smiled too. They struggled on for some time longer, nothing being heard but the clatter of hoofs striving on the loose stones. Then they saw that Evelyn was off her ass, and that Mr. Parrot was standing in the attitude of a statesman in Parliament Square, stretching an arm of stone towards the view. A little to the left of them was a low, ruined wall, the stump of an Elizabethan watchtower. "I couldn't have stood it much longer," Mrs. Elliot confided to Mrs. Thornbury. But the excitement of being at the top in another moment and seeing the view prevented anyone from answering her. One after another they came out on the flat space at the top and stood overcome with wonder. Before them they beheld an immense space, gray sands running into forest, and forest merging in mountains, and mountains washed by air, the infinite distances of South America. A river ran across the plain, as flat as the land, and appearing quite as stationary. The effect of so much space was at first rather chilling. They felt themselves very small, and for some time no one said anything. Then Evelyn exclaimed, "Splendid!" She took hold of the hand that was next her. It chanced to be Miss Allen's hand. "North, south, east, west," said Miss Allen, jerking her head slightly towards the points of the compass. Hugh, who had gone a little in front, looked up at his guests as if to justify himself for having brought them. He observed how strangely the people standing in a row with their figures bent slightly forward and their clothes plastered by the wind to the shape of their bodies resembled naked statues. On their pedestal of earth they looked unfamiliar and noble, but in another moment they had broken their rank and he had to see to the laying out of food. Hurst came to his help, and they handed packets of chicken and bread from one to another. As St. John gave Helen her packet, she looked him full in the face and said, "Do you remember two women?" He looked at her sharply. "I do," he answered. "So you're the two women," Hugh exclaimed, looking from Helen to Rachel. "Your lights tempted us," said Helen. "We watched you playing cards, but we never knew that we were being watched." "It was like a thing in a play," Rachel added. "And Hurst couldn't describe you," said Hewitt. "It was certainly odd to have seen Helen and to find nothing to say about her." Hughling Elliot put up his eyeglass and grasped the situation. "I don't know of anything more dreadful," he said, pulling at the joint of a chicken's leg, "than being seen when one isn't conscious of it. One feels sure one has been caught doing something ridiculous, looking at one's tongue in a hansom, for instance." Now the others ceased to look at the view, and drawing together sat down in a circle round the baskets. And yet those little looking glasses and hansoms have a fascination of their own, said Mrs. Thornberry. One's features look so different when one can only see a bit of them. There will soon be very few hansom cabs left, said Mrs. Elliot. And four-wheeled cabs. I assure you, even at Oxford it's almost impossible to get a four-wheeled cab. I wonder what happens to the horses, said Susan. Veal pie, said Arthur. It's high time that horses should become extinct anyhow, said Hurst. They're distressingly ugly besides being vicious. But Susan, who had been brought up to understand that the horse is the noblest of God's creatures, could not agree, and Venning thought Hurst an unspeakable ass, but was too polite not to continue the conversation. When they see us falling out of aeroplanes, they get some of their own back, I expect, he remarked. You fly? Said old Mr. Thornberry, putting on his spectacles to look at him. I hope to, some day, said Arthur. Here flying was discussed at length, and Mrs. Thornberry delivered an opinion which was almost a speech to the effect that it would be quite necessary in time of war, and in England we were terribly behindhand. If I were a young fellow, she concluded, I should certainly qualify. It was odd to look at the little elderly lady in her grey coat and skirt, with a sandwich in her hand, her eyes lighting up with zeal as she imagined herself a young man in an aeroplane. For some reason, however, the talk did not run easily after this, and all they said was about drink and salt and the view. Suddenly Miss Allen, who was seated with her back to the ruined wall, put down her sandwich, picked something off her neck, and remarked, I'm covered with little creatures. It was true, and the discovery was very welcome. The ants were pouring down a glacier of loose earth heaped between the stones of the ruin, large brown ants with polished bodies. She held out one on the back of her hand for Helen to look at. Suppose they sting? Said Helen. They will not sting, but they may infest the victuals, said Miss Allen, and measures were taken at once to divert the ants from their course. At Hugh's suggestion, it was decided to adopt the methods of modern warfare against an invading army. The tablecloth represented the invaded country, and round it they built barricades of baskets, set up the wine bottles in a rampart, made fortifications of bread, and dug fosses of salt. When an ant got through, it was exposed to a fire of breadcrumbs, until Susan pronounced that was cruel, and rewarded those brave spirits with spoil in the shape of tongue. Playing this game, they lost their stiffness, and even became unusually daring. For Mr. Parrot, who was very shy, said, Permit me, and removed an ant from Evelyn's neck. It would be no laughing matter, really, said Mrs. Elliot confidentially to Mrs. Thornberry. If an ant did get between the vest and the skin, the noise grew suddenly more clamorous, for it was discovered that a long line of ants had found their way onto the tablecloth by a back entrance, and if success could be gauged by noise, Hewitt had every reason to think his party a success. Nevertheless, he became, for no reason at all, profoundly depressed. They are not satisfactory, they are ignoble, he thought, surveying his guests. From a little distance, where he was gathering together the plates, he glanced at them all, stooping and swaying and gesticulating round the tablecloth. Amiable and modest, respectable in many ways, lovable even in their contentment and desire to be kind, how mediocre they all were, and capable of what insipid cruelty to one another. There was Mrs. Thornberry, sweet but trivial in her maternal egoism, Mrs. Elliot perpetually complaining of her lot, her husband a mere pea in a pod, and Susan, she had no self, and counted neither one way nor the other. Venning was as honest and as brutal as a schoolboy. Poor old Thornberry merely trod his round like a horse in a mill, and the less one examined into Evelyn's character the better, he suspected. Yet these were the people with money, and to them rather than to others was given the management of the world. Put among them someone more vital, who cared for life or for beauty, and what an agony! What a waste would they inflict on him if he tried to share with them and not to scourge. There's Hurst, he concluded, coming to the figure of his friend. With his usual little frown of concentration upon his forehead, he was peeling the skin off a banana. And he's as ugly as sin. For the ugliness of St. John Hurst, and the limitations that went with it, he made the rest in some way responsible. It was their fault that he had to live alone. Then he came to Helen, attracted to her by the sound of her laugh. She was laughing at Miss Allen. "You wear combinations in this heat," she said in a voice which was meant to be private. He liked the look of her immensely, not so much her beauty, but her largeness and simplicity, which made her stand out from the rest like a great stone woman, and he passed on in a gentler mood. His eye fell upon Rachel. She was lying back rather behind the others, resting on one elbow. She might have been thinking precisely the same thoughts as Hewitt himself. Her eyes were fixed rather sadly, but not intently, upon the row of people opposite her. Hewitt crawled up to her on his knees with a piece of bread in his hand. "What are you looking at?" he asked. She was a little startled, but answered directly, "Human beings." Chapter 11. One after another they rose and stretched themselves, and in a few minutes divided more or less into two separate parties. One of these parties was dominated by Hughling Elliot and Mrs. Thornbury, who, having both read the same books and considered the same questions, were now anxious to name the places beneath them and to hang upon them stores of information about navies and armies, political parties, natives and mineral products, all of which combined, they said, to prove that South America was the country of the future. Evelyn M. listened with her bright blue eyes fixed upon the oracles. "How it makes one long to be a man!" she exclaimed. Mr. Parrott answered, surveying the plain, that a country with a future was a very fine thing. "If I were you," said Evelyn, turning to him and drawing her glove vehemently. "Through her fingers, I'd raise a troop and conquer some great territory, and make it splendid. You'd want women for that. I'd love to start life from the very beginning, as it ought to be nothing, squalid but great halls and gardens, and splendid men and women. But you, only like law courts. And would you really be content without pretty frocks and sweets and all the things young ladies like?" asked Mr. Parrott, concealing a certain amount of pain beneath his ironical manner. "I'm not a young lady," Evelyn flashed. She bit her underlip. "Just because I like splendid things, you laugh at me. Why are there no men like Garibaldi now?" she demanded. "Look here," said Mr. Parrott, "you don't give me a chance. You think we ought to begin things fresh? Good, but I don't see precisely conquer a territory. They're all conquered already, aren't they?" "It's not any territory in particular," Evelyn explained. "It's the idea, don't you see? We lead such tame lives, and I feel sure you've got splendid things in you." Hewitt saw the scars and hollows in Mr. Parrott's sagacious face relax pathetically. He could imagine the calculations which even then went on within his mind as to whether he would be justified in asking a woman to marry him, considering that he made no more than $500 a year at the bar, owned no private means, and had an invalid sister to support. Mr. Parrott again knew that he was not quite, as Susan stated in her diary, not quite a gentleman, she meant, for he was the son of a grocer in Leeds, had started life with a basket on his back, and now, though practically indistinguishable from a born gentleman, showed his origin to keen eyes in an impeccable neatness of dress, lack of freedom in manner, extreme cleanliness of person, and a certain indescribable timidity and precision with his knife and fork, which might be the relic of the two parties who were strolling about and losing their unity now came together, and joined each other in a long stare over the yellow and green patches of the heated landscape below. The hot air danced across it, making it impossible to see the roofs of a village on the plain distinctly. Even on the top of the mountain where a breeze played lightly, it was very hot, and the heat, the food, the immense space, and perhaps some less well-defined cause produced a comfortable drowsiness and a sense of happy relaxation in them. They did not say much, but felt no constraint in being silent. "Suppose we go and see what's to be seen over there," said Arthur to Susan, and the pair walked off together, their departure certainly sending some thrill of emotion through the rest. "An odd lot, aren't they?" said Arthur. "I thought we should never get 'em all to the top. But I'm glad we came, by Jove. I wouldn't have missed this for something. I don't like Mr. Hurst," said Susan inconsequently. "I suppose he's very clever, but why should clever people be so? I expect he's awfully nice, really," she added, instinctively qualifying what might have seemed an unkind remark. "Hurst? Oh, he's one of these learned chaps," said Arthur indifferently. "He don't look as if he enjoyed it. You should hear him talking to Eliot. It's as much as I can do to follow him at all. I was never good at my books." With these sentences and the pauses that came between them, they reached a little hillock, on the top of which grew several slim trees. "Do you mind if we sit down here?" said Arthur, looking about him. "It's jolly in the shade and the view." They sat down and looked straight ahead of them in silence for some time. "But I do envy those clever chaps sometimes," Arthur remarked. "I don't suppose they ever—" He did not finish his sentence. "I can't see why you should envy them," said Susan, with great sincerity. "Odd things happen to one," said Arthur. "One goes along smoothly enough, one thing following another, and it's all very jolly and plain sailing, and you think you know all about it, and suddenly one doesn't know where one is, a bit, and everything seems different from what it used to seem. Now today, coming up that path, riding behind you, I seemed to see everything as if he paused and plucked a piece of grass up by the roots. He scattered the little lumps of earth which were sticking to the roots as if it had a kind of meaning. You've made the difference to me," he jerked out. "I don't see why I shouldn't tell you. I've felt it ever since I knew you. It's because I love you." Even while they had been saying commonplace things, Susan had been conscious of the excitement of intimacy, which seemed not only to lay bare something in her, but in the trees and the sky, and the progress of his speech, which seemed inevitable, was positively painful to her, for no human being had ever come so close to her before. She was struck motionless as his speech went on, and her heart gave great separate leaps at the last words. She sat with her fingers curled round a stone, looking straight in front of her down the mountain over the plain. So then, it had actually happened to her. A proposal of marriage. Arthur looked round at her. His face was oddly twisted. She was drawing her breath with such difficulty that she could hardly answer. "You might have known." He seized her in his arms. Again and again and again they clasped each other, murmuring inarticulately. "Well," sighed Arthur, sinking back on the ground, "that's the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me." He looked as if he were trying to put things seen in a dream beside real things. There was a long silence. "It's the most perfect thing in the world," Susan stated, very gently and with great conviction. It was no longer merely a proposal of marriage, but of marriage with Arthur, with whom she was in love. In the silence that followed, holding his hand tightly in hers, she prayed to God that she might make him a good wife. "And what will Mr. Parrott say?" she asked at the end of it. "Dear old fellow," said Arthur, who, now that the first shock was over, was relaxing into an enormous sense of pleasure and contentment. "We must be very nice to him, Susan." He told her how hard Parrott's life had been, and how absurdly devoted he was to Arthur himself. He went on to tell her about his mother, a widow lady of strong character. In return, Susan sketched the portraits of her own family, Edith in particular. Her youngest sister, whom she loved better than anyone else, except you, Arthur. "Arthur," she continued, "what was it that you first liked me for?" "It was a buckle you wore one night at sea," said Arthur, after due consideration. I remember noticing it's an absurd thing to notice that you didn't take peas, because I don't either." From this they went on to compare their more serious tastes, or rather, Susan ascertained what Arthur cared about and professed herself very fond of the same thing. They would live in London, perhaps have a cottage in the country near. Susan's family, for they would find it strange without her at first. Her mind, stunned to begin with, now flew to the various changes that her engagement would make. How delightful it would be to join the ranks of the married women, no longer to hang on to groups of girls much younger than herself, to escape the long solitude of an old maid's life. Now and then her amazing good fortune overcame her, and she turned to Arthur with an exclamation of love. They lay in each other's arms and had no notion that they were observed, yet two figures suddenly appeared among the trees above them. "Here's shade," began Hewitt, when Rachel suddenly stopped dead. They saw a man and woman lying on the ground beneath them, rolling slightly this way and that as the embrace tightened and slackened. The man then sat upright, and the woman, who now appeared to be Susan Warrington, lay back upon the ground, with her eyes shut and an absorbed look upon her face, as though she were not altogether conscious. Nor could you tell from her expression whether she was happy or had suffered something. When Arthur again turned to her, butting her as a lamb butts a ewe, Hewitt and Rachel retreated without a word. Hewitt felt uncomfortably shy. "I don't like that," said Rachel after a moment. "I can remember not liking it either," said Hewitt. "I can remember," but he changed his mind and continued in an ordinary tone of voice. "Well, we may take it for granted that they're engaged. You think he'll ever fly, or will she put a stop to that?" But Rachel was still agitated. She could not get away from the sight they had just seen. Instead of answering Hewitt, she persisted. "Love's an odd thing, isn't it, making one's heart beat?" "It's so enormously important, you see," Hewitt replied. "Their lives are now changed forever. And it makes one sorry for them too," Rachel continued, as though she were tracing the course of her feelings. "I don't know either of them, but I could almost burst into tears. That's silly, isn't it, just because they're in love," said Hewitt. "Yes," he added after a moment's consideration. "There's something horribly pathetic about it, I agree." And now, as they had walked some way from the grove of trees and had come to a rounded hollow, very tempting to the back, they proceeded to sit down, and the impression of the lovers lost some of its force, though a certain intensity of vision, which was probably the result of the sight, remained with them. As a day upon which any emotion has been repressed is different from other days, so this day was now different, merely because they had seen other people at a crisis of their lives. "A great encampment of tents they might be," said Hewitt, looking in front of him at the mountains. "Isn't it like a watercolor, too? You know the way watercolors dry in ridges all across the paper. I've been wondering what they look like." His eyes became dreamy, as though he were matching things, and reminded Rachel in their color of the green flesh of a snail. She sat beside him looking at the mountains too. When it became painful to look any longer, the great size of the view seeming to enlarge her eyes beyond their natural limit, she looked at the ground. It pleased her to scrutinize this inch of the soil of South America so minutely that she noticed every grain of earth and made it into a world where she was endowed with the supreme power. She bent a blade of grass and set an insect on the utmost tassel of it, and wondered if the insect realized his strange adventure and thought how strange it was that she should have bent that tassel rather than any other of the million tassels. "You've never told me your name," said Hewitt suddenly. "Miss somebody Vinrace? I like to know people's Christian names." "Rachel," she replied. "Rachel," he repeated. "I have an aunt called Rachel who put the life of Father Damien into verse. She is a religious fanatic, the result of the way she was brought up, down in Northamptonshire, never seeing a soul." "Have you any aunts?" "I live with them," said Rachel. "And I wonder what they're doing now?" Hewitt inquired. "They are probably buying wool," Rachel determined. She tried to describe them. "They are small, rather pale women," she began. "Very clean. We live in Richmond. They have an old dog, too, who will only eat the marrow out of bones. They are always going to church. They tidy their drawers a good deal." But here she was overcome by the difficulty of describing people. "It's impossible to believe that it's all going on still," she exclaimed. The sun was behind them, and two long shadows suddenly lay upon the ground in front of them, one waving because it was made by a skirt, and the other stationary because thrown by a pair of legs in trousers. "You look very comfortable," said Helen's voice above them. "Hurst," said Hewitt, pointing at the scissor-like shadow. He then rolled round to look up at them. "There's room for us all here," he said. When Hurst had seated himself comfortably, he said, "Did you congratulate the young couple?" It appeared that, coming to the same spot a few minutes after Hewitt and Rachel, Helen and Hurst had seen precisely the same thing. "No, we didn't congratulate them," said Hewitt. "They seemed very happy." "Well," said Hurst, pursing up his lips, "so long as I needn't marry either of them." "We were very much moved," said Hewitt. "I thought you would be," said Hurst. "Which was it, Monk? The thought of the immortal passions, or the thought of the immortal passions, or the thought of newborn males, to keep the Roman Catholics out?" "I assure you," he said to Helen, "he's capable of being moved by either." Rachel was a good deal stung by his banter, which she felt to be directed equally against them both. But she could think of no repartee. "Nothing moves Hurst," Hewitt laughed. He did not seem to be stung at all. "Unless it were a transfinite number falling in love with a finite one, I suppose such things do happen, even in mathematics." "On the contrary," said Hurst, with a touch of annoyance, "I consider myself a person of very strong passions." It was clear from the way he spoke that he meant it seriously. He spoke, of course, for the benefit of the ladies. "By the way, Hurst," said Hewitt after a pause, "I have a terrible confession to make. Your book, The Poems of Wordsworth, which, if you remember, I took off your table just as we were starting, and certainly put in my pocket here, is lost." Hurst finished for him. "I consider that there is still a chance," Hewitt urged, slapping himself to right and left, "that I never did take it after all." "No," said Hurst, "it is here." He pointed to his breast. "Thank God!" Hewitt exclaimed. "I need no longer feel as though I'd murdered a child." "I should think you were always losing things," Helen remarked, looking at him meditatively. "I don't lose things," said Hewitt. "I mislay them. That was the reason why Hurst refused to share a cabin with me on the voyage out." "You came out together?" Helen inquired. "I propose that each member of this party now gives a short biographical sketch of himself or herself," said Hurst, sitting upright. "Miss Vinrace, you come first. Begin." Rachel stated that she was 24 years of age, the daughter of a shipowner, that she had never been properly educated, played the piano, had no brothers or sisters, and lived at Richmond with aunts, her mother being dead. "Next," said Hurst, having taken in these facts, he pointed at Hewitt. "I am the son of an English gentleman. I am 27, Hewitt began. "My father was a fox-hunting squire. He died when I was 10 in the hunting field. I can remember his body coming home, on the shutter I suppose, just as I was going down to tea, and noticing that there was jam for tea, and wondering whether I should be allowed—" "Yes, but keep to the facts," Hurst put in. "I was educated at Winchester and Cambridge, which I had to leave after a time. I have done a good many things since." "Profession? None, at least tastes?" "Literary. I'm writing a novel." "Brothers and sisters?" "3 sisters, no brother, and a mother." "Is that all we're to hear about you?" said Helen. She stated that she was very old, 40 last October, and her father had been a solicitor in the city who had gone bankrupt, for which reason she had never had much education. They lived in one place after another, but an elder brother used to lend her books. If I were to tell you everything, she stopped and smiled. It would take too long, she concluded. I married when I was 30, and I have 2 children. My husband is a scholar, and now it's your turn, she nodded at Hurst. You've left out a great deal, he reproved her. My name is St. John Alaric Hurst, he began in a jaunty tone of voice. I'm 24 years old. I'm the son of the Reverend Sidney Hurst, vicar of Great Wapyung in Norfolk. Oh, I got scholarships everywhere, Westminster King's. I'm now a fellow of King's. Don't it sound dreary? Parents both alive. Alas, 2 brothers and 1 sister. I'm a very distinguished young man, he added. One of the 3, or is it 5, most distinguished men in England, Hewitt remarked. Quite correct, said Hurst. That's all very interesting, said Helen after a pause, but of course we've left out the only questions that matter. For instance, are we Christians? I am not, both the young men replied. I am, Rachel stated. You believe in a personal God? Hurst demanded, turning round and fixing her with his eyeglasses. I believe, Rachel stammered. I believe there are things we don't know about, and the world might change in a minute and anything appear. At this, Helen laughed outright. Nonsense, she said. You're not a Christian. You've never thought what you are. And there are lots of other questions, she continued, though perhaps we can't ask them yet. Although they had talked so freely, they were all uncomfortably conscious that they really knew nothing about each other. The important questions, Hewitt pondered. The really interesting ones. I doubt that one ever does ask them. Rachel, who was slow to accept the fact that only a very few things can be said even by people who know each other well, insisted on knowing what he meant. Whether we've ever been in love, she inquired. Is that the kind of question you mean? Again Helen laughed at her, benignantly strewing her with handfuls of the long tasseled grass, for she was so brave and so foolish. Oh, Rachel, she cried. It's like having a puppy in the house, having you with one, a puppy that brings one's underclothes down into the hall. But again the sunny earth in front of them was crossed by fantastic wavering figures, the shadows of men and women. There they are, exclaimed Mrs. Elliot. There was a touch of peevishness in her voice. And we've had such a hunt to find you. Do you know what the time is? Mrs. Elliot and Mr. and Mrs. Thornbury now confronted them. Mrs. Elliot was holding out her watch and playfully tapping it upon the face. Hewitt was recalled to the fact that this was a party for which he was responsible, and he immediately led them back to the watchtower, where they were to have tea before starting home again. A bright crimson scarf fluttered from the top of the wall, which Mr. Parrott and Evelyn were tying to a stone as the others came up. The heat had changed just so far that instead of sitting in the shadow, they sat in the sun, which was still hot enough to paint their faces red and yellow and to color great sections of the earth beneath them. There's nothing half so nice as tea, said Mrs. Thornbury, taking her cup. Nothing, said Helen. Can't you remember as a child chopping up hay? She spoke much more quickly than usual, and kept her eye fixed upon Mrs. Thornbury, and pretending it was tea, and getting scolded by the nurses why I can't imagine, except that nurses are such brutes, won't allow pepper instead of salt, though there's no earthly harm in it. Weren't your nurses just the same? During the speech, Susan came into the group and sat down by Helen's side. A few minutes later, Mr. Vinning strolled up from the opposite direction. He was a little flushed, and in the mood to answer hilariously whatever was said to him. What have you been doing to that old chap's grave? He asked, pointing to the red flag which floated from the top of the stones. We have tried to make him forget his misfortune in having died 300 years ago, said Mr. Parrott. It would be awful to be dead, ejaculated Evelyn M. To be dead, said Hewitt. I don't think it would be awful. It's quite easy to imagine. When you go to bed tonight, Fold your hands, so breathe slower and slower. He lay back with his hands clasped upon his breast and his eyes shut. Now, he murmured in an even, monotonous voice, I shall never, never, never move again. His body, lying flat among them, did for a moment suggest death. This is a horrible exhibition, Mr. Hewitt, cried Mrs. Thornbury. More cake for us, said Arthur. I assure you there's nothing horrible about it, said Hewitt, sitting up and laying hands upon the cake. It's so natural, he repeated. People with children should make them do that exercise every night. Not that I look forward to being dead. And when you allude to a grave, said Mr. Thornbury, who spoke almost for the first time, have you any authority for calling that ruin a grave? I am quite with you in refusing to accept the common interpretation which declares it to be the remains of an Elizabethan watchtower, any more than I believe that the circular mounds or barrows which we find on the top of our English downs were camps. The antiquaries call everything a camp. I am always asking them, well then, where do you think our ancestors kept their cattle? Half the camps in England are merely the ancient pound or barton, as we call it in my part of the world. The argument that no one would keep his cattle in such exposed and inaccessible spots has no weight at all, if you reflect that, in those days, a man's cattle were his capital, his stock in trade, his daughters' dowries. Without cattle he was a serf, another man's man. His eyes slowly lost their intensity, and he muttered a few concluding words under his breath, looking curiously old and forlorn. Hughling Elliot, who might have been expected to engage the old gentleman in argument, was absent at the moment. He now came up holding out a large square of cotton upon which a fine design was printed in pleasant bright colors that made his hand look pale. A bargain, he announced, laying it down on the cloth. I've just bought it from the big man with the earrings. Fine, isn't it? It wouldn't suit everyone, of course, but it's just the thing, isn't it, Hilda, for Mrs. Raymond Parry? Mrs. Raymond Parry, cried Helen and Mrs. Thornbury at the same moment. They looked at each other as though a mist hitherto obscuring their faces had been blown away. Ah, you have been to those wonderful parties too? Mrs. Elliot asked with interest. Mrs. Parry's drawing-room, though thousands of miles away, behind a vast curve of water on a tiny piece of earth, came before their eyes. They, who had had no solidity or anchorage before, seemed to be attached to it somehow, and at once grown more substantial. Perhaps they had been in the drawing-room at the same moment. Perhaps they had passed each other on the stairs. At any rate, they knew some of the same people. They looked one another up and down with new interest. But they could do no more than look at each other, for there was no time to enjoy the fruits of the discovery. The donkeys were advancing, and it was advisable to begin the descent immediately, for the night fell so quickly that it would be dark before they were home again. Accordingly, remounting in order, they filed off down the hillside. Scraps of talk came floating back from one to another. There were jokes to begin with, and laughter. Some walked part of the way, and picked flowers, and sent stones bounding before them. Who writes the best Latin verse in your college, Hurst? Mr. Elliot called back incongruously, and Mr. Hurst returned that he had no idea. The dusk fell as suddenly as the natives had warned them, the hollows of the mountain on either side filling up with darkness and the path becoming so dim that it was surprising to hear the donkey's hooves still striking on hard rock. Silence fell upon one, and then upon another, until they were all silent, their minds spilling out into the deep blue air. The way seemed shorter in the dark than in the day, and soon the lights of the town were seen on the flat far beneath them. Suddenly someone cried, "Ah!" In a moment the slow yellow drop rose again from the plain below. It rose, paused, opened like a flower, and fell in a shower of drops. "Fireworks!" they cried. Another went up more quickly, and then another. They could almost hear it twist and roar. "Some saint's day, I suppose," said a voice. The rush and embrace of the rockets as they soared up into the air seemed like the fiery way in which lovers suddenly rose and united, leaving the crowd gazing up at them with strained white faces. But Susan and Arthur, riding down the hill, never said a word to each other and kept accurately apart. Then the fireworks became erratic, and soon they ceased altogether, and the rest of the journey was made almost in darkness, the mountain being a great shadow behind them, and bushes and trees little shadows which threw darkness across the road. Among the plane trees they separated, bundling into carriages and driving off, without saying good night, or saying it only in a half-muffled way. It was so late that there was no time for normal conversation between their arrival at the hotel and their retirement to bed. But Hearst wandered into Hugh's room with a collar in his hand. "Well, Hugh," he remarked, on the crest of a gigantic yawn, "that was a great success, I consider." He yawned. "But take care you're not landed with that young woman. I don't really like young women." Hewitt was too much drugged by hours in the open air to make any reply. In fact, every one of the party was sound asleep within 10 minutes or so of each other, with the exception of Susan Warrington. She lay for a considerable time looking blankly at the wall opposite, her hands clasped above her heart and her light burning by her side. All articulate thought had long ago deserted her. Her heart seemed to have grown to the size of a sun and to illuminate her entire body, shedding like the sun a steady tide of warmth. "I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy," she repeated. "I love everyone. I'm happy." Chapter 12. When Susan's engagement had been approved at home and made public to anyone who took an interest in it at the hotel, and by this time the society at the hotel was divided so as to point to invisible chalk marks such as Mr. Hearst had described, the news was felt to justify some celebration. An expedition? That had been done already. A dance, then? The advantage of a dance was that it abolished one of those long evenings which were apt to become tedious and lead to absurdly early hours in spite of bridge. 2 or 3 people standing under the erect body of the stuffed leopard in the hall very soon had the matter decided. Evelyn slid a pace or two this way and that, and pronounced that the floor was excellent. Señor Rodriguez informed them of an old Spaniard who fiddled at weddings, fiddled so as to make a tortoise waltz, and his daughter, although endowed with eyes as black as coal scuttles, had the same power over the piano. If there were any so sick or so surly as to prefer sedentary occupations on the night in question to spinning and watching, others spin. The drawing-room and billiard-room were theirs. Hugh made it his business to conciliate the outsiders as much as possible. To Hearst's theory of the invisible chalk marks he would pay no attention whatever. He was treated to a snub or two, but, in reward, found obscure lonely gentlemen delighted to have this opportunity of talking to their kind, and the lady of doubtful character showed every symptom of confiding her case to him in the near future. Indeed, it was made quite obvious to him that the 2 or 3 hours between dinner and bed contained an amount of unhappiness which was really pitiable, so many people had not succeeded in making friends. It was settled that the dance was to be on Friday, 1 week after the engagement, and at dinner Hugh declared himself satisfied. "They're all coming," he told Hearst. "Pepper," he called, seeing William Pepper slip past in the wake of the soup with a pamphlet beneath his arm. "We're counting on you to open the ball. You will certainly put sleep out of the question," Pepper returned. "You are to take the floor with Miss Allen," Hugh continued, consulting a sheet of penciled notes. Pepper stopped and began a discourse upon round dances, country dances, Morris dances, and quadrilles, all of which are entirely superior to the bastard waltz and spurious polka which have ousted them most unjustly in contemporary popularity when the waiters gently pushed him onto his table in the corner. The dining room at this moment had a certain fantastic resemblance to a farmyard scattered with grain on which bright pigeons kept descending. Almost all the ladies wore dresses which they had not yet displayed, and their hair rose in waves and scrolls so as to appear like carved wood in Gothic churches rather than hair. The dinner was shorter and less formal than usual, even the waiters seeming to be affected with the general excitement. 10 minutes before the clock struck 9, the committee made a tour through the ballroom. The hall, when emptied of its furniture, brilliantly lit, adorned with flowers whose scent tinged the air, presented a wonderful appearance of ethereal gaiety. "It's like a starlit sky on an absolutely cloudless night," Hugh murmured, looking about him at the airy, empty room. "A heavenly floor, anyhow," Evelyn added, taking a run and sliding 2 or 3 feet along. "What about those curtains?" asked Hurst. The crimson curtains were drawn across the long windows. "It's a perfect night outside." "Yes, but curtains inspire confidence," Miss Allen decided, "when the ball is in full swing. It will be time to draw them. We might even open the windows a little. If we do it now, elderly people will imagine there are drafts." Her wisdom had come to be recognized and held in respect. Meanwhile, as they stood talking, the musicians were unwrapping their instruments, and the violin was repeating again and again a note struck upon the piano. Everything was ready to begin. After a few minutes' pause, the father, the daughter, and the son-in-law who played the horn flourished with one accord. Like the rats who followed the piper, heads instantly appeared in the doorway. There was another flourish, and then the trio dashed spontaneously into the triumphant swing of the waltz. It was as though the room were instantly flooded with water. After a moment's hesitation, first one couple, then another, leapt into midstream and went round and round in the eddies. The rhythmic swish of the dancers sounded like a swirling pool. By degrees, the room grew perceptibly hotter. The smell of kid gloves mingled with the strong scent of flowers. The eddies seemed to circle faster and faster until the music wrought itself into a crash, ceased, and the circles were smashed into little separate bits. The couple struck off in different directions, leaving a thin row of elderly people stuck fast to the walls, and here and there a piece of trimming or a handkerchief or a flower lay upon the floor. There was a pause, and then the music started again. The eddies whirled. The couple circled round in them until there was a crash and the circles were broken up into separate pieces. When this had happened about 5 times, Hurst, who leant against a window frame like some singular gargoyle, perceived that Helen Ambrose and Rachel stood in the doorway. The crowd was such that they could not move, but he recognized them by a piece of Helen's shoulder and a glimpse of Rachel's head turning round. He made his way to them. They greeted him with relief. "We are suffering the tortures of the damned," said Helen. "This is my idea of hell," said Rachel. Her eyes were bright and she looked bewildered. Hewitt and Miss Allen, who had been waltzing somewhat laboriously, paused and greeted the newcomers. "This is nice," said Hewitt. "But where is Mr. Ambrose?" "Pindar," said Helen. "May a married woman who was 40 in October dance? I can't stand still." She seemed to fade into Hewett, and they both dissolved in the crowd. "We must follow suit," said Hurst to Rachel, and he took her resolutely by the elbow. Rachel, without being expert, danced well because of a good ear for rhythm, but Hurst had no taste for music, and a few dancing lessons at Cambridge had only put him into possession of the anatomy of a waltz, without imparting any of its spirit. A single turn proved to them that their methods were incompatible. Instead of fitting into each other, their bones seemed to jut out in angles, making smooth turning an impossibility, and cutting, moreover, into the circular progress of the other dancers. "Shall we stop?" said Hurst. Rachel gathered from his expression that he was annoyed. They staggered to seats in the corner, from which they had a view of the room. It was still surging, in waves of blue and yellow, striped by the black evening clothes of the gentlemen. "An amazing spectacle," Hurst remarked. "Do you dance much in London?" They were both breathing fast, and both a little excited, though each was determined not to show any excitement at all. Scarcely ever. Do you? My people give a dance every Christmas. This isn't half a bad floor, Rachel said. Hurst did not attempt to answer her platitude. He sat quite silent, staring at the dancers. After 3 minutes, the silence became so intolerable to Rachel that she was goaded to advance another commonplace about the beauty of the night. Hurst interrupted her ruthlessly. Was that all nonsense what you said the other day about being a Christian and having no education? He asked. It was practically true, she replied. But I also play the piano very well, she said. Better, I expect, than anyone in this room. You are the most distinguished man in England, aren't you? She asked shyly. One of the three, he corrected. Helen, whirling past here, tossed a fan into Rachel's lap. She is very beautiful, Hurst remarked. They were again silent. Rachel was wondering whether he thought her also nice-looking. St. John was considering the immense difficulty of talking to girls who had no experience of life. Rachel had obviously never thought or felt or seen anything, and she might be intelligent or she might be just like all the rest. But Hewitt's taunt rankled in his mind. You don't know how to get on with women. And he was determined to profit by this opportunity. Her evening clothes bestowed on her just that degree of unreality and distinction which made it romantic to speak to her and stirred a desire to talk which irritated him because he did not know how to begin. He glanced at her, and she seemed to him very remote and inexplicable, very young and chaste. He drew a sigh and began. About books now, what have you read? Just Shakespeare and the Bible? I haven't read many classics, Rachel stated. She was slightly annoyed by his jaunty and rather unnatural manner, while his masculine acquirements induced her to take a very modest view of her own power. Do you mean to tell me you've reached the age of 24 without reading Gibbon? He demanded. Yes, I have, she answered. Mon Dieu, he exclaimed, throwing out his hands. You must begin tomorrow. I shall send you my copy. What I want to know is, he looked at her critically. You see, the problem is, can one really talk to you? Have you got a mind, or are you like the rest of your sex? You seem to me absurdly young compared with men of your age. Rachel looked at him, but said nothing. About Gibbon, he continued. You think you'll be able to appreciate him? He's the test, of course. It's awfully difficult to tell about women, he continued. How much, I mean, is due to lack of training and how much is native incapacity. I don't see myself why you shouldn't understand, only I suppose you've led an absurd life. Until now you've just walked in a crocodile, I suppose, with your hair down your back. The music was again beginning. Hurst's eye wandered about the room in search of Mrs. Ambrose. With the best will in the world, he was conscious that they were not getting on well together. I'd like awfully to lend you books, he said, buttoning his gloves and rising from his seat. We shall meet again. I'm going to leave you now. He got up and left her. Rachel looked round. She felt herself surrounded, like a child at a party, by the faces of strangers all hostile to her, with hooked noses and sneering, indifferent eyes. She was by a window. She pushed it open with a jerk. She stepped out into the garden. Her eyes swam with tears of rage. Damn that man, she exclaimed, having acquired some of Helen's words. Damn his insolence. She stood in the middle of the pale square of light which the window she had opened threw upon the grass. The forms of great black trees rose massively in front of her. She stood still, looking at them, shivering slightly with anger and excitement. She heard the trampling and swinging of the dancers behind her and the rhythmic sway of the waltz music. There are trees, she said aloud. Would the trees make up for St. John Hurst? She would be a Persian princess, far from civilization, riding her horse upon the mountains alone, and making her women sing to her in the evening. Far from all this, from the strife in men and women, a form came out of the shadow. A little red light burned high up in its blackness. Miss Vinrace, is it? Said Hewitt, peering at her. You were dancing with Hurst? He's made me furious, she cried vehemently. No one's any right to be insolent. Insolent, Hugh repeated, taking his cigar from his mouth in surprise. Hurst, insolent? It's insolent, too, said Rachel and stopped. She did not know exactly why she had been made so angry. With a great effort she pulled herself together. Oh well, she added, the vision of Helen and her mockery before her, I dare say I'm a fool. She made as though she were going back into the ballroom, but Hugh stopped her. Please explain to me, he said. I feel sure Hurst didn't mean to hurt you. When Rachel tried to explain, she found it very difficult. She could not say that she found the vision of herself walking in a crocodile with her hair down her back peculiarly unjust and horrible, nor could she explain why Hurst's assumption of the superiority of his nature and experience had seemed to her not only galling but terrible, as if a gate had clanged in her face. Pacing up and down the terrace beside Hewitt, she said bitterly, It's no good. We should live separate. We cannot understand each other. We only bring out what's worst. Hugh brushed aside her generalization as to the natures of the two sexes, for such generalizations bored him and seemed to him generally untrue. But, knowing Hurst, he guessed fairly accurately what had happened and, though secretly much amused, was determined that Rachel should not store the incident away in her mind to take its place in the view she had of life. Now you'll hate him, he said, which is wrong. Poor old Hurst, he can't help his method. And really, Miss Vinrace, he was doing his best. He was paying you a compliment. He was trying. He could not finish for the laughter that overcame him. Rachel veered round suddenly and laughed out too. She saw that there was something ridiculous about Hurst, and perhaps about herself. It's his way of making friends, I suppose, she laughed. Well, I shall do my part. I shall begin ugly in body, repulsive in mind as you are, Mr. Hurst. Here, here, cried Hugh. That's the way to treat him. You see, Miss Vinrace, you must make allowances for Hurst. He's lived all his life in front of a looking-glass, so to speak, in a beautiful paneled room hung with Japanese prints and lovely old chairs and tables. Just one splash of color, you know, in the right place, between the windows, I think it is, and there he sits hour after hour with his toes on the fender, talking about philosophy and God and his liver and his heart and the hearts of his friends. They're all broken. You can't expect him to be at his best in a ballroom. He wants a cozy, smoky, masculine place where he can stretch his legs out and only speak when he's got something to say. For myself, I find it rather dreary, but I do respect it. They're all so much in earnest. They do take the serious things very seriously. The description of Hurst's way of life interested Rachel so much that she almost forgot her private grudge against him, and her respect revived. They are really very clever, then? She asked. Of course they are. So far as brains go, I think it's true what he said the other day. They're the cleverest people in England. But you ought to take him in hand, he added. There's a great deal more in him than's ever been got at. He wants someone to laugh at him. The idea of Hurst telling you that you've had no experiences. Poor old Hurst. They had been pacing up and down the terrace while they talked, and now one by one the dark windows were uncurtained by an invisible hand, and panes of light fell regularly at equal intervals upon the grass. They stopped to look in at the drawing-room and perceived Mr. Pepper writing alone at a table. There's Pepper writing to his aunt, said Hewitt. She must be a very remarkable old lady, 85 he tells me, and he takes her for walking tours in the New Forest. Pepper, he cried, rapping on the window. Go and do your duty. Miss Allen expects you. When they came to the windows of the ballroom, the swing of the dancers and the lilt of the music was irresistible. Shall we? Said Hugh, and they clasped hands and swept off magnificently into the great swirling pool. Although this was only the second time they had met, the first time they had seen a man and woman kissing each other, and the second time Mr. Hewitt had found that a young woman angry is very like a child, so that when they joined hands in the dance they felt more at their ease than is usual. It was midnight, and the dance was now at its height. Servants were peeping in at the windows. The garden was sprinkled with the white shapes of couples sitting out. Mrs. Thornbury and Mrs. Elliot sat side by side under a palm tree, holding fans, handkerchiefs, and brooches deposited in their laps by flushed maidens. Occasionally they exchanged comments. "Miss Warrington does look happy," said Mrs. Elliot. They both smiled, they both sighed. "He has a great deal of character," said Mrs. Thornbury, alluding to Arthur. "And character is what one wants," said Mrs. Elliot. "Now that young man is clever enough," she added, nodding at Hurst, who came past with Miss Allen on his arm. "He does not look strong," said Mrs. Thornbury. "His complexion is not good. Shall I tear it off?" she asked, for Rachel had stopped, conscious of a long strook trailing behind her. "I hope you are enjoying yourselves," Hugh asked the ladies. "This is a very familiar position for me," smiled Mrs. Thornbury. "I have brought out 5 daughters, and they all love dancing. You love it too, Miss Vinrace?" she asked, looking at Rachel with maternal eyes. "I know I did when I was your age. How I used to beg my mother to let me stay, and now I sympathize with the poor mothers, but I sympathize with the daughters too." She smiled sympathetically, and at the same time rather keenly, at Rachel. "They seem to find a great deal to say to each other," said Mrs. Elliot, looking significantly at the backs of the couple as they turned away. "Did you notice at the picnic? He was the only person who could make her utter." "Her father is a very interesting man," said Mrs. Thornbury. "He has one of the largest shipping businesses in Hull. He made a very able reply, you remember, to Mr. Asquith at the last election. It is so interesting to find that a man of his experience is a strong protectionist." She would have liked to discuss politics, which interested her more than personalities, but Mrs. Elliot would only talk about the empire in a less abstract form. "I hear there are dreadful accounts from England about the rats," she said. "A sister-in-law who lives at Norwich tells me it has been quite unsafe to order poultry. The plague, you see. It attacks the rats, and through them other creatures." "And the local authorities are not taking proper steps?" asked Mrs. Thornbury. "That she does not say, but she describes the attitude of the educated people. Who should know better as callous in the extreme. Of course, my sister-in-law is one of those active modern women who always takes things up. You know the kind of woman one admires, though one does not feel, at least I do not feel, but then she has a constitution of iron." Mrs. Elliot, brought back to the consideration of her own delicacy, here sighed. "A very animated face," said Mrs. Thornbury, looking at Evelyn M., who had stopped near them to pin tight a scarlet flower at her breast. It would not stay, and, with a spirited gesture of impatience, she thrust it into her partner's buttonhole. He was a tall, melancholy youth who received the gift as a knight might receive his lady's token. "Very trying to the eyes," was Mrs. Elliot's next remark, after watching the yellow whirl in which so few of the whirlers had either name or character for her, for a few minutes. Bursting out of the crowd, Helen approached them and took a vacant chair. "May I sit by you?" she said, smiling and breathing fast. "I suppose I ought to be ashamed of myself," she went on, sitting down, "at my age." Her beauty, now that she was flushed and animated, was more expansive than usual, and both the ladies felt the same desire to touch her. "I am enjoying myself," she panted. "Movement, isn't it amazing? I have always heard that nothing comes up to dancing if one is a good dancer," said Mrs. Thornbury, looking at her with a smile. Helen swayed slightly as if she sat on wires. "I could dance forever," she said. "They ought to let themselves go more," she exclaimed. "They ought to leap and swing. Look how they mince. Had you seen those wonderful Russian dancers?" began Mrs. Elliot, but Helen saw her partner coming and rose as the moon rises. She was half round the room before they took their eyes off her, for they could not help admiring her, although they thought it a little odd that a woman of her age should enjoy dancing. Directly Helen was left alone for a minute, she was joined by St. John Hurst, who had been watching for an opportunity. "Should you mind sitting out with me?" he asked. "I'm quite incapable of dancing." He piloted Helen to a corner which was supplied with 2 armchairs, and thus enjoyed the advantage of semi-privacy. They sat down, and for a few minutes Helen was too much under the influence of dancing to speak. "Astonishing!" she exclaimed at last. "What sort of shape can she think her body is?" This remark was called forth by a lady who came past them, waddling rather, then walking and leaning on the arm of a stout man with globular green eyes set in a fat white face. Some support was necessary, for she was very stout, and so compressed that the upper part of her body hung considerably in advance of her feet, which could only trip in tiny steps, owing to the tightness of the skirt round her ankles. The dress itself consisted of a small piece of shiny yellow satin, adorned here and there indiscriminately with round shields of blue and green beads made to imitate hues of a peacock's breast. On the summit of a frothy castle of hair a purple plume stood erect, while her short neck was encircled by a black velvet ribbon knobbed with gems, and golden bracelets were tightly wedged into the flesh of her fat gloved arms. She had the face of an impertinent but jolly little pig, mottled red under a dusting of powder. St. John could not join in Helen's laughter. "It makes me sick," he declared. "The whole thing makes me sick. Consider the minds of those people, their feelings. Don't you agree? I always make a vow never to go to another party of any description," Helen replied, "and I always break it." She leant back in her chair and looked laughingly at the young man. She could see that he was genuinely cross, if at the same time slightly excited. "However," he said, resuming his jaunty tone, "I suppose one must just make up one's mind to it." "To what?" "There never will be more than 5 people in the world worth talking to." Slowly the flush and sparkle in Helen's face died away, and she looked as quiet and as observant as usual. "5 people?" she remarked. "I should say there were more than 5. "You've been very fortunate then," said Hurst. "Or perhaps I've been very unfortunate." He became silent. "Should you say I was a difficult kind of person to get on with?" he asked sharply. "Most clever people are when they're young," Helen replied. "And, of course, I am immensely clever," said Hurst. "I'm infinitely cleverer than Hute. It's quite possible," he continued in his curiously impersonal manner, "that I'm going to be one of the people who really matter. That's utterly different from being clever. Though one can't expect one's family to see it," he added bitterly. Helen thought herself justified in asking, "Do you find your family difficult to get on with?" "Intolerable. They want me to be a peer and a privy councillor. I've come out here partly in order to settle the matter. It's got to be settled. Either I must go to the bar, or I must stay on in Cambridge. Of course, there are obvious drawbacks to each, but the arguments certainly do seem to me in favor of Cambridge. This kind of thing," he waved his hand at the crowded ballroom, "repulsive. I'm conscious of great powers of affection, too. I'm not susceptible, of course, in the way Hewitt is. I'm very fond of a few people. I think, for example, that there's something to be said for my mother, though she is in many ways so deplorable. At Cambridge, of course, I should inevitably become the most important man in the place. But there are other reasons why I dread Cambridge." He ceased. "Are you finding me a dreadful bore?" he asked. He changed curiously from a friend confiding in a friend to a conventional young man at a party. "Not in the least," said Helen. "I like it very much." "You can't think," he exclaimed, speaking almost with emotion, "what a difference it makes finding someone to talk to. Directly I saw you, I felt you might possibly understand me. I'm very fond of Hewitt, but he hasn't the remotest idea what I'm like. You're the only woman I've ever met who seems to have the faintest conception of what I mean when I say a thing." The next dance was beginning. It was the barcarolle out of Hoffman, which made Helen beat her toe in time to it, but she felt that after such a compliment it was impossible to get up and go, and, besides being amused, she was really flattered, and the honesty of his conceit attracted her. She suspected that he was not happy, and was sufficiently feminine to wish to receive confidences. "I'm very old," she sighed. "The odd thing is that I don't find you old at all," he replied. "I feel as though we were exactly the same age. Moreover," here he hesitated but took courage from a glance at her face, "I feel as if I could talk quite plainly to you as one does to a man about the relations between the sexes, about, and, in spite of his certainty, a slight redness came into his face as he spoke the last two words. She reassured him at once by the laugh with which she exclaimed, "I should hope so." He looked at her with real cordiality, and the lines which were drawn about his nose and lips slackened for the first time. "Thank God!" he exclaimed. "Now we can behave like civilized human beings." Certainly a barrier which usually stands fast had fallen, and it was possible to speak of matters which are generally only alluded to between men and women when doctors are present, or the shadow of death. In 5 minutes he was telling her the history of his life. It was long, for it was full of extremely elaborate incidents, which led on to a discussion of the principles on which morality is founded, and thus to several very interesting matters, which even in this ballroom had to be discussed in a whisper, lest one of the bowder pigeon ladies or resplendent merchants should overhear them, and proceed to demand that they should leave the place. When they had come to an end, or, to speak more accurately, when Helen intimated by a slight slackening of her attention that they had sat there long enough, Hurst rose, exclaiming, "So there's no reason whatever for all this mystery?" "None, except that we are English people," she answered. She took his arm, and they crossed the ballroom, making their way with difficulty between the spinning couples, who were now perceptibly disheveled and certainly to a critical eye by no means lovely in their shapes. The excitement of undertaking a friendship and the length of their talk had made them hungry, and they went in search of food to the dining room, which was now full of people eating at little separate tables. In the doorway they met Rachel, going up to dance again with Arthur Venning. She was flushed and looked very happy, and Helen was struck by the fact that in this mood she was certainly more attractive than the generality of young women. She had never noticed it so clearly before. "Enjoying yourself?" she asked, as they stopped for a second. "Miss Vinrace," Arthur answered for her, "has just made a confession. She'd no idea that dances could be so delightful." "Yes," Rachel exclaimed. "I've changed my view of life completely." "You don't say so," Helen mocked. They passed on. "That's typical of Rachel," she said. "She changes her view of life about every other day." "Do know, I believe you're just the person I want," she said as they sat down, "to help me complete her education. She's been brought up practically in a nunnery. Her father's too absurd. I've been doing what I can, but I'm too old and I'm a woman. Why shouldn't you talk to her, explain things to her? Talk to her, I mean, as you talk to me." "I have made one attempt already this evening," said St. John. "I rather doubt that it was successful. She seems to me so very young and inexperienced. I have promised to lend her Gibbon." "It's not Gibbon exactly," Helen pondered. "It's the facts of life, I think. Do you see what I mean? What really goes on, what people feel, although they generally try to hide it. There's nothing to be frightened of. It's so much more beautiful than the pretense is always more interesting, always better, I should say, than that kind of thing." She nodded her head at a table near them, where 2 girls and 2 young men were chaffing each other very loudly and carrying on an arch, insinuating dialogue, sprinkled with endearments, a bow, it seemed, a pair of stockings, or a pair of legs. One of the girls was flirting a fan and pretending to be shocked, and the sight was very unpleasant, partly because it was obvious that the girls were secretly hostile to each other. "In my old age, however," Helen sighed, "I'm coming to think that it doesn't much matter in the long run what one does. People always go their own way. Nothing will ever influence them." She nodded her head at the supper party. But St. John did not agree. He said that he thought one could really make a great deal of difference by one's point of view, books and so on, and added that few things at the present time mattered more than the enlightenment of women. He sometimes thought that almost everything was due to education. In the ballroom, meanwhile, the dancers were being formed into squares for the lancers. Arthur and Rachel, Susan and Hewitt, Miss Allen and Hewling Elliot found themselves together. Miss Allen looked at her watch. "1:30, she stated, "and I have to dispatch Alexander Pope tomorrow." "Pope?" snorted Mr. Elliot. "Who reads Pope, I should like to know? And as for reading about him, no, Miss Allen, be persuaded you will benefit the world much more by dancing than by writing." It was one of Mr. Elliot's affectations that nothing in the world could compare with the delights of dancing. Nothing in the world was so tedious as literature. Thus he sought pathetically enough to ingratiate himself with the young, and to prove to them beyond a doubt that though married to a ninny of a wife, and rather pale and bent and careworn by his weight of learning, he was as much alive as the youngest of them all. "It's a question of bread and butter," said Miss Allen calmly. "However, they seem to expect me." She took up her position and pointed a square black toe. "Mr. Hute, you bow to me." It was evident at once that Miss Allen was the only one of them who had a thoroughly sound knowledge of the figures of the dance. After the lancers there was a waltz. After the waltz, a polka. And then a terrible thing happened. The music, which had been sounding regularly with 5-minute pauses, stopped suddenly. The lady with the great dark eyes began to swathe her violin in silk, and the gentleman placed his horn carefully in its case. They were surrounded by couples imploring them in English, in French, in Spanish, a one more dance, one only. It was still early. But the old man at the piano merely exhibited his watch and shook his head. He turned up the collar of his coat and produced a red silk muffler, which completely dashed his festive appearance. Strange as it seemed, the musicians were pale and heavy-eyed. They looked bored and prosaic, as if the summit of their desire was cold meat and beer, succeeded immediately by bed. Rachel was one of those who had begged them to continue. When they refused, she began turning over the sheets of dance music which lay upon the piano. The pieces were generally bound in colored covers, with pictures on them of romantic scenes, gondoliers astride on the crescent of the moon, nuns peering through the bars of a convent window, or young women with their hair down, pointing a gun at the stars. She remembered that the general effect of the music to which they had danced so gaily was one of passionate regret for dead love and the innocent years of youth. Dreadful sorrows had always separated the dancers from their past happiness. "No wonder they get sick of playing stuff like this," she remarked, reading a bar or two. "They're really hymn tunes, played very fast, with bits out of Wagner and Beethoven. Do you play? Would you play anything, so long as we can dance to it?" From all sides, her gift for playing the piano was insisted upon, and she had to consent, as very soon she had played the only pieces of dance music she could remember. She went on to play an air from a sonata by Mozart. "But that's not a dance," said someone pausing by the piano. "It is," she replied, emphatically nodding her head. "Invent the steps." Sure of her melody, she marked the rhythm boldly so as to simplify the way. Helen caught the idea, seized Miss Allen by the arm, and whirled round the room now, curtsying, now spinning round, now tripping this way and that, like a child skipping through a meadow. "This is the dance for people who don't know how to dance," she cried. The tune changed to a minuet. St. John hopped with incredible swiftness, first on his left leg, then on his right. The tune flowed melodiously. Hewitt, swaying his arms and holding out the tails of his coat, swam down the room in imitation of the voluptuous, dreamy dance of an Indian maiden dancing before her Rajah. The tune marched, and Miss Allen advanced with skirts extended and bowed profoundly to the engaged pair. Once their feet fell in with the rhythm, they showed a complete lack of self-consciousness. From Mozart, Rachel passed without stopping to Old English hunting songs, carols, and hymn tunes, for, as she had observed, any good tune, with a little management, became a tune one could dance to. By degrees, every person in the room was tripping and turning in pairs or alone. Mr. Pepper executed an ingenious pointed step derived from figure skating, for which he once held some local championship, while Mrs. Thornbury tried to recall an old country dance which she had seen danced by her father's tenants in Dorsetshire in the old days. As for Mr. and Mrs. Elliot, they gallopaded round and round the room with such impetuosity that the other dancers shivered at their approach. Some people were heard to criticize the performance as a romp. To others it was the most enjoyable part of the evening. Now for the great round dance, Hewitt shouted. Instantly a gigantic circle was formed, the dancers holding hands and shouting out, "Jukin, John Peel," as they swung faster and faster and faster until the strain was too great, and one link of the chain, Mrs. Thornbury, gave way, and the rest went flying across the room in all directions to land upon the floor or the chairs or in each other's arms, as seemed most convenient. Rising from these positions, breathless and unkempt, it struck them for the first time that the electric lights pricked the air very vainly, and instinctively a great many eyes turned to the windows. Yes, there was the dawn. While they had been dancing, the night had passed, and it had come. Outside, the mountains showed very pure and remote. The dew was sparkling on the grass, and the sky was flushed with blue, save for the pale yellows and pinks in the east. The dancers came crowding to the windows, pushed them open, and here and there ventured a foot upon the grass. "How silly the poor old lights look," said Evelyn M. in a curiously subdued tone of voice. "And ourselves. It isn't becoming." It was true. The untidy hair and the green and yellow gems, which had seemed so festive half an hour ago, now looked cheap and slovenly. The complexions of the elder ladies suffered terribly, and, as if conscious that a cold eye had been turned upon them, they began to say good night and to make their way up to bed. Rachel, though robbed of her audience, had gone on playing to herself. From John Peel she passed to Bach, who was at this time the subject of her intense enthusiasm, and one by one some of the younger dancers came in from the garden and sat upon the deserted gilt chairs round the piano, the room being now so clear that they turned out the lights. As they sat and listened, their nerves were quieted. The heat and soreness of their lips, the result of incessant talking and laughing, was smoothed away. They sat very still, as if they saw a building with spaces and columns succeeding each other, rising in the empty space. Then they began to see themselves and their lives, and the whole of human life, advancing very nobly under the direction of the music. They felt themselves ennobled, and when Rachel stopped playing, they desired nothing but sleep. Susan rose. "I think this has been the happiest night of my life," she exclaimed. "I do adore music," she said as she thanked Rachel. "It just seems to say all the things one can't say oneself." She gave a nervous little laugh and looked from one to another with great benignity, as though she would like to say something but could not find the words in which to express it. "Everyone's been so kind, so very kind," she said. Then she too went to bed. The party having ended in the very abrupt way in which parties do end, Helen and Rachel stood by the door with their cloaks on, looking for a carriage. "I suppose you realize that there are no carriages left?" said St. John, who had been out to look. "You must sleep here." "Oh no," said Helen, "we shall walk." "May we come too?" Hugh asked. "We can't go to bed. Imagine lying among bolsters and looking at one's washstand on a morning like this. Is that where you live?" They had begun to walk down the avenue, and he turned and pointed at the white and green villa on the hillside, which seemed to have its eyes shut. "That's not a light burning, is it?" Helen asked anxiously. "It's the sun," said St. John. The upper windows had each a spot of gold on them. "I was afraid it was my husband, still reading Greek," she said. "All this time he's been editing Pindar." They passed through the town and turned up the steep road, which was perfectly clear, though still unbordered by shadows. Partly because they were tired and partly because the early light subdued them, they scarcely spoke, but breathed in the delicious fresh air, which seemed to belong to a different state of life from the air at midday. When they came to the high yellow wall, where the lane turned off from the road, Helen was for dismissing the two young men. "You've come far enough," she said. "Go back to bed." But they seemed unwilling to move. "Let's sit down a moment," said Hewitt. He spread his coat on the ground. "Let's sit down and consider." They sat down and looked out over the bay. It was very still. The sea was rippling faintly, and lines of green and blue were beginning to stripe it. There were no sailing boats as yet, but a steamer was anchored in the bay, looking very ghostly in the mist. It gave one unearthly cry, and then all was silent. Rachel occupied herself in collecting one gray stone after another and building them into a little cairn. She did it very quietly and carefully. "And so you've changed your view of life, Rachel," said Helen. Rachel added another stone and yawned. "I don't remember," she said. "I feel like a fish at the bottom of the sea." She yawned again. None of these people possessed any power to frighten her out here in the dawn, and she felt perfectly familiar even with Mr. Hurst. "My brain, on the contrary," said Hurst, "is in a condition of abnormal activity." He sat in his favorite position with his arms binding his legs together and his chin resting on the top of his knees. "I see through everything, absolutely everything. Life has no more mysteries for me." He spoke with conviction, but did not appear to wish for an answer. Near though they sat, and familiar though they felt, they seemed mere shadows to each other. "And all those people down there going to sleep," Hugh began dreamily. "Thinking such different things, Miss Warrington, I suppose, is now on her knees. The Elliots are a little startled. It's not often they get out of breath, and they want to get to sleep as quickly as possible. Then there's the poor lean young man who danced all night with Evelyn. He's putting his flower in water and asking himself, is this love? And poor old Parrot, I dare say, can't get to sleep at all, and is reading his favorite Greek book to console himself and the others. No, Hurst," he wound up, "I don't find it simple at all." "I have a key," said Hurst cryptically. His chin was still upon his knees and his eyes fixed in front of him. A silence followed. Then Helen rose and bade them good night. "But," she said, "remember that you've got to come and see us." They waved good night and parted. But the two young men did not go back to the hotel. They went for a walk, during which they scarcely spoke and never mentioned the names of the two women who were, to a considerable extent, the subject of their thoughts. They did not wish to share their impressions. They returned to the hotel in time for breakfast. Chapter 13. There were many rooms in the villa, but one room which possessed a character of its own because the door was always shut, and no sound of music or laughter issued from it. Everyone in the house was vaguely conscious that something went on behind that door, and without in the least knowing what it was, were influenced in their own thoughts by the knowledge that if the passed at the door would be shut, and if they made a noise, Mr. Ambrose inside would be disturbed. Certain acts therefore possessed merit, and others were bad, so that life became more harmonious and less disconnected than it would have been had Mr. Ambrose given up it in Pindar and taken to a nome existence and out of every room in the house. As it was, everyone was conscious that by observing certain rules, such as punctuality and quiet, by cooking well and performing other small duties, one ode after another was satisfactorily restored to the world, and they shared the continuity of the scholar's life. Unfortunately, as age puts one barrier between human beings, and learning another, and sex a third, Mr. Ambrose in his study was some 1,000 miles distant from the nearest human being, who in this household was inevitably a woman. He sat hour after hour among white-leaved books, alone like an idol in an empty church, still except for the passage of his hand from one side of the sheet to another, silent save for an occasional choke, which drove him to extend his pipe a moment in the air. As he worked his way further and further into the heart of the poet, his chair became more and more deeply encircled by books, which lay open on the floor, and could only be crossed by a careful process of stepping, so delicate that his visitors generally stopped and addressed him from the outskirts. On the morning after the dance, however, Rachel came into her uncle's room and hailed him twice, Uncle Ridley, before he paid her any attention. At length he looked over his spectacles. "Well?" he asked. "I want a book," she replied. "Gibbon's History of the Roman Empire. May I have it?" She watched the lines on her uncle's face gradually rearrange themselves at her question. It had been smooth as a mask before she spoke. "Please say that again," said her uncle, either because he had not heard or because he had not understood. She repeated the same words and reddened slightly as she did so. "Gibbon, what on earth do you want him for?" he inquired. "Somebody advised me to read it," Rachel stammered. "But I don't travel about with a miscellaneous collection of 18th century historians," her uncle exclaimed. "Gibbon, 10 big volumes at least." Rachel said that she was sorry to interrupt and was turning to go. "Stop!" cried her uncle. He put down his pipe, placed his book on one side, and rose and led her slowly round the room, holding her by the arm. "Plato," he said, laying one finger on the first of a row of small dark books, "and Jorrocks next door, which is wrong. Sophocles, Swift. You don't care for German commentators, I presume? French, then. You read French, you should read Balzac. Then we come to Wordsworth and Coleridge, Pope, Johnson, Addison, Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats. One thing leads to another. Why is Marlowe here? Mrs. Chailey, I presume. But what's the use of reading if you don't read Greek? After all, if you read Greek, you need never read anything else. Pure waste of time. Pure waste of time." Thus speaking half to himself, with quick movements of his hands, they had come round again to the circle of books on the floor, and their progress was stopped. "Well," he demanded, "which shall it be?" "Balzac," said Rachel, "or have you the Speech on the American Revolution, Uncle Ridley?" "The Speech on the American Revolution?" he asked. He looked at her very keenly again. "Another young man at the dance. No, that was Mr. Dalloway," she confessed. Good Lord! He flung back his head in recollection of Mr. Dalloway. She chose for herself a volume at random, submitted it to her uncle, who, seeing that it was Le Cousin Bête, bade her throw it away if she found it too horrible, and was about to leave him when he demanded whether she had enjoyed her dance. He then wanted to know what people did at dances, seeing that he had only been to one 35 years ago, when nothing had seemed to him more meaningless and idiotic. Did they enjoy turning round and round to the screech of a fiddle? Did they talk and say pretty things? And if so, why didn't they do it under reasonable conditions? As for himself, he sighed and pointed at the signs of industry lying all about him, which, in spite of his sigh, filled his face with such satisfaction that his niece thought good to leave. On bestowing a kiss, she was allowed to go, but not until she had bound herself to learn at any rate the Greek alphabet, and to return her French novel when done with, upon which something more suitable would be found for her. As the rooms in which people live are apt to give off something of the same shock as their faces when seen for the first time, Rachel walked very slowly downstairs, lost in wonder at her uncle and his books and his neglect of dances and his queer, utterly inexplicable but apparently satisfactory view of life, when her eye was caught by a note with her name on it lying in the hall. The address was written in a small, strong hand unknown to her, and the note, which had no beginning, ran, "I send the first volume of Gibbon as I promised. Personally, I find little to be said for the moderns, but I'm going to send you Wedekind when I've done him. Don't? Have you read Webster and all that set? I envy you reading them for the first time. Completely exhausted after last night. And you? The flourish of initials which she took to be St. J. A.H. wound up the letter. She was very much flattered that Mr. Hurst should have remembered her and fulfilled his promise so quickly. There was still an hour to luncheon, and with Gibbon in one hand and Balzac in the other, she strolled out of the gate and down the little path of beaten mud between the olive trees on the slope of the hill. It was too hot for climbing hills, but along the valley there were trees and a grass path running by the riverbed. In this land where the population was centered in the towns, it was possible to lose sight of civilization in a very short time, passing only an occasional farmhouse where the women were handling red roots in the courtyard, or a little boy lying on his elbows on the hillside surrounded by a flock of black, strong-smelling goats. Save for a thread of water at the bottom, the river was merely a deep channel of dry yellow stones. On the bank grew those trees which Helen had said it was worth the voyage out merely to see. April had burst their buds, and they bore large blossoms among their glossy green leaves with petals of a thick wax-like substance colored an exquisite cream or pink or deep crimson, but filled with one of those unreasonable exultations which start generally from an unknown cause and sweep whole countries and skies into their embrace. She walked without seeing. The night was encroaching upon the day. Her ears hummed with the tune she had played the night before. She sang, and the singing made her walk faster and faster. She did not see distinctly where she was going, the trees and the landscape appearing only as masses of green and blue with an occasional space of differently colored sky. Faces of people she had seen last night came before her. She heard their voices. She stopped singing and began saying things over again, or saying things differently, or inventing things that might have been said. The constraint of being among strangers in a long silk dress made it unusually exciting to stride thus alone. Hewitt, Hurst, Mr. Venning, Miss Allen, the music, the light, the dark trees in the garden, the dawn. As she walked, they went surging round in her head, a tumultuous background from which the present moment, with its opportunity of doing exactly as she liked, sprung more wonderfully vivid even the night before. So she might have walked until she had lost all knowledge of her way, had it not been for the interruption of a tree, which, although it did not grow across her path, stopped her as effectively as if the branches had struck her in the face. It was an ordinary tree, but to her it appeared so strange that it might have been the only tree in the world. Dark was the trunk in the middle, and the branches sprang here and there, leaving jagged intervals of light between them as distinctly as if it had but that second risen from the ground. Having seen a sight that would last her for a lifetime, and for a lifetime would preserve that second, the tree once more sank into the ordinary ranks of trees, and she was able to seat herself in its shade and to pick the red flowers with the thin green leaves which were growing beneath it. She laid them side by side, flower to flower, and stalk to stalk, caressing them for walking alone. Flowers and even pebbles in the earth had their own life and disposition, and brought back the feelings of a child to whom they were companions. Looking up, her eye was caught by the line of the mountains flying out energetically across the sky like the lash of a curling whip. She looked at the pale distant sky, and the high bare places on the mountain tops lying exposed to the sun. When she sat down, she had dropped her books onto the earth at her feet, and now she looked down on them lying there, so square in the grass, a tall stem bending over and tickling the smooth brown cover of Gibbon, while the mottled blue Balzac lay naked in the sun. With a feeling that to open and read would certainly be a surprising experience, she turned the historian's page and read that his generals, in the early part of his reign, attempted the reduction of Ethiopia and Arabia Felix. They marched near 1,000 miles to the south of the tropic, but the heat of the climate soon repelled the invaders and protected the unwarlike natives of those sequestered regions. The northern countries of Europe scarcely deserved the expense and labor of conquest. The forests and morasses of Germany were filled with a hardy race of barbarians who despised life when it was separated from freedom. Never had any words been so vivid and so beautiful. Arabia, Felix et Ethiopia. But those were not more noble than the others, hardy barbarians, forests, and morasses. They seemed to drive roads back to the very beginning of the world, on either side of which the populations of all times and countries stood in avenues, and by passing down them all knowledge would be hers, and the book of the world turned back to the very first page. Such was her excitement at the possibilities of knowledge now opening before her that she ceased to read, and a breeze turning the page, the covers of Gibbon gently ruffled and closed together. She then rose again and walked on. Slowly her mind became less confused and sought the origins of her exultation, which were twofold and could be limited by an effort to the persons of Mr. Hurst and Mr. Hute. Any clear analysis of them was impossible, owing to the haze of wonder in which they were enveloped. She could not reason about them as about people whose feelings went by the same rule as her own did, and her mind dwelt on them with a kind of physical pleasure such as is caused by the contemplation of bright things hanging in the sun. From them all life seemed to radiate. The very words of books were steeped in radiance. She then became haunted by a suspicion which she was so reluctant to face that she welcomed to trip and stumble over the grass, because thus her attention was dispersed, but in a second it had collected itself again. Unconsciously, she had been walking faster and faster, her body trying to outrun her mind, but she was now on the summit of a little hillock of earth which rose above the river and displayed the valley. She was no longer able to juggle with several ideas, but must deal with the most persistent, and a kind of melancholy replaced her excitement. She sank down onto the earth, clasping her knees together and looking blankly in front of her. For some time she observed a great yellow butterfly, which was opening and closing its wings very slowly on a little flat stone. "What is it to be in love?" she demanded, after a long silence. Each word as it came into being seemed to shove itself out into an unknown sea. Hypnotized by the wings of the butterfly, and awed by the discovery of a terrible possibility in life, she sat for some time longer. When the butterfly flew away, she rose, and with her 2 books beneath her arm returned home again, much as a soldier prepared for battle. Chapter 14. The sun of that same day going down, dusk was saluted as usual at the hotel by an instantaneous sparkle of electric lights. The hours between dinner and bedtime were always difficult enough to kill, and the night after the dance they were further tarnished by the peevishness of dissipation. Certainly, in the opinion of Hurst and Hute, who lay back in long armchairs in the middle of the hall with their coffee cups beside them and their cigarettes in their hands, the evening was unusually dull, the women unusually badly dressed, the men unusually badly dressed, the men unusually fatuous. Moreover, when the mail had been distributed half an hour ago, there were no letters for either of the 2 young men. As every other person, practically, had received 2 or 3 plump letters from England, which they were now engaged in reading, this seemed hard, and prompted Hurst to make the caustic remark that the animals had been fed. Their silence, he said, reminded him of the silence in the lion-house when each beast holds a lump of raw meat in its paws. He went on, stimulated by this comparison, to liken some to hippopotamuses, some to canary birds, some to swine, some to parrots, and some to loathsome reptiles curled round the half-decayed bodies of sheep. The intermittent sounds, now a cough, now a horrible wheezing or throat-clearing, now a little patter of conversation, were just, he declared, what you hear if you stand in the lion-house when the bones are being mauled. But these comparisons did not rouse Hewitt, who, after a careless glance round the room, fixed his eyes upon a thicket of native spears which were so ingeniously arranged as to run their points at you, whichever way you approached them. He was clearly oblivious of his surroundings, whereupon Hurst, perceiving that Hute's mind was a complete blank, fixed his attention more closely upon his fellow creatures. He was too far from them, however, to hear what they were saying, but it pleased him to construct little theories about them from their gestures and appearance. Mrs. Thornberry had received a great many letters. She was completely engrossed in them. When she had finished a page, she handed it to her husband, or gave him the sense of what she was reading in a series of short quotations linked together by a sound at the back of her throat. Evie writes that George has gone to Glasgow. He finds Mr. Chadbourne so nice to work with, and we hope to spend Christmas together, but I should not like to move Betty and Alfred any great distance. No, quite right, though it is difficult to imagine cold weather in this heat. Eleanor and Roger drove over in the new trap. Eleanor certainly looked more like herself than I've seen her since the winter. She has put baby on 3 bottles now, which I'm sure is wise. I'm sure it is, too, and so gets better nights. My hair still falls out. I find it on the pillow. But I am cheered by hearing from Toddy Hall Green. Muriel is in Torquay enjoying herself greatly at dances. She is going to show her black pug after all. A line from Herbert, so busy, poor fellow. Aha! Margaret says, poor old Mrs. Fairbank died on the 8th, quite suddenly in the conservatory, only a maid in the house who hadn't the presence of mind to lift her up, which they think might have saved her, but the doctor says it might have come at any moment, and one can only feel thankful that it was in the house and not in the street. I should think so. The pigeons have increased terribly, just as the rabbits did 5 years ago. Huh! While she read, her husband kept nodding his head very slightly but very steadily in sign of approval. Near by, Miss Allen was reading her letters too. They were not altogether pleasant, as could be seen from the slight rigidity which came over her large, fine face as she finished reading them and replaced them neatly in their envelopes. The lines of care and responsibility on her face made her resemble an elderly man rather than a woman. The letters brought her news of the failure of last year's fruit crop in New Zealand, which was a serious matter, for Hubert, her only brother, made his living on a fruit farm, and if it failed again, of course, he would throw up his place, come back to England, and what were they to do with him this time? The journey out here, which meant the loss of a term's work, became an extravagance and not the just and wonderful holiday due to her after 15 years of punctual lecturing and correcting essays upon English literature. Emily, her sister, who was a teacher, also wrote, "We ought to be prepared, though I have no doubt Hubert will be more reasonable this time," and then went on in her sensible way to say that she was enjoying a very jolly time in the lakes. They are looking exceedingly pretty just now. I have seldom seen the trees so forward at this time of year. We have taken our lunch out several days. Old Alice is as young as ever and asks after everyone affectionately. The days pass very quickly, and term will soon be here. Political prospects not good, I think, privately, but do not like to dab Ellen's enthusiasm. Lloyd George has taken the bill up, but so have many before now, and we are where we are. But trust to find myself mistaken. Anyhow, we have our work cut out for us. Surely, Meredith lacks the human note one likes in W.W. She concluded and went on to discuss some questions of English literature which Miss Allen had raised in her last letter. At a little distance from Miss Allen, on a seat shaded and made semi-private by a thick clump of palm trees, Arthur and Susan were reading each other's letters. The big slashing manuscripts of hockey-playing young women in Wiltshire lay on Arthur's knee, while Susan deciphered tight little legal hands which rarely filled more than a page, and always conveyed the same impression of jocular and breezy goodwill. "I do hope Mr. Hutchinson will like me, Arthur," she said, looking up. "Who's your loving Flo?" asked Arthur. "Flo Graves, the girl I told you about, who was engaged to that dreadful Mr. Vincent," said Susan. "Is Mr. Hutchinson married?" she asked. already her mind was busy with benevolent plans for her friends, or rather, with one magnificent plan which was simple too. They were all to get married at once, directly she got back. Marriage that was the right thing, the only thing, the solution required by everyone she knew, and a great part of her meditations was spent in tracing every instance of discomfort, loneliness, ill health, unsatisfied ambition, restlessness, eccentricity, taking things up and dropping them again, public speaking, and philanthropic activity on the part of men and particularly on the part of women, to the fact that they wanted to marry, were trying to marry, and had natsnet sikux at aid if, as she was bound to own, these symptoms sometimes persisted after marriage, she could only ascribe them to the unhappy law of nature which decreed that there was only one Arthur Venning and only one Susan who could marry him. Her theory, of course, had the merit of being fully supported by her own case. She had been vaguely uncomfortable at home for 2 or 3 years now, and a voyage like this with her selfish old aunt, who paid her fare but treated her as servant and companion in one, was typical of the kind of thing people expected of her. Directly she became engaged, Mrs. Pally behaved with instinctive respect, positively protested when Susan as usual knelt down to lace her shoes, and appeared really grateful for an hour of Susan's company where she had been used to exact 2 or 3 as her right. She therefore foresaw a life of far greater comfort than she had been used to, and the change had already produced a great increase of warmth in her feelings towards other people. It was close on 20 years now since Mrs. Paley had been able to lace her own shoes or even to see them, the disappearance of her feet having coincided more or less accurately with the death of her husband, a man of business, soon after which event Mrs. Paley began to grow stout. She was a selfish, independent old woman, possessed of a considerable income which she spent upon the upkeep of a house that needed 7 servants and a charwoman in Lancaster Gate, and another with a garden and carriage horses in Surrey. Susan's engagement relieved her of the one great anxiety of her life, that her son Christopher should entangle himself with his cousin. Now that this familiar source of interest was removed, she felt a little low and inclined to see more in Susan than she used to. She had decided to give her a very handsome wedding present, a check for 200, 250, or possibly, conceivably, it depended upon the undergardener and Huth's bill for doing up the drawing room, £300 sterling. She was thinking of this very question, revolving the figures as she sat in her wheeled chair with a table spread with cards by her side. The patients had somehow got into a muddle, and she did not like to call for Susan to help her, as Susan seemed to be busy with Arthur. "She's every right to expect a handsome present from me, of course," she thought, looking vaguely at the leopard on its hind legs, "and I've no doubt she does. Money goes a long way with everyone. The young are very selfish. If I were to die, nobody would miss me but Dakins, and she'll be consoled by the will. However, I've got no reason to complain. I can still enjoy myself. I'm not a burden to anyone. I like a great many things a good deal, in spite of my legs." Being slightly depressed, however, she went on to think of the only people she had known who had not seemed to her at all selfish or fond of money, who had seemed to her somehow rather finer than the general run, people she willingly acknowledged, who were finer than she was. There were only 2 of them. One was her brother, who had been drowned before her eyes. The other was a girl, her greatest friend, who had died in giving birth to her first child. These things had happened some 50 years ago. They ought not to have died, she thought. However, they did, and we selfish old creatures go on. The tears came to her eyes. She felt a genuine regret for them, a kind of respect for their youth and beauty, and a kind of shame for herself. But the tears did not fall, and she opened one of those innumerable novels which she used to pronounce good or bad, or pretty middling, or really wonderful. "I can't think how people come to imagine such things," she would say. taking off her spectacles and looking up with the old faded eyes that were becoming ringed with white. Just behind the stuffed leopard, Mr. Elliot was playing chess with Mr. Pepper. He was being defeated, naturally, for Mr. Pepper scarcely took his eyes off the board, and Mr. Elliot kept leaning back in his chair and throwing out remarks to a gentleman who had only arrived the night before, a tall, handsome man with a head resembling the head of an intellectual ram. After a few remarks of the general nature had passed, they were discovering that they knew some of the same people, as indeed had been obvious from their appearance. Directly, they saw each other. "Ah, yes, old Truefit," said Mr. Elliot. "He has a son at Oxford. I've often stayed with them. It's a lovely old Jacobean house. Some exquisite Greuzes, 1 or 2 Dutch pictures, which the old boy kept in the cellars. Then there were stacks upon stacks of prints. Oh, the dirt in that house! He was a miser, you know. The boy married a daughter of Lord Pinwell's. I know them too. The collecting mania tends to run in families. This chap collects buckles, men's shoe buckles, they must be, in use between the years 1580 and 1660. The dates mayn't be right, but facts, as I say. Your true collector always has some unaccountable fad of that kind. On other points, he's as level-headed as a breeder of shorthorns, which is what he happens to be. Then the Pinwells, as you probably know, have their share of eccentricity too. Lady Maud, for instance." He was interrupted here by the necessity of considering his move. Lady Maud has a horror of cats and clergymen and people with big front teeth. I've heard her shout across a table, "Keep your mouth shut, Miss Smith. They're as yellow as carrots." Across a table. Mind you, to me she's always been civility itself. She dabbles in literature, likes to collect a few of us in her drawing-room, but mention a clergyman, a bishop even, nay, the archbishop himself, and she gobbles like a turkey-cock. I've been told it's a family feud, something to do with an ancestor in the reign of Charles I. Yes, he continued, suffering check after check. I always like to know something of the grandmothers of our fashionable young men. In my opinion, they preserve all that we admire in the 18th century, with the advantage in the majority of cases that they are personally clean. Not that one would insult old Lady Barbaro by calling her clean. "How often do you think, Hilda," he called out to his wife, "her ladyship takes a bath?" "I should hardly like to say, Hugh," Mrs. Elliot tittered, "but wearing puss velvet, as she does, even on the hottest August day, it somehow doesn't show." "Pepper, you have me," said Mr. Elliot. "My chess is even worse than I." Remembered, he accepted his defeat with great equanimity because he really wished to talk. He drew his chair beside Mr. Wilfrid Flushing, the newcomer. "Are these at all in your line?" he asked, pointing at a case in front of them where highly polished crosses, jewels, and bits of embroidery, the work of the natives, were displayed to tempt visitors. "Shams, all of them," said Mr. Flushing briefly. "This rug, now, isn't at all bad." He stopped and picked up a piece of the rug at their feet. "Not old, of course, but the design is quite in the right tradition. Alice, lend me your brooch. See the difference between the old work and the new." A lady who was reading with great concentration unfastened her brooch and gave it to her husband without looking at him or acknowledging the tentative bow which Mr. Elliot was desirous of giving her. If she had listened, she might have been amused by the reference to old Lady Barbaro, her great aunt, but, oblivious of her surroundings, she went on reading. The clock, which had been wheezing for some minutes, like an old man preparing to cough, now struck 9. The sound slightly disturbed certain somnolent merchants, government officials, and men of independent means who were lying back in their chairs, chatting, smoking, ruminating about their affairs, with their eyes half shut. They raised their lids for an instant at the sound, and then closed them again. They had the appearance of crocodiles so fully gorged by their last meal that the future of the world gives them no anxiety whatever. The only disturbance in the placid bright room was caused by a large moth which shot from light to light, whizzing over elaborate heads of hair and causing several young women to raise their hands nervously and exclaim, "Someone ought to kill it." Absorbed in their own thoughts, Hewitt and Hurst had not spoken for a long time. When the clock struck, Hurst said, "Ah, the creatures begin to stir." He watched them raise themselves, look about them, and settle down again. "What I abhor most of all," he concluded, "is the female breast. Imagine being Venning and having to get into bed with Susan, but the really repulsive thing is that they feel nothing at all about what I do when I have a hot bath. They're gross, they're absurd, they're utterly intolerable." So saying, and drawing no reply from Hewitt, he proceeded to think about himself, about science, about Cambridge, about the bar, about Helen and what she thought of him, until, being very tired, he was nodding off to sleep. Suddenly, Hewitt woke him up. "How'd you know what you feel, Hurst? Are you in love?" asked Hurst. He put in his eyeglass. "Don't be a fool," said Hewitt. "Well, I'll sit down and think about it," said Hurst. "One really ought to. If these people would only think about things, the world would be a far better place for us all to live in." "Are you trying to think?" That was exactly what Hewitt had been doing for the last half hour, but he did not find Hurst sympathetic at the moment. "I shall go for a walk," he said. "Remember, we weren't in bed last night," said Hurst with a prodigious yawn. Hewitt rose and stretched himself. "I want to go and get a breath of air," he said. An unusual feeling had been bothering him all the evening and forbidding him to settle into any one train of thought. It was precisely as if he had been in the middle of a talk which interested him profoundly when someone came up and interrupted him. He could not finish the talk, and the longer he sat there the more he wanted to finish it. As the talk that had been interrupted was a talk with Rachel, he had to ask himself why he felt this and why he wanted to go on talking to her. Hurst would merely say that he was in love with her. But he was not in love with her. Did love begin in that way, with the wish to go on talking? No, it always began in his case with definite physical sensations, and these were now absent. He did not even find her physically attractive. There was something, of course, unusual about her. She was young, inexperienced, and inquisitive. They had been more open with each other than was usually possible. He always found girls interesting to talk to, and surely these were good reasons why he should wish to go on talking to her. And last night, what with the crowd and the confusion, he had only been able to begin to talk to her. What was she doing now? Lying on a sofa and looking at the ceiling, perhaps. He could imagine her doing that, and Helen in an armchair, with her hands on the arm of it, so looking ahead of her with her great big eyes. Oh no, they'd be talking, of course, about the dance. But suppose Rachel was going away in a day or two? Suppose this was the end of her visit, and her father had arrived in one of the steamers anchored in the bay? It was intolerable to know so little. Therefore he exclaimed, "How'd you know what you feel, Hurst?" to stop himself from thinking. But Hurst did not help him, and the other people with their aimless movements and their unknown lives were disturbing, so that he longed for the empty darkness. The first thing he looked for when he stepped out of the hall door was the light of the Ambroses' villa. When he had definitely decided that a certain light apart from the others higher up the hill was their light, he was considerably reassured. There seemed to be at once a little stability in all this incoherence. Without any definite plan in his head, he took the turning to the right and walked through the town and came to the wall by the meeting of the roads, where he stopped. The booming of the sea was audible. The dark blue mass of the mountains rose against the paler blue of the sky. There was no moon, but myriads of stars, and lights were anchored up and down in the dark waves of earth all round him. He had meant to go back, but the single light of the Ambroses' villa had now become 3 separate lights, and he was tempted to go on. He might as well make sure that Rachel was still there. Walking fast, he soon stood by the iron gate of their garden and pushed it open. the outline of the house suddenly appeared sharply before his eyes, and the thin column of the veranda cutting across the palely lit gravel of the terrace. He hesitated. At the back of the house, someone was rattling cans. He approached the front. The light on the terrace showed him that the sitting rooms were on that side. He stood as near the light as he could by the corner of the house, the leaves of a creeper brushing his face. After a moment he could hear a voice. The voice went on steadily. It was not talking, but from the continuity of the sound, it was a voice reading aloud. He crept a little closer. He crumpled the leaves together so as to stop their rustling about his ears. It might be Rachel's voice. He left the shadow and stepped into the radius of the light, and then heard a sentence spoken quite distinctly. And there we lived from the year 1860 to 1895, the happiest years of my parents' lives, and there in 1862 my brother Maurice was born, to the delight of his parents, as he was destined to be the delight of all who knew him. The voice quickened, and the tone became conclusive, rising slightly in pitch, as if these words were at the end of the chapter. Hugh drew back again into the shadow. There was a long silence. He could just hear chairs being moved inside. He had almost decided to go back when suddenly two figures appeared at the window, not 6 feet from him. "It was Maurice Fielding, of course, that your mother was engaged to," said Helen's voice. She spoke reflectively, looking out into the dark garden and thinking evidently as much of the look of the night as of what she was saying. "Mother," said Rachel. Hugh's heart leapt, and he noticed the fact. Her voice, though low, was full of surprise. "You didn't know that," said Helen. "I never knew there'd been anyone else," said Rachel. She was clearly surprised, but all they said was said low and inexpressively because they were speaking out into the cool, dark night. "More people were in love with her than with anyone I've ever known," Helen stated. "She had that power. She enjoyed things. She wasn't beautiful, but I was thinking of her last night at the dance. She got on with every kind of person, and then she made it all so amazingly funny." It appeared that Helen was going back into the past, choosing her words deliberately, comparing Teresa with the people she had known since Teresa died. "I don't know how she did it," she continued, and ceased. And there was a long pause in which a little owl called first here, then there, as it moved from tree to tree in the garden. "That's so like Aunt Lucy and Aunt Katie," said Rachel at last. "They always make out that she was very sad and very good. Then why, for goodness sake, did they do nothing but criticize her when she was alive?" said Helen. Very gentle their voices sounded, as if they fell through the waves of the sea. "If I were to die tomorrow," she began. The broken sentences had an extraordinary beauty and detachment in Hewitt's ears, and a kind of mystery too, as though they were spoken by people in their sleep. "No, Rachel," Helen's voice continued. "I'm not going to walk in the garden. It's damp. It's sure to be damp. Besides, I see at least a dozen toads." "Toads? Those are stones, Helen. Come out. It's nicer out. The flowers smell," Rachel replied. Hugh drew still farther back. His heart was beating very quickly. Apparently Rachel tried to pull Helen out onto the terrace, and Helen resisted. There was a certain amount of scuffling, entreating, resisting, and laughter from both of them. Then a man's form appeared. Hugh could not hear what they were all saying. In a minute they had gone in. He could hear bolts grating then. There was dead silence, and all the lights went out. He turned away, still crumpling and uncrumpling a handful of leaves which he had torn from the wall. An exquisite sense of pleasure and relief possessed him. It was all so solid and peaceful after the ball at the hotel, whether he was in love with them or not, and he was not in love with them, no, but it was good that they should be alive. After standing still for a minute or two, he turned and began to walk towards the gate, with the movement of his body, the excitement, the romance, and the richness of life crowded into his brain. He shouted out a line of poetry, but the words escaped him, and he stumbled among lines and fragments of lines which had no meaning at all except for the beauty of the words. He shut the gate and ran swinging from side to side down the hill, shouting any nonsense that came into his head. "Here am I," he cried rhythmically as his feet pounded to the left and to the right, plunging along like an elephant in the jungle, stripping the branches as I go. He snatched at the twigs of a bush at the roadside, roaring innumerable words, lovely words about innumerable things, running downhill and talking nonsense aloud to myself, about roads and leaves and lights and women, coming out into the darkness about women, about Rachel, about Rachel. He stopped and drew a deep breath. The night seemed immense and hospitable, and although so dark there seemed to be things moving down there in the harbor and movement out at sea. He gazed until the darkness numbed him, and then he walked on quickly, still murmuring to himself, "And I ought to be in bed, snoring and dreaming, 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 dreaming and realities, dreams and realities, dreams and realities, dreams and realities." He repeated all the way up the avenue, scarcely knowing what he said, until he reached the front door. Here he paused for a second and collected himself before he opened the door. His eyes were dazed, his hands very cold, and his brain excited and yet half asleep. Inside the door, everything was as he had left it except that the hall was now empty. There were the chairs turning in towards each other, where people had sat talking, and the empty glasses on little tables, and the newspapers scattered on the floor. As he shut the door, he felt as if he were enclosed in a square box, and instantly shriveled up. It was all very bright and very small. He stopped for a minute by the long table to find a paper which he had meant to read, but he was still too much under the influence of the dark and the fresh air to consider carefully which paper it was or where he had seen it. As he fumbled vaguely among the papers, he saw a figure cross the tail of his eye, coming downstairs. He heard the swishing sound of skirts, and to his great surprise Evelyn M. came up to him, laid her hand on the table as if to prevent him from taking up a paper, and said, "You're just the person I wanted to talk to." Her voice was a little unpleasant and metallic, her eyes were very bright, and she kept them fixed upon him. "To talk to me?" he repeated. "But I'm half asleep. But I think you understand better than most people," she answered, and sat down on a little chair placed beside a big leather chair, so that Hugh had to sit down beside her. "Well?" he said. He yawned openly and lit a cigarette. He could not believe that this was really happening to him. "What is it? Are you really sympathetic, or is it just a pose?" she demanded. "It's for you to say," he replied. "I'm interested, I think." He still felt numb all over and as if she was much too close to him. "Anyone can be interested," she cried impatiently. "Your friend Mr. Hurst's interested. I dare say, however, I do believe in you. You look as if you'd got a nice sister somehow." She paused, picking at some sequins on her knees, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she started off. "Anyhow, I'm going to ask your advice. Do you ever get into a state where you don't know your own mind? That's the state I'm in now. You see, last night at the dance, Raymond Oliver, he's the tall, dark boy who looks as if he had Indian blood in him, but he says he's not really. Well, we were sitting out together, and he told me all about himself, how unhappy he is at home, and how he hates being out here. They've put him into some beastly mining business. He says it's beastly. I should like it, I know. But that's neither here nor there, and I felt awfully sorry for him. One couldn't help being sorry for him, and when he asked me to let him kiss me, I did. I don't see any harm in that, do you? And then this morning he said he thought I meant something more, and I wasn't the sort to let anyone kiss me. And we talked and talked. I dare say I was very silly, but one can't help liking people when one's sorry for them. I do like him most awfully." She paused. "So I gave him half a promise, and then, you see, there's Alfred Parrot. "Oh, Parrot," said Hewitt, "we got to know each other on that picnic the other day," she continued. "He seemed so lonely, especially as Arthur had gone off with Susan, and one couldn't help guessing what was in his mind. So we had quite a long talk when you were looking at the ruins, and he told me all about his life and his struggles and how fearfully hard it had been. You know, he was a boy in a grocer's shop and took parcels to people's houses in a basket. That interested me awfully, because I always say it doesn't matter how you're born if you've got the right stuff in you. And he told me about his sister who's paralyzed, poor girl, and one can see she's a great trial, though he's evidently very devoted to her. I must say I do admire people like that. I don't expect you do because you're so clever. Well, last night we sat out in the garden together, and I couldn't help seeing what he wanted to say, and comforting him a little, and telling him I did care. I really do only, then, there's Raymond Oliver. What I want you to tell me is, can one be in love with two people at once, or can't one?" She became silent and sat with her chin on her hands, looking very intent, as if she were facing a real problem which had to be discussed between them. "I think it depends what sort of person you are," said Hewitt. He looked at her. She was small and pretty, aged perhaps 28 or 29, but though dashing and sharply cut, her features expressed nothing very clearly, except a great deal of spirit and good health. "Who are you? What are you? You see, I know nothing about you," he continued. "Well, I was coming to that," said Evelyn M. She continued to rest her chin on her hands and to look intently ahead of her. "I'm the daughter of a mother and no father, if that interests you," she said. "It's not a very nice thing to be. It's what often happens in the country. She was a farmer's daughter, and he was rather a swell. The young man up at the great house, he never made things straight. Never married her, though he allowed us quite a lot of money. His people wouldn't let him. Poor father. I can't help liking him. Mother wasn't the sort of woman who could keep him straight anyhow. He was killed in the war. I believe his men worshipped him. They say great big troopers broke down and cried over his body on the battlefield. I wish I'd known him. Mother had all the life crushed out of her. The world, she clenched her fist. Oh, people can be horrid to a woman like that. She turned upon Hewitt. "Well," she said, "do you want to know any more about me?" "But you?" he asked. "Who looked after you?" "I've looked after myself mostly," she laughed. "I've had splendid friends. I do like people. That's the trouble. What would you do if you liked two people, both of them tremendously, and you couldn't tell which most?" "I should go on liking them. I should wait and see." "Why not? But one has to make up one's mind," said Evelyn. "Or are you one of the people who doesn't believe in marriages and all that? Look here, this isn't fair. I do all the telling and you tell nothing. Perhaps you're the same as your friend." She looked at him suspiciously. "Perhaps you don't like me." "I don't know you," said Hewitt. "I know when I like a person directly I see them. I knew I liked you the very first night at dinner." "Oh dear," she continued impatiently, "what a lot of bother would be saved if only people would say the things they think straight out. I'm made like that. I can't help it." "But don't you find it leads to difficulties?" Hewitt asked. "That's men's fault," she answered. "They always drag it in love, I mean, and so you've gone on having one proposal after another," said Hewitt. "I don't suppose I've had more proposals than most women," said Evelyn, but she spoke without conviction. 5, 6, 10, Hewitt ventured. Evelyn seemed to intimate that perhaps 10 was the right figure, but that it really was not a high one. "I believe you're thinking me a heartless flirt," she protested. "But I don't care if you are. I don't care what anyone thinks of me. Just because one's interested and likes to be friends with men and talk to them as one talks to women, one's called a flirt." "But Miss Murgatroyd, I wish you'd call me Evelyn," she interrupted. "After 10 proposals, do you honestly think that men are the same as women?" Honestly, how I hate that word. It's always used by prigs, cried Evelyn. Honestly, I think they ought to be. That's what's so disappointing. Every time one thinks it's not going to happen, and every time it does. The Pursuit of Friendship, said Hewitt. The title of a comedy. You're horrid, she cried. You don't care a bit, really. You might be Mr. Hurst. Well, said Hewitt, let us consider. He paused, because for the moment he could not remember what it was that they had to consider. He was far more interested in her than in her story, for as she went on speaking his numbness had disappeared, and he was conscious of a mixture of liking, pity, and distrust. You promised to marry both Oliver and Parrot? He concluded. Not exactly promised, said Evelyn. I can't make up my mind which I really like best. Oh, how I detest modern life, she flung off. It must have been so much easier for the Elizabethans. I thought the other day on that mountain how I'd have liked to be one of those colonists, to cut down trees and make laws and all that, instead of fooling about with all these people who think one's just a pretty young lady. Though I'm not, I really might do something, she reflected in silence for a minute. Then she said, I'm afraid right down in my heart that Alfred Perrault won't do. He's not strong, is he? Perhaps he couldn't cut down a tree, said Hewitt. Have you never cared for anybody? He asked. I've cared for heaps of people, but not to marry them, she said. I suppose I'm too fastidious. All my life I've wanted somebody I could look up to, somebody great and big and splendid. Most men are so small. What do you mean by splendid? Hewitt asked. People are nothing more. Evelyn was puzzled. We don't care for people because of their qualities, he tried to explain. It's just them that we care for. He struck a match. Just that, he said, pointing to the flames. I see what you mean, she said, but I don't agree. I do know why I care for people, and I think I'm hardly ever wrong. I see at once what they've got in them. Now I think you must be rather splendid, but not Mr. Hurst. Hewitt shook his head. He's not nearly so unselfish, or so sympathetic, or so big, or so understanding, Evelyn continued. Hewitt sat silent, smoking his cigarette. I should hate cutting down trees, he remarked. I'm not trying to flirt with you, though I suppose you think I am. Evelyn shot out. I'd never have come to you if I'd thought you'd merely think odious things of me. The tears came into her eyes. Do you never flirt? He asked. Of course I don't, she protested. Haven't I told you? I want friendship. I want to care for someone greater and nobler than I am. And if they fall in love with me, it isn't my fault. I don't want it. I positively hate it. Hewitt could see that there was very little use in going on with the conversation, for it was obvious that Evelyn did not wish to say anything in particular, but to impress upon him an image of herself, being, for some reason which she would not reveal, unhappy or insecure. He was very tired, and a pale waiter kept walking ostentatiously into the middle of the room and looking at them meaningly. They want to shut up, he said. My advice is that you should tell Oliver and Perrot tomorrow that you've made up your mind that you don't mean to marry either of them. I'm certain you don't. If you change your mind, you can always tell them so. They're both sensible men. They'll understand. And then all this bother will be over. He got up, but Evelyn did not move. She sat looking up at him with her bright, eager eyes, in the depths of which he thought he detected some disappointment or dissatisfaction. Good night, he said. There are heaps of things I want to say to you still, she said, and I'm going to, some time. I suppose you must go to bed now? Yes, said Hewitt. I'm half asleep. He left her still sitting by herself in the empty hall. Why is it that they won't be honest? He muttered to himself as he went upstairs. Why was it that relations between different people were so unsatisfactory, so fragmentary, so hazardous, and words so dangerous that the instinct to sympathize with another human being was an instinct to be examined carefully and probably crushed? What did Evelyn really wish to say to him? What was she feeling left alone in the empty hall? The mystery of life and the unreality even of one's own sensations overcame him as he walked down the corridor which led to his room. It was dimly lighted, but sufficiently for him to see a figure in a bright dressing gown pass swiftly in front of him. The figure of a woman crossing from one room to another. Chapter 15. Whether too slight or too vague the ties that bind people casually meeting in a hotel at midnight, they possess one advantage at least over the bonds which unite the elderly who have lived together once, and so must live forever. Slight they may be, but vivid and genuine, merely because the power to break them is within the grasp of each, and there is no reason for continuance except a true desire that continue. They shall. When two people have been married for years, they seem to become unconscious of each other's bodily presence, so that they move as if alone, speak aloud things which they do not expect to be answered, and in general seem to experience all the comfort of solitude without its loneliness. The joint lives of Ridley and Helen had arrived at this stage of community, and it was often necessary for one or the other to recall with an effort whether a thing had been said, or only thought, shared, or dreamt in private. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 or 3 days later, Mrs. Ambrose was standing brushing her hair, while her husband was in the dressing room, which opened out of her room, and occasionally, through the cascade of water he was washing his face, she caught exclamations. So it goes on year after year. I wish I could make an end of it, to which she paid no attention. It's white, or only brown? Thus she herself murmured, examining a hair which gleamed suspiciously among the brown. She pulled it out and laid it on the dressing table. She was criticizing her own appearance, or rather approving of it. Standing a little way back from the glass, and looking at her own face with superb pride and melancholy, when her husband appeared in the doorway in his shirt sleeves, his face half obscured by a towel. "You often tell me I don't notice things," he remarked. "Tell me if this is a white hair, then," she replied. She laid the hair on his hand. "There's not a white hair on your head," he exclaimed. "Ah, Ridley, I begin to doubt," she sighed, and bowed her head under his eyes so that he might judge, but the inspection produced only a kiss, where the line of parting ran, and husband and wife then proceeded to move about the room, casually murmuring, "What was that you were saying?" Helen remarked, after an interval of conversation which no third person could have understood. "Rachel, you ought to keep an eye upon Rachel," he observed significantly, and Helen, though she went on brushing her hair, looked at him. His observations were apt to be true. "Young gentlemen don't interest themselves in young women's education without a motive," he remarked. "Oh, Hurst," said Helen. "Hurst and Hewitt, they're all the same to me, all covered with spots," he replied. "He advises her to read Gibbon. Did you know that?" Helen did not know that, but she would not allow herself inferior to her husband in powers of observation. She merely said, "Nothing would surprise me. Even that dreadful flying man we met at the dance, even Mr. Dalloway, even—" "I advise you to be circumspect," said Ridley. "There's Willoughby, remember Willoughby." He pointed at a letter. Helen looked with a sigh at an envelope which lay upon her dressing table. Yes, there lay Willoughby, curt, inexpressive, perpetually jocular, robbing a whole continent of mystery, inquiring after his daughter's manners and morals, hoping she wasn't a bore, and bidding them pack her off to him on board the very next ship if she were, and then grateful and affectionate, with suppressed emotion, and then half a page about his own triumphs over wretched little natives who went on strike and refused to load his ships, until he roared English oaths at them, popping my head out of the window just as I was, in my shirt sleeves. The beggars had the sense to scatter. "If Teresa married Willoughby," she remarked, turning the page with a hairpin, "one doesn't see what's to prevent Rachel—" But Ridley was now off on grievances of his own connected with the washing of his shirts, which somehow led to the frequent visits of Hughling Elliot, who was a bore, a pedant, a dry stick of a man, and yet Ridley couldn't simply point at the door and tell him to go. The truth of it was, they saw too many people. And so on and so on, more conjugal talk pattering softly and unintelligibly until they were both ready to go down to tea. The first thing that caught Helen's eye as she came downstairs was a carriage at the door, filled with skirts and feathers nodding on the tops of hats. She had only time to gain the drawing-room before two names were oddly mispronounced by the Spanish maid, and Mrs. Thornbury came in slightly in advance of Mrs. Wilfred Flushing. "Mrs. Wilfred Flushing," said Mrs. Thornbury, with a wave of her hand, "a friend of our common friend, Mrs. Raymond Perry." Mrs. Flushing shook hands energetically. She was a woman of 40 perhaps, very well set up and erect, splendidly robust, though not as tall as the upright carriage of her body made her appear. She looked Helen straight in the face and said, "You have a charmin' house." She had a strongly marked face, her eyes looked straight at you, and though naturally she was imperious in her manner, she was nervous at the same time. Mrs. Thornbury acted as interpreter, making things smooth all round by a series of charming commonplace remarks. "I've taken it upon myself, Mr. Ambrose," she said, "to promise that you will be so kind as to give Mrs. Flushing the benefit of your experience. I'm sure no one here knows the country as well as you do. No one takes such wonderful long walks. No one, I'm sure, has your encyclopedic knowledge upon every subject. Mr. Wilfred Flushing is a collector. He has discovered really beautiful things already. I had no notion that the peasants were so artistic, though of course in the past." "Not old things, new things," interrupted Mrs. Flushing curtly. "That is, if he takes my advice." The Ambroses had not lived for many years in London without knowing something of a good many people by name at least, and Helen remembered hearing of the Flushings. Mr. Flushing was a man who kept an old furniture shop. He had always said he would not marry because most women have red cheeks, and would not take a house because most houses have narrow staircases, and would not eat meat because most animals bleed when they are killed. And then he had married an eccentric aristocratic lady who certainly was not pale, who looked as if she ate meat, who had forced him to do all the things he most disliked, and this then was the lady. Helen looked at her with interest. They had moved out into the garden, where the tea was laid under a tree, and Mrs. Flushing was helping herself to cherry jam. She had a peculiar jerking movement of the body when she spoke, which caused the canary-colored plume on her hat to jerk too. Her small but finely cut and vigorous features, together with a deep red of lips and cheeks, pointed to many generations of well-trained and well-nourished ancestors behind her. "Nothing that's more than 20 years old interests me," she continued. "Moldy old pictures, dirty old books, they stick 'em in museums when they're only fit for burnin'." "I quite agree," Helen laughed. "But my husband spends his life in digging up manuscripts which nobody wants." She was amused by Ridley's expression of startled disapproval. "There's a clever man in London called John, who paints ever so much better than the old masters," Mrs. Flushing continued. "His pictures excite me nothing that's old excites me." "But even his pictures will become old," Mrs. Thornbury intervened. "Then I'll have 'em burnt, or I'll put it in my will," said Mrs. Flushing, and Mrs. Flushing lived in one of the most beautiful old houses in England. Chillingly, Mrs. Thornbury explained to the rest of them. "If I'd my way, I'd burn that tomorrow," Mrs. Flushing laughed. She had a laugh like the cry of a jay, at once startling and joyless. "What does any sane person want with those great big houses?" she demanded. "If you go downstairs after dark, you're covered with black beetles, and the electric lights always going out. What would you do if spiders came out of the tap when you turned on the hot water?" she demanded, fixing her eye on Helen. Mrs. Ambrose shrugged her shoulders with a smile. "This is what I like," said Mrs. Flushing. She jerked her head at the villa, a little house in a garden. "I had one once in Ireland. One could lie in bed in the morning and pick roses outside the window with one's toes. And the gardeners, weren't they surprised? Mrs. Thornberry inquired. There were no gardeners, Mrs. Flushing chuckled. Nobody but me and an old woman without any teeth. You know the poor in Ireland lose their teeth after they're 20, but you wouldn't expect a politician to understand that. Arthur Balfour wouldn't understand that. Ridley sighed that he never expected anyone to understand anything, least of all politicians. However, he concluded, there's one advantage I find in extreme old age. Nothing matters. A hang except one's food and one's digestion. All I ask is to be left alone to moulder away in solitude. It's obvious that the world's going as fast as it can to the nethermost pit, and all I can do is to sit still and consume as much of my own smoke as possible. He groaned, and with a melancholy glance laid the jam on his bread, for he felt the atmosphere of this abrupt lady distinctly unsympathetic. I always contradict my husband when he says that, said Mrs. Thornberry sweetly. You men, where would you be if it weren't for the women? Read the Symposium, said Ridley grimly. Symposium, cried Mrs. Flushing. That's Latin or Greek. Tell me, is there a good translation? No, said Ridley. You will have to learn Greek. Mrs. Flushing cried. I'd rather break stones in the road. I always envy the men who break stones and sit on those nice little heaps all day wearing spectacles. I'd infinitely rather break stones than clean out poultry runs or feed the cows, or— Here Rachel came up from the lower garden with a book in her hand. What's that book? Said Ridley when she had shaken hands. It's Gibbon, said Rachel as she sat down. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, said Mrs. Thornberry. A very wonderful book, I know. My dear father was always quoting it at us, with the result that we resolved never to read a line. Gibbon the historian? Inquired Mrs. Flushing. I connect him with some of the happiest hours of my life. We used to lie in bed and read Gibbon about the massacres of the Christians. I remember when we were supposed to be asleep. It's no joke, I can tell you, reading a great big book in double columns by a nightlight, and the light that comes through a chink in the door. Then there were the moths, tiger moths, yellow moths, and horrid cockchafers. Louisa, my sister, would have the window open. I wanted it shut. We fought every night of our lives over that window. Have you ever seen a moth dying in a nightlight? She inquired. Again there was an interruption. Hewitt and Hurst appeared at the drawing-room window and came up to the tea-table. Rachel's heart beat hard. She was conscious of an extraordinary intensity in everything, as though their presence stripped some cover off the surface of things, but the greetings were remarkably commonplace. "Excuse me," said Hurst, rising from his chair directly he had sat down. He went into the drawing-room and returned with a cushion, which he placed carefully upon his seat. "Rheumatism," he remarked, as he sat down for the second time. "The result of the dance?" Helen inquired. "Whenever I get at all run down, I tend to be rheumatic," Hurst stated. He bent his wrist back sharply. "I hear little pieces of chalk grinding together." Rachel looked at him. She was amused, and yet she was respectful, if such a thing could be. The upper part of her face seemed to laugh, and the lower part to check its laughter. Hewitt picked up the book that lay on the ground. "You like this?" he asked in an undertone. "No, I don't like it," she replied. She had indeed been trying all the afternoon to read it, and for some reason the glory which she had perceived at first had faded, and, read as she would, she could not grasp the meaning with her mind. "It goes round, 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 like a roll of oilcloth," she hazarded. Evidently she meant Hewitt alone to hear her words, but Hurst demanded, "What you mean?" She was instantly ashamed of her figure of speech, for she could not explain it in words of sober criticism. "Surely it's the most perfect style, so far as style goes, that's ever been invented," he continued. "Every sentence is practically perfect, and the wit ugly in body, repulsive in mind," she thought, instead of thinking about Gibbon's style. "Yes, but strong, searching, unyielding in mind." She looked at his big head, a disproportionate part of which was occupied by the forehead and at the direct, severe eyes. "I give you up in despair," he said. He meant it lightly, but she took it seriously and believed that her value as a human being was lessened because she did not happen to admire the style of Gibbon. The others were talking now in a group about the native villages which Mrs. Flushing ought to visit. "I despair too," she said impetuously. "How are you going to judge people merely by their minds?" "You agree with my spinster aunt, I expect," said St. John in his jaunty manner, which was always irritating because it made the person he talked to appear unduly clumsy and in earnest. "Be good, sweet maid. I thought Mr. Kingsley and my aunt were now obsolete." "One can be very nice without having read a book," she asserted. Very silly and simple her words sounded, and laid her open to derision. "Did I ever deny it?" Hurst inquired, raising his eyebrows. Most unexpectedly, Mrs. Thornbury here intervened, either because it was her mission to keep things smooth, or because she had long wished to speak to Mr. Waff. Hurst, feeling as she did that young men were her sons. "I have lived all my life with people like your aunt, Mr. Hurst," she said, leaning forward in her chair. Her brown squirrel-like eyes became even brighter than usual. "They have never heard of Gibbon. They only care for their pheasants and their peasants. They are great big men who look so fine on horseback, as people must have done, I think, in the days of the great wars. Say what you like against them, they are animal, they are unintellectual, they don't read themselves, and they don't want others to read, but they are some of the finest and the kindest human beings on the face of the earth. You would be surprised at some of the stories I could tell. You have never guessed, perhaps, at all the romances that go on in the heart of the country. There are the people, I feel, among whom Shakespeare will be born if he is ever born again, in those old houses up among the downs." "My aunt," Hurst interrupted, "spends her life in East Lambeth among the degraded poor. I only quoted my aunt because she is inclined to persecute people she calls intellectual, which is what I suspect Miss Vinrace of doing. It's all the fashion now. If you're clever, it's always taken for granted that you're completely without sympathy, understanding, affection, all the things that really matter. Oh, you Christians, you're the most conceited, patronizing, hypocritical set of old humbugs in the kingdom. Of course," he continued, "I'm the first to allow your country gentlemen great merits. For one thing, they're probably quite frank about their passions, which we are not. My father, who is a clergyman in Norfolk, says that there is hardly a squire in the country who does not butt about Gibbon." Hewitt interrupted. The look of nervous tension which had come over every face was relaxed by the interruption. "You find him monotonous, I suppose. But you know, he opened the book and began searching for passages to read aloud, and in a little time he found a good one which he considered suitable, but there was nothing in the world that bored Ridley more than being read aloud to, and he was besides scrupulously fastidious as to the dress and behavior of ladies. In the space of 15 minutes he had decided against Mrs. Flushing on the ground that her orange plume did not suit her complexion, that she spoke too loud, that she crossed her legs, and finally, when he saw her accept a cigarette that Hugh offered her, he jumped up, exclaiming something about bar parlors, and left them. Mrs. Flushing was evidently relieved by his departure. She puffed her cigarette, stuck her legs out, and examined Helen closely as to the character and reputation of their common friend, Mrs. Raymond Parry. By a series of little stratagems, she drove her to define Mrs. Parry as somewhat elderly, by no means beautiful, very much made up and insolent old harridan, in short, whose parties were amusing because one met odd people. But Helen herself always pitied poor Mr. Parry, who was understood to be shut up downstairs with cases full of gems, while his wife enjoyed herself in the drawing-room. Not that I believe what people say against her, although she hints, of course. Upon which Mrs. Flushing cried out with delight, "She's my first cousin! Go on, go on. When Mrs. Flushing rose to go, she was obviously delighted with her new acquaintances. She made 3 or 4 different plans for meeting or going on an expedition or showing Helen the things they had bought on her way to the carriage. She included them all in a vague but magnificent invitation. As Helen returned to the garden again, Ridley's words of warning came into her head, and she hesitated a moment and looked at Rachel sitting between Hurst and Hewitt. But she could draw no conclusions, for Hewitt was still reading Gibbon aloud, and Rachel, for all the expression she had, might have been a shell, and his words, water rubbing against her ears, as water rubs a shell on the edge of a rock. Hewitt's voice was very pleasant. When he reached the end of the period, Hewitt stopped, and no one volunteered any criticism. "I do adore the aristocracy," Hurst exclaimed after a moment's pause. "They're so amazingly unscrupulous, none of us would dare to behave as that woman behaves." "What I like about them," said Helen as she sat down, "is that they're so well put together. Naked, Mrs. Flushing would be superb. Dress as she dresses, it's absurd, of course." "Yes," said Hurst. A shade of depression crossed his face. "I've never weighed more than 10 stone in my life," he said, "which is ridiculous, considering my height, and I've actually gone down in weight since we came here. I dare say that accounts for the rheumatism." Again he jerked his wrist back sharply so that Helen might hear the grinding of the chalkstones. She could not help smiling. "It's no laughing matter for me, I assure you," he protested. "My mother's a chronic invalid, and I'm always expecting to be told that I've got heart disease myself. Rheumatism always goes to the heart in the end." "For goodness sake, Hurst," Hewitt protested, "one might think you were an old cripple of 80. "If it comes to that, I had an aunt who died of cancer myself, but I put a bold face on it." He rose and began tilting his chair backwards and forwards on its hind legs. "Is anyone here inclined for a walk?" he said. "There's a magnificent walk, up behind the house. You come out onto a cliff and look right down into the sea. The rocks are all red, you can see them through the water. The other day I saw a sight that fairly took my breath away. About 20 jellyfish, semi-transparent, pink, with long streamers floating on the top of the waves." "Sure they weren't mermaids," said Hurst. "It's much too hot to climb uphill." He looked at Helen, who showed no signs of moving. "Yes, it's too hot," Helen decided. There was a short silence. "I'd like to come," said Rachel. But she might have said that anyhow. Helen thought to herself as Hewitt and Rachel went away together, and Helen was left alone with St. John, to St. John's obvious satisfaction. He may have been satisfied, but his usual difficulty in deciding that one subject was more deserving of notice than another prevented him from speaking for some time. He sat staring intently at the head of a dead match, while Helen considered, so it seemed from the expression of her eyes, something not closely connected with the present moment. At last, St. John exclaimed, "Damn, damn everything, damn everybody," he added. "At Cambridge there are people to talk to." "At Cambridge there are people to talk to," Helen echoed him rhythmically and absent-mindedly. Then she woke up. "By the way, have you settled what you're going to do? Is it to be Cambridge or the bar?" He pursed his lips but made no immediate answer, for Helen was still slightly inattentive. She had been thinking about Rachel and which of the 2 young men she was likely to fall in love with, and now sitting opposite to Hurst, she thought, "He's ugly. It's a pity they're so ugly." She did not include Hewitt in this criticism. She was thinking of the clever, honest, interesting young men she knew, of whom Hurst was a good example, and wondering whether it was necessary that thought and scholarship should thus maltreat their bodies, and should thus elevate their minds to a very high tower from which the human race appeared to them like rats and mice squirming on the flat. And the future? She reflected, vaguely envisaging a race of men becoming more and more like Hurst, and a race of women becoming more and more like Rachel. "Oh no," she concluded, glancing at him. "One wouldn't marry you." "Well then, the future of the race is in the hands of Susan and Arthur." "No, that's dreadful." "Of farm laborers?" "No, not of the English at all, but of Russians and Chinese." This train of thought did not satisfy her, and was interrupted by St. John, who began again, "I wish you knew Bennet. He's the greatest man in the world." "Bennet?" she inquired. Becoming more at ease, St. John dropped the concentrated abruptness of his manner, and explained that Bennet was a man who lived in an old windmill 6 miles out of Cambridge. He lived the perfect life, according to St. John, very lonely, very simple, caring only for the truth of things, always ready to talk, and extraordinarily modest, though his mind was of the greatest. "Don't you think," said St. John when he had done describing him, "that kind of thing makes this kind of thing rather flimsy? Did you notice at tea how poor old Hugh had to change the conversation? How they were all ready to pounce upon me because they thought I was going to say something improper? It wasn't anything, really. If Bennet had been there, he'd have said exactly what he meant to say, or he'd have got up and gone. But there's something rather bad for the character in that. I mean, if one hasn't got Bennet's character, it's inclined to make one bitter. Should you say that I was bitter?" Helen did not answer, and he continued, "Of course I am. Disgustingly bitter, and it's a beastly thing to be. But the worst of me is that I'm so envious. I envy everyone. I can't endure people who do things better than I do, perfectly absurd things too. Waiters balancing piles of plates, even Arthur, because Susan's in love with him. I want people to like me, and they don't. It's partly my appearance, I expect," he continued, "though it's an absolute lie to say I've Jewish blood in me. As a matter of fact, we've been in Norfolk, Hurst of Hurstbourne Hall, for 3 centuries at least. It must be awfully soothing to be like you, everyone liking one at once." "I assure you they don't," Helen laughed. "They do," said Hurst with conviction. "In the first place, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. In the second, you have an exceptionally nice nature." If Hurst had looked at her, instead of looking intently at his teacup, he would have seen Helen blush, partly with pleasure, partly with an impulse of affection towards the young man who had seemed, and would seem again, so ugly and so limited. She pitied him, for she suspected that he suffered, and she was interested in him, for many of the things he said seemed to her true. She admired the morality of youth, and yet she felt imprisoned. As if her instinct were to escape to something brightly colored and impersonal, which she could hold in her hands, she went into the house and returned with her embroidery. But he was not interested in her embroidery. He did not even look at it. "About Miss Vinrace," he began. "Oh, look here, do let's be St. John and Helen and Rachel and Terence. What's she like? Does she reason, does she feel, or is she merely a kind of footstool?" "Oh, no," said Helen with great decision. From her observations at tea she was inclined to doubt whether Hurst was the person to educate Rachel. She had gradually come to be interested in her niece and fond of her. She disliked some things about her very much. She was amused by others. But she felt her, on the whole, a live if unformed human being, experimental, and not always fortunate in her experiments, but with powers of some kind and a capacity for feeling. Somewhere in the depths of her, too, she was bound to Rachel by the indestructible if inexplicable ties of sex. "She seems vague, but she's a will of her own," she said, as if in the interval she had run through her qualities. The embroidery, which was a matter for thought, the design being difficult and the colors wanting consideration, brought lapses into the dialogue when she seemed to be engrossed in her skeins of silk, or, with head a little drawn back and eyes narrowed, considered the effect of the whole. Thus she merely said, to St. John's next remark, "I shall ask her to go for a walk with me." Perhaps he resented this division of attention. He sat silent, watching Helen closely. "You're absolutely happy," he proclaimed at last. "Yes?" Helen inquired, sticking in her needle. Marriage, I suppose, said St. John. Yes, said Helen, gently drawing her needle out. Children? St. John inquired. Yes, said Helen, sticking her needle in again. I don't know why I'm happy, she suddenly laughed, looking him full in the face. There was a considerable pause. There's an abyss between us, said St. John. His voice sounded as if it issued from the depths of a cavern in the rocks. You're infinitely simpler than I am. Women always are, of course. That's the difficulty. One never knows how a woman gets there. Supposing all the time you're thinking, oh, what a morbid young man. Helen sat and looked at him with her needle in her hand. From her position, she saw his head in front of the dark pyramid of a magnolia tree, with one foot raised on the rung of a chair and her elbow out in the attitude for sewing. Her own figure possessed the sublimity of a woman's of the early world, spinning the thread of fate, the sublimity possessed by many women of the present day who fall into the attitude required by scrubbing or sewing. St. John looked at her. I suppose you've never paid any a compliment in the course of your life, he said irrelevantly. I spoil Ridley, rather, Helen considered. I'm going to ask you point blank, do you like me? After a certain pause, she replied, yes, certainly. Thank God, he exclaimed. That's one mercy. You see, he continued with emotion, I'd rather you liked me than anyone I've ever met. What about the 5 philosophers? Said Helen with a laugh, stitching firmly and swiftly at her canvas. I wish you'd describe them. Hurst had no particular wish to describe them, but when he began to consider them, he found himself soothed and strengthened. Far away on the other side of the world as they were, in smoky rooms and gray medieval courts, they appeared remarkable figures. Free-spoken men with whom one could be at ease, incomparably more subtle in emotion than the people here. They gave him, certainly, what no woman could give him, not Helen even. Warming at the thought of them, he went on to lay his case before Mrs. Ambrose. Should he stay on at Cambridge, or should he go to the bar? One day he thought one thing, another day another. Helen listened attentively. At last, without any preface, she pronounced her decision. Leave Cambridge and go to the bar, she said. He pressed her for her reasons. I think you'd enjoy London more, she said. It did not seem a very subtle reason, but she appeared to think it sufficient. She looked at him against the background of flowering magnolia. There was something curious in the sight. Perhaps it was that the heavy, wax-like flowers were so smooth and inarticulate, and his face he had thrown his hat away, his hair was rumpled. He held his eyeglasses in his hand, so that a red mark appeared on either side of his nose was so worried and garrulous. It was a beautiful bush, spreading very widely, and all the time she had sat there talking, she had been noticing the patches of shade and the shape of the leaves and the way the great white flowers sat in the midst of the green. She had noticed it half consciously, nevertheless the pattern had become part of their talk. She laid down her sewing and began to walk up and down the garden, and Hurst rose too and paced by her side. He was rather disturbed, uncomfortable, and full of thought. Neither of them spoke. The sun was beginning to go down, and a change had come over the mountains, as if they were robbed of their earthly substance and composed merely of intense blue mist. Long thin clouds of flamingo red, with edges like the edges of curled ostrich feathers, lay up and down the sky at different altitudes. The roofs of the town seemed to have sunk lower than usual. The cypresses appeared very black between the roofs, and the roofs themselves were brown and white. As usual in the evening, single cries and single bells became audible rising from beneath. St. John stopped suddenly. Well, you must take the responsibility, he said. I'd made up my mind. I shall go to the bar. His words were very serious, almost emotional. They recalled Helen after a second's hesitation. I'm sure you're right, she said warmly, and shook the hand he held out. You'll be a great man, I'm certain. Then, as if to make him look at the scene, she swept her hand round the immense circumference of the view. From the sea, over the roofs of the town, across the crests of the mountains, over the river and the plain. and again across the crests of the mountains it swept, until it reached the villa, the garden, the magnolia tree, and the figures of Hurst and herself standing together when it dropped to her side. Chapter 16. Hewitt and Rachel had long ago reached the particular place on the edge of the cliff where, looking down into the sea, you might chance on jellyfish and dolphins. Looking the other way, the vast expanse of land gave them a sensation which is given by no view, however extended in England, the farthest horizon of hills as often as not dipping and showing a line of mist which is the sea. Here the view was one of infinite sun-dried earth, earth pointed in pinnacles, heaped in vast barriers, earth widening and spreading away and away the immense floor of the sea, earth chequered by day and by date. And perhaps their English blood made this prospect uncomfortably impersonal and hostile to them, for having once turned their faces that way they next turned them to the sea, and for the rest of the time sat looking at the sea. The sea, though it was a thin and sparkling water here, which seemed incapable of surge or anger, eventually narrowed itself, clouded its pure tint with gray, and swirled through narrow channels and dashed in a shiver of broken waters against massive granite rocks. It was this sea that flowed up to the mouth of the Thames, and the Thames washed the roots of the city of London. Hewitt's thoughts had followed some such course as this, for the first thing he said as they stood on the edge of the cliff was, "I'd like to be in England." Rachel lay down on her elbow and parted the tall grasses which grew on the edge so that she might have a clear view. The water was very calm, rocking up and down at the base of the cliff, and so clear that one could see the red of the stones at the bottom of it. So it had been at the birth of the world, and so it had remained ever since. Probably no human being had ever broken that water with boat or with body. Obeying some impulse, she determined to mar that eternity of peace and threw the largest pebble she could find. It struck the water, and the ripples spread out and out. Hewitt looked down too. "It's wonderful," he said as they widened and ceased. The freshness and the newness seemed to him wonderful. He threw a pebble next. There was scarcely any sound. "But England?" Rachel murmured, in the absorbed tone of one whose eyes are concentrated upon some sight. "What do you want with England?" "My friends chiefly," he said, "and all the things one does." He could look at Rachel without her noticing it. She was still absorbed in the water and the exquisitely pleasant sensations which a little depth of the sea washing over rock suggests. He noticed that she was wearing a dress of deep blue color, made of a soft, thin cotton stuff, which clung to the shape of her body. It was a body with the angles and hollows of a young woman's body, not yet developed, but in no way distorted, and thus interesting and even lovable. Raising his eyes, Hewitt observed her head. She had taken her hat off, and the face rested on her hand. As she looked down into the sea, her lips were slightly parted. The expression was one of childlike intentness, as if she were watching for a fish to swim past over the clear red rocks. Nevertheless, her 24 years of life had given her a look of reserve. Her hand, which lay on the ground, the fingers curling slightly in, was well-shaped and competent. The square-tipped and nervous fingers were the fingers of a musician. With something like anguish, Hewitt realized that, far from being unattractive, her body was very attractive to him. She looked up suddenly. Her eyes were full of eagerness and interest. "You write novels?" she asked. For the moment, he could not think what he was saying. He was overcome with the desire to hold her in his arms. "Oh, yes," he said. "That is, I want to write them." She would not take her large gray eyes off his face. "Novels," she repeated. "Why do you write novels?" "You ought to write music." "Music." She shifted her eyes and became less desirable as her brain began to work, inflicting a certain change upon her face. "Music goes straight for things. It says all there is to say at once. With writing it seems to me there's so much," She paused for an expression and rubbed her fingers in the earth, scratching on the matchbox. Most of the time when I was reading Gibbon this afternoon, I was horribly, oh infernally, damnably bored. She gave a shake of laughter, looking at Hugh, who laughed too. I shan't lend you books, he remarked. Why is it, Rachel continued, that I can laugh at Mr. Hurst to you, but not to his face? At tea I was completely overwhelmed, not by his ugliness, by his mind. She enclosed a circle in the air with her hands. She realized with a great sense of comfort how easily she could talk to Hugh, those thorns or ragged corners which tear the surface of some relationships being smoothed away. So I observed, said Hewitt. That's a thing that never ceases to amaze me. He had recovered his composure to such an extent that he could light and smoke a cigarette, and feeling her ease, became happy and easy himself. The respect that women, even well-educated, very able women, have for men, he went on. I believe we must have the sort of power over you that we're said to have over horses. They see us 3 times as big as we are, or they'd never obey us. For that very reason, I'm inclined to doubt that you'll ever do anything even when you have the vote. He looked at her reflectively. She appeared very smooth and sensitive and young. It'll take at least 6 generations before you're sufficiently thick-skinned to go into law courts and business offices. Consider what a bully the ordinary man is, he continued. The ordinary hard-working, rather ambitious solicitor or man of business with a family to bring up and a certain position to maintain. And then, of course, the daughters have to give way to the sons. The sons have to be educated. They have to bully and shove for their wives and families, and so it all comes over again. And meanwhile, there are the women in the background. Do you really think that the vote will do you any good? The vote, Rachel repeated. She had to visualize it as a little bit of paper which she dropped into a box before she understood his question, and looking at each other, they smiled at something absurd in the question. Not to me, she said, but I play the piano. Are men really like that? She asked, returning to the question that interested her. I'm not afraid of you. She looked at him easily. Oh, I'm different, Hugh replied. I've got between 600 and 700 a year of my own. And then no one takes a novelist seriously, thank heavens. There's no doubt it helps to make up for the drudgery of a profession if a man's taken very, very seriously by everyone, if he gets appointments and has offices and a title and lots of letters after his name and bits of ribbon and degrees. I'll grudge 'em, though sometimes it comes over me what an amazing concoction, what a miracle the masculine conception of life is. Judges, civil servants, army, navy, houses of parliament, lord mayors, what a world we've made of it. Look at Hurst now. I assure you, he said, not a day's passed since we came here without a discussion as to whether he's to stay on at Cambridge or to go to the bar. It's his career, his sacred career. And if I've heard it 20 times, I'm sure his mother and sister have heard it 500 times. Can't you imagine the family conclaves? And the sister told to run out and feed the rabbits because St. John must have the schoolroom to himself. St. John's working. St. John wants his tea brought to him. Don't you know the kind of thing? No wonder that St. John thinks it a matter of considerable importance. It is too. He has to earn his living. But St. John's sister Hugh puffed in silence. No one takes her seriously, poor dear. She feeds the rabbits. Yes, said Rachel. I fed rabbits for 24 years. It seems odd now. She looked meditative. And Hewitt, who had been talking much at random and instinctively adopting the feminine point of view, saw that she would now talk about herself, which was what he wanted, for so they might come to know each other. She looked back meditatively upon her past life. How do you spend your day? He asked. She meditated still. When she thought of their day, it seemed to her it was cut into 4 pieces by their meals. These divisions were absolutely rigid, the contents of the day having to accommodate themselves within the 4 rigid bars. Looking back at her life, that was what she saw. Breakfast 9, luncheon 1, tea 5, dinner 8, she said. "Well," said Hugh, "what you do in the morning? I need to play the piano for hours and hours, and after luncheon, then I went shopping with one of my aunts. Or we went to see someone, or we took a message, or we did something that had to be done. The taps might be leaking. They visit the poor a good deal. Old charwomen with bad legs, women who want tickets for hospitals. Or I used to walk in the park by myself. And after tea, people sometimes called. Or in summer we sat in the garden or played croquet. In winter I read aloud while they worked. After dinner I played the piano, and they wrote letters. If father was at home, we had friends of his to dinner, and about once a month we went up to the play. Every now and then we dined out. Sometimes I went to a dance in London, but that was difficult because of getting back. The people we saw were old family friends and relations, but we didn't see many people. There was the clergyman, Mr. Pepper, and the Hunts. Father generally wanted to be quiet when he came home because he works very hard at home. Also, my aunts aren't very strong. A house takes up a lot of time if you do it properly. Our servants were always bad, and so Aunt Lucy used to do a good deal in the kitchen, and Aunt Clara, I think, spent most of the morning dusting the drawing room and going through the linen and silver. Then there were the dogs. They had to be exercised, besides being washed and brushed. Now Sandy's dead, but Aunt Clara has a very old cockatoo that came from India. "Everything in our house," she exclaimed, "comes from somewhere. It's full of old furniture. Not really old, Victorian. Things mother's family had or father's family had, which they didn't like to get rid of, I suppose, though we've really no room for them. It's rather a nice house," she continued, "except that it's a little dingy dull, I should say." She called up before her eyes a vision of the drawing room at home. It was a large oblong room with a square window opening on the garden. Green plush chairs stood against the wall. There was a heavy carved bookcase with glass doors and a general impression of faded sofa covers, large spaces of pale green, and baskets with pieces of woolwork dropping out of them. Photographs from old Italian masterpieces hung on the walls, and views of Venetian bridges and Swedish waterfalls which members of the family had seen years ago. There were also one or two portraits of fathers and grandmothers, and an engraving of John Stuart Mill, after the picture by Watts. It was a room without definite character, being neither typically and openly hideous, nor strenuously artistic, nor really comfortable. Rachel roused herself from the contemplation of this familiar picture. "But this isn't very interesting for you," she said, looking up. "Good Lord!" Hugh exclaimed. "I've never been so much interested in my life." She then realized that while she had been thinking of Richmond, his eyes had never left her face. The knowledge of this excited her. "Go on, please go on," he urged. "Let's imagine it's a Wednesday. You're all at luncheon. You sit there, and Aunt Lucy there, and Aunt Clara here." He arranged 3 pebbles on the grass between them. "Aunt Clara carves the neck of lamb," Rachel continued. She fixed her gaze upon the pebbles. "There's a very ugly yellow china stand in front of me, called a dumb waiter, on which are 3 dishes, one for biscuits, one for butter, and one for cheese. There's a pot of ferns. Then there's Blanche the maid, who snuffles because of her nose. We talk. Oh yes, it's Aunt Lucy's afternoon at Walworth, so we're rather quick over luncheon. She goes off. She has a purple bag and a black notebook. Aunt Clara has what they call a GFS meeting in the drawing room on Wednesday, so I take the dogs out. I go up Richmond Hill, along the terrace, into the park. It's the 18th of April, the same day as it is here. It's spring in England. The ground is rather damp. However, I cross the road and get on to the grass, and we walk along. And I sing as I always do when I'm alone, until we come to the open place where you can see the whole of London beneath you on a clear day. Hampstead Church spire there, Westminster Cathedral over there, and factory chimneys about here. There's generally a haze over the low parts of London, but it's often blue over the park when London's in a mist. It's the open place that the balloons cross going over to Hurlingham. They're pale yellow. Well then, it smells very good, particularly if they happen to be burning wood in the keeper's lodge which is there. I could tell you now how to get from place to place, and exactly what trees you'd pass, and where you'd cross the roads. You see, I played there when I was small. Spring is good, but it's best in the autumn when the deer are barking. Then it gets dusky, and I go back through the streets, and you can't see people properly. They come past very quick. You just see their faces, and then they're gone. That's what I like, and no one knows in the least what you're doing. But you have to be back for tea, I suppose." Hewitt checked her. "Tea? Oh, yes. 5 o'clock. Then I say what I've done, and my aunts say what they've done, and perhaps someone comes in. Mrs. Hunt, let's suppose. She's an old lady with a lame leg. She has, or she once had, 8 children, so we ask after them. They're all over the world, so we ask where they are, and sometimes they're ill, or they're stationed in a cholera district, or in some place where it only rains once in 5 months. Mrs. Hunt, she said with a smile, had a son who was hugged to death by a bear. Here she stopped and looked at Hewitt to see whether he was amused by the same things that amused her. She was reassured, but she thought it necessary to apologize again. She had been talking too much. "You can't conceive how it interests me," he said. Indeed, his cigarette had gone out, and he had to light another. "Why does it interest you?" she asked. "Partly because you're a woman," he replied. When he said this, Rachel, who had become oblivious of anything and had reverted to a childlike state of interest and pleasure, lost her freedom and became self-conscious. She felt herself at once singular and under observation, as she felt with St. John Hurst. She was about to launch into an argument which would have made them both feel bitterly against each other, and to define sensations which had no such importance as words were bound to give them, when Hewitt led her thoughts in a different direction. "I often walked along the streets where people live all in a row, and one house is exactly like another house, and wondered what on earth the women were doing inside," he said. "Just consider, it's the beginning of the 20th century, and until a few years ago no woman had ever come out by herself and said things at all. There it was going on in the background, for all those thousands of years, this curious, silent, unrepresented life. Of course we're always writing about women abusing them, or jeering at them, or worshipping them, but it's never come from women themselves. I believe we still don't know in the least how they live, or what they feel, or what they do precisely. If one's a man, the only confidences one gets are from young women about their love affairs. But the lives of women of 40, of unmarried women, of working women, of women who keep shops and bring up children, of women like your aunts or Mrs. Thornberry or Miss Allen, one knows nothing whatever about them. They won't tell you. Either they're afraid, or they've got a way of treating men. It's the man's view that's represented, you see. Think of a railway train, 15 carriages for men who want to smoke. Doesn't it make your blood boil? If I were a woman, I'd blow someone's brains out. Don't you laugh at us a great deal? Don't you think it all a great humbug? How does it all strike you?" His determination to know, while it gave meaning to their talk, hampered her. He seemed to press further and further, and made it appear so important. She took some time to answer, and during that time she went over and over the course of her 24 years, lighting now on one point, now on another, on her aunts, her mother, her father, and at last her mind fixed upon her aunts and her father, and she tried to describe them as at this distance they appeared to her. They were very much afraid of her father. He was a great dim force in the house, by means of which they held on to the great world which is represented every morning in the Times. But the real life of the house was something quite different from this. It went on independently of Mr. Vinrace, and tended to hide itself from him. He was good-humored towards them, but contemptuous. She had always taken it for granted that his point of view was just, and founded upon an ideal scale of things where the life of one person was absolutely more important than the life of another, and that, in that scale, they were of much less importance than he was. But did she really believe that? Huguette's words made her think. She always submitted to her father, just as they did, but it was her aunts who influenced her really, her aunts who built up the fine, closely woven substance of their life at home. They were less splendid, but more natural than her father was. All her rages had been against them. It was their world with its 4 meals, its punctuality, and servants on the stairs at 10:30, that she examined so closely and wanted so vehemently to smash to atoms. Following these thoughts, she looked up and said, "And there's a sort of beauty in it there. They are at Richmond at this very moment, building things up. They're all wrong, perhaps, but there's a sort of beauty in it," she repeated. "It's so unconscious, so modest, and yet they feel things. They do mind if people die. Old spinsters are always doing things. I don't quite know what they do, only that was what I felt when I lived with them. It was very real." She reviewed their little journeys to and fro, to Walworth, to charwomen with bad legs, to meetings for this and that, their minute acts of charity and unselfishness which flowered punctually from a definite view of what they ought to do, their friendships, their tastes and habits. She saw all these things like grains of sand falling through innumerable days, making an atmosphere and building up a solid mass, a background. Hewitt observed her as she considered this. "Were you happy?" he demanded. Again she had become absorbed in something else, and he called her back to an unusually vivid consciousness of herself. "I was both," she replied. "I was happy and I was miserable. You've no conception what it's like to be a young woman." She looked straight at him. "There are terrors and agonies," she said, keeping her eye on him as if to detect the slightest hint of laughter. "I can believe it," he said. He returned her look with perfect sincerity. "Women one sees in the streets," she said. "Prostitutes? Men kissing one?" He nodded his head. "You were never told." She shook her head. "And then," she began and stopped. Here came in the great space of life into which no one had ever penetrated. All that she had been saying about her father and her aunts and walks in Richmond Park and what they did from hour to hour was merely on the surface. Hugh was watching her. Did he demand that she should describe that also? Why did he sit so near and keep his eye on her? Why did they not have done with this searching and agony? Why did they not kiss each other simply? She wished to kiss him, but all the time she went on, spinning out words. "A girl is more lonely than a boy. No one cares in the least what she does. Nothing's expected of her. Unless one's very pretty people don't listen to what you say. And that is what I like," she added energetically, as if the memory were very happy. "I like walking in Richmond Park and singing to myself and knowing it doesn't matter a damn to anybody. I like seeing things go on as we saw you that night when you didn't see us. I love the freedom of it. It's like being the wind or the sea." She turned with a curious fling of her hands and looked at the sea. It was still very blue, dancing away as far as the eye could reach, but the light on it was yellower, and the clouds were turning flamingo red. A feeling of intense depression crossed Hugh's mind as she spoke. It seemed plain that she would never care for one person rather than another. She was evidently quite indifferent to him. They seemed to come very near, and then they were as far apart as ever again. And her gesture as she turned away had been oddly beautiful. "Nonsense," he said abruptly. "You like people. You like admiration. Your real grudge against Hurst is that he doesn't admire you." She made no answer for some time. Then she said, "That's probably true. Of course I like people. I like almost everyone I've ever met." She turned her back on the sea and regarded Hewitt with friendly if critical eyes. He was good-looking in the sense that he had always had a sufficiency of beef to eat and fresh air to breathe. His head was big. The eyes were also large, though generally vague, they could be forcible. And the lips were sensitive. One might account him a man of considerable passion and fitful energy, likely to be at the mercy of moods which had little relation to facts, at once tolerant and fastidious. The breadth of his forehead showed capacity for thought. The interest with which Rachel looked at him was heard in her voice. "What novels do you write?" she asked. "I want to write a novel about silence," he said. "The things people don't say, but the difficulty is immense." He sighed. "However, you don't care," he continued. He looked at her almost severely. "Nobody cares. All you read a novel for is to see what sort of person the writer is, and, if you know him, which of his friends he's put in. As for the novel itself, the whole conception, the way one's seen the thing, felt about it, make it stand in relation to other things, not one in a million cares for that. And yet I sometimes wonder whether there's anything else in the whole world worth doing. These other people," he indicated the hotel, "are always wanting something they can't get. But there's an extraordinary satisfaction in writing, even in the attempt to write. What you said just now is true. One doesn't want to be things. One wants merely to be allowed to see them." Some of the satisfaction of which he spoke came into his face as he gazed out to sea. It was Rachel's turn now to feel depressed. As he talked of writing, he had become suddenly impersonal. He might never care for anyone. All that desire to know her and get at her, which she had felt pressing on her almost painfully, had completely vanished. "Are you a good writer?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "I'm not first rate, of course. I'm good second rate. About as good as Thackeray, I should say." Rachel was amazed. For one thing, it amazed her to hear Thackeray called second rate, and then she could not widen her point of view to believe that there could be great writers in existence at the present day, or if there were, that any one she knew could be a great writer, and his self-confidence astounded her, and he became more and more remote. "My other novel," Hugh continued, "is about a young man who is obsessed by an idea, the idea of being a gentleman. He manages to exist at Cambridge on £100 a year. He has a coat. It was once a very good coat, but the trousers, they're not so good. Well, he goes up to London, gets into good society, owing to an early morning adventure on the banks of the Serpentine. He is led into telling lies. My idea, you see, is to show the gradual corruption of the soul. Calls himself the son of some great landed proprietor in Devonshire. Meanwhile, the coat becomes older and older, and he hardly dares to wear the trousers. Can't you imagine the wretched man, after some splendid evening of debauchery, contemplating these garments, hanging them over the end of the bed, arranging them now in full light, now in shade, and wondering whether they will survive him, or he will survive them? Thoughts of suicide cross his mind. He has a friend, too, a man who somehow subsists upon selling small birds, for which he sets traps in the fields near Uxbridge. They're scholars, both of them. I know one or two wretched starving creatures like that who quote Aristotle at you over a fried herring and a pint of porter. Fashionable life, too. I have to represent at some length in order to show my hero under all circumstances. Lady Theo Bingham Bingley, whose bay mare he had the good fortune to stop, is the daughter of a very fine old Tory peer. I'm going to describe the kind of parties I once went to, the fashionable intellectuals, you know, who like to have the latest book on their tables. They give parties, river parties where you play games. There's no difficulty in conceiving incidents. The difficulty is to put them into shape not to get run away with, as Lady Theo was. It ended disastrously for her, poor woman, for the book, as I planned it, was going to end in profound and sordid respectability. 'Tis owned by her father. She marries my hero, and they live in a snug little villa outside Croydon, in which town he is set up as a house agent. He never succeeds in becoming a real gentleman after all. That's the interesting part of it. Does it seem to you the kind of book you'd like to read?" he inquired. "Or perhaps you'd like my Stuart tragedy better." he continued, without waiting for her to answer him. My idea is that there's a certain quality of beauty in the past, which the ordinary historical novelist completely ruins by his absurd conventions. The moon becomes the regent of the skies. People clap spurs to their horses, and so on. I'm going to treat people as though they were exactly the same as we are. The advantage is that, detached from modern conditions, one can make them more intense and more abstract than people who live as we do. Rachel had listened to all this with attention, but with a certain amount of bewilderment. They both sat thinking their own thoughts. "I'm not like Hurst," said Hewitt after a pause. He spoke meditatively. "I don't see circles of chalk between people's feet. I sometimes wish I did. It seems to me so tremendously complicated and confused. One can't come to any decision at all. One's less and less capable of making judgments. Do you find that? And then one never knows what anyone feels. We're all in the dark. We try to find out, but can you imagine anything more ludicrous than one person's opinion of another person? One goes along thinking one knows, but one really doesn't know." As he said this, he was leaning on his elbow, arranging and rearranging in the grass the stones which had represented Rachel and her aunts at luncheon. He was speaking as much to himself as to Rachel. He was reasoning against the desire, which had returned with intensity, to take her in his arms, to have done with indirectness, to explain exactly what he felt. What he said was against his belief. All the things that were important about her he knew. He felt them in the air around them, but he said nothing. He went on arranging the stones. "I like you. Do like me," Rachel suddenly observed. "I like you immensely," Hugh replied, speaking with the relief of a person who is unexpectedly given an opportunity of saying what he wants to say. He stopped moving the pebbles. "Mightn't we call each other Rachel and Terence?" he asked. "Terence," Rachel repeated. "Terence, that's like the cry of an owl." She looked up with a sudden rush of delight, and in looking at Terence with eyes widened by pleasure she was struck by the change that had come over the sky behind them. The substantial blue day had faded to a paler and more ethereal blue. The clouds were pink, far away and closely packed together, and the peace of evening had replaced the heat of the southern afternoon, in which they had started on their walk. "It must be late," she exclaimed. "It was nearly 8 o'clock, but 8 o'clock doesn't count here, does it?" Terence asked as they got up and turned inland again. They began to walk rather quickly down the hill on a little path between the olive trees. They felt more intimate because they shared the knowledge of what 8 o'clock in Richmond meant. Terence walked in front, for there was not room for them side by side. "What I want to do in writing novels is very much what you want to do when you play the piano, I expect," he began, turning and speaking over his shoulder. "We want to find out what's behind things, don't we? Look at the lights down there," he continued, "scattered about anyhow. Things I feel come to me like lights. I want to combine them. Have you ever seen fireworks that make figures? I want to make figures. Is that what you want to do?" Now they were out on the road and could walk side by side. "When I play the piano, music is different." "But I see what you mean." They tried to invent theories, and to make their theories agree. As Hewitt had no knowledge of music, Rachel took his stick and drew figures in the thin white dust to explain how Bach wrote his fugues. "My musical gift was ruined," he explained, as they walked on after one of these demonstrations, "by the village organist at home, who had invented a system of notation which he tried to teach me, with the result that I never got to the tune playing at all. My mother thought music wasn't manly for boys. She wanted me to kill rats and birds. That's the worst of living in the country. We live in Devonshire. It's the loveliest place in the world, only it's always difficult at home when one's grown up. I'd like you to know one of my sisters." "Oh, here's your gate." He pushed it open. They paused for a moment. She could not ask him to come in. She could not say that she hoped they would meet again. There was nothing to be said, and so without a word she went through the gate and was soon invisible. Directly Hugh lost sight of her, he felt the old discomfort return, even more strongly than before. Their talk had been interrupted in the middle, just as he was beginning to say the things he wanted to say. After all, what had they been able to say? He ran his mind over the things they had said, the random, unnecessary things which had eddied round and used up all the time, and drawn them so close together and flung them so far apart, and left him in the end unsatisfied, ignorant still of what she felt and of what she was like. What was the use of talking, merely talking? Chapter 17. It was now the height of the season, and every ship that came from England left a few people on the shores of Santa Marina who drove up to the hotel. The fact that the Ambroses had a house where one could escape momentarily from the slightly inhuman atmosphere of an hotel was a source of genuine pleasure, not only to Hurst and Hugh, but to the Elliots, the Thornberrys, the Flushings, Miss Allen, Evelyn M., together with other people whose identity was so little developed that the Ambroses did not discover that they possessed names. By degrees there was established a kind of correspondence between the two houses, the big and the small, so that at most hours of the day, one house could guess what was going on in the other, and the words "the villa" and "the hotel" called up the idea of two separate systems of life. Acquaintances showed signs of developing into friends, for that one tie to Mrs. Parry's drawing room had inevitably split into many other ties attached to different parts of England, and sometimes these alliances seemed cynically fragile and sometimes painfully acute. Lacking as they did the supporting background of organized English life, one night when the moon was round between the trees, Evelyn M. told Helen the story of her life and claimed her everlasting friendship. On another occasion, merely because of a sigh, or a pause, or a word thoughtlessly dropped, poor Mrs. Elliot left the villa half in tears, vowing never again to meet the cold and scornful woman who had insulted her, and in truth, meet again they never did. It did not seem worth while to piece together so slight a friendship. Hugh, indeed, might have found excellent material at this time up at the villa for some chapters in the novel which was to be called Silence, or The Things People Don't Say. Helen and Rachel had become very silent. Having detected, as she thought, a secret, and judging that Rachel meant to keep it from her, Mrs. Ambrose respected it carefully, but from that cause, though unintentionally, a curious atmosphere of reserve grew up between them. Instead of sharing their views upon all subjects and plunging after an idea wherever it might lead, they spoke chiefly in comment upon the people they saw, and the secret between them made itself felt in what they said even of Thornberrys and Elliots. Always calm and unemotional in her judgments, Mrs. Ambrose was now inclined to be definitely pessimistic. She was not severe upon individuals, so much as incredulous of the kindness of destiny, fate, what happens in the long run, and apt to insist that this was generally adverse to people in proportion as they deserved well. Even this theory she was ready to discard in favor of one which made chaos triumphant, things happening for no reason at all, and everyone groping about in illusion and ignorance. With a certain pleasure she developed these views to her niece, taking a letter from home as her test, which gave good news but might just as well have given bad. How did she know that at this very moment both her children were not lying dead, crushed by motor omnibuses? It's happening to somebody, why shouldn't it happen to me? She would argue, her face taking on the stoical expression of anticipated sorrow, however sincere these views may have been. They were undoubtedly called forth by the irrational state of her niece's mind. It was so fluctuating and went so quickly from joy to despair that it seemed necessary to confront it with some stable opinion, which naturally became dark as well as stable. Perhaps Mrs. Ambrose had some idea that in leading the talk into these quarters she might discover what was in Rachel's mind, but it was difficult to judge, for sometimes she would agree with the gloomiest thing that was said, at other times she refused to listen, and rammed Helen's theories down her throat with laughter, chatter, ridicule of the wildest and fierce bursts of anger even at what she called the croaking of a raven in the mud. "It's hard enough without that," she asserted. "What's hard?" Helen demanded. "Life," she replied, and then they both became silent. Helen might draw her own conclusions as to why life was hard, as to why an hour later, perhaps, life was something so wonderful and vivid that the eyes of Rachel beholding it were positively exhilarating to a spectator. True to her creed, she did not attempt to interfere, although there were enough of those weak moments of depression to make it perfectly easy for a less scrupulous person to press through and know all, and perhaps Rachel was sorry that she did not choose. All these moods ran themselves into one general effect, which Helen compared to the sliding of a river. Quick, quicker, quicker still as it races to a waterfall. Her instinct was to cry out, "Stop!" But even had there been any use in crying, "Stop!" she would have refrained, thinking it best that things should take their way, the water racing because the earth was shaped to make it race. It seemed that Rachel herself had no suspicion that she was watched, or that there was anything in her manner likely to draw attention to her. What had happened to her, she did not know. Her mind was very much in the condition of the racing water to which Helen compared it. She wanted to see Terence. She was perpetually wishing to see him when he was not there. It was an agony to miss seeing him. Agonies were strewn all about her day on account of him, but she never asked herself what this force driving through her life arose from. She thought of no result any more than a tree perpetually pressed downwards by the wind considers the result of being pressed downwards by the wind. During the 2 or 3 weeks which had passed since their walk, half a dozen notes from him had accumulated in her drawer. She would read them, and spend the whole morning in a daze of happiness, the sunny land outside the window being no less capable of analyzing its own color and heat than she was of analyzing hers. In these moods she found it impossible to read or play the piano, even to move being beyond her inclination. The time passed without her noticing it. When it was dark, she was drawn to the window by the lights of the hotel. A light that went in and out was the light in Terence's window. There he sat, reading perhaps, or now he was walking up and down, pulling out one book after another, and now he was seated in his chair again, and she tried to imagine what he was thinking about. The steady lights marked the rooms where Terence sat with people moving round him. Everyone who stayed in the hotel had a peculiar romance and interest about them. They were not ordinary people. She would attribute wisdom to Mrs. Elliot, beauty to Susan Warrington, a splendid vitality to Evelyn M., because Terence spoke to them. As unreflecting and pervasive were the moods of depression, her mind was as the landscape outside when dark beneath clouds and straightly lashed by wind and hail. Again she would sit passive in her chair exposed to pain, and Helen's fantastical or gloomy words were like so many darts goading her to cry out against the hardness of life. Best of all were the moods when for no reason again the stress of feeling slackened, and life went on as usual, only with a joy and color in its events that was unknown before. They had a significance like that which she had seen in the tree. The nights were black bars separating her from the days. She would have liked to run all the days into one long continuity of sensation. Although these moods were directly or indirectly caused by the presence of Terence or the thought of him, she never said to herself that she was in love with him, or considered what was to happen if she continued to feel such things, so that Helen's image of the river sliding on to the waterfall had a great likeness to the facts, and the alarm which Helen sometimes felt was justified. In her curious condition of unanalyzed sensations, she was incapable of making a plan which should have any effect upon her state of mind. She abandoned herself to the mercy of accidents, missing Terence one day, meeting him the next, receiving his letters always with a start of surprise. Any woman experienced in the progress of courtship would have come by certain opinions from all this which would have given her at least a theory to go upon. But no one had ever been in love with Rachel, and she had never been in love with anyone. Moreover, none of the books she read, from Wuthering Heights to Man and Superman and the plays of Ibsen, suggested from their analysis of love that what their heroines felt was what she was feeling now. It seemed to her that her sensations had no name. She met Terence frequently. When they did not meet, he was apt to send a note with a book or about a book, for he had not been able, after all, to neglect that approach to intimacy. But sometimes he did not come or did not write for several days at a time. Again, when they met, their meeting might be one of inspiriting joy or of harassing despair. Over all their partings hung the sense of interruption, leaving them both unsatisfied, though ignorant that the other shared the feeling. If Rachel was ignorant of her own feelings, she was even more completely ignorant of his. At first, he moved as a god. As she came to know him better, he was still the center of light, but combined with this beauty, a wonderful power of making her daring and confident of herself. She was conscious of emotions and powers which she had never suspected in herself, and of a depth in the world hitherto unknown. When she thought of their relationship, she saw rather than reasoned, representing her view of what Terence felt by a picture of him drawn across the room to stand by her side. This passage across the room amounted to a physical sensation, but what it meant she did not know. Thus the time went on, wearing a calm, bright look upon its surface. Letters came from England, letters came from Willoughby, and the days accumulated their small events which shaped the year. Superficially, 3 odes of Pindar were mended. Helen covered about 5 inches of her embroidery, and St. John completed the first 2 acts of a play. He and Rachel being now very good friends, he read them aloud to her, and she was so genuinely impressed by the skill of his rhythms and the variety of his adjectives, as well as by the fact that he was Terence's friend, that he began to wonder whether he was not intended for literature rather than for law. It was a time of profound thought and sudden revelations for more than one couple and several single people. A Sunday came, which no one in the villa with the exception of Rachel and the Spanish maid proposed to recognize. Rachel still went to church because she had never, according to Helen, taken the trouble to think about it. Since they had celebrated the service at the hotel, she went there expecting to get some pleasure from her passage across the garden and through the hall of the hotel, although it was very doubtful whether she would see Terence, or at any rate have the chance of speaking to him. As the greater number of visitors at the hotel were English, there was almost as much difference between Sunday and Wednesday as there is in England, and Sunday appeared here as there, the mute black ghost or penitent spirit of the busy weekday. The English could not pale the sunshine, but they could in some miraculous way slow down the hours, dull the incidents, lengthen the meals, and make even the servants and page boys wear a look of boredom and propriety. The best clothes which everyone put on helped the general effect. It seemed that no lady could sit down without bending a clean starched petticoat, and no gentleman could breathe without a sudden crackle from a stiff shirt front. As the hands of the clock neared 11, on this particular Sunday, various people tended to draw together in the hall, clasping little red-leaved books in their hands. The clock marked a few minutes to the hour when a stout black figure passed through the hall with a preoccupied expression, as though he would rather not recognize salutations, although aware of them, and disappeared down the corridor which led from it. "Mr. Bax," Mrs. Thornberry whispered. The little group of people then began to move off in the same direction as the stout black figure. Looked at in an odd way by people who made no effort to join them, they moved with one exception slowly and consciously towards the stairs. Mrs. Flushing was the exception. She came running downstairs, strode across the hall, joined the procession much out of breath, demanding of Mrs. Thornberry in an agitated whisper, "Where? Where?" "We are all going," said Mrs. Thornberry gently, and soon they were descending the stairs 2 by 2. Rachel was among the first to descend. She did not see that Terence and Hurst came in at the rear, possessed of no black volume, but of one thin book, bound in light blue cloth, which St. John carried under his arm. The chapel was the old chapel of the monks. It was a profound, cool place where they had said Mass for hundreds of years, and done penance in the cold moonlight, and worshipped old brown pictures and carved saints which stood with upraised hands of blessing in the hollows in the walls. The transition from Catholic to Protestant worship had been bridged by a time of disuse when there were no services and the place was used for storing jars of oil, liqueur, and deck chairs. The hotel flourishing, some religious body had taken the place in hand, and it was now fitted out with a number of glazed yellow benches, claret-colored footstools. It had a small pulpit and a brass eagle carrying the Bible on its back, while the piety of different women had supplied ugly squares of carpet and long strips of quadribi satsculum. As the congregation entered, they were met by mild, sweet chords issuing from a harmonium, where Miss Willett, concealed from view by a baize curtain, struck emphatic chords with uncertain fingers. The sound spread through the chapel as the rings of water spread from a fallen stone. The 20 or 25 people who composed the congregation first bowed their heads, and then sat up and looked about them. It was very quiet, and the light down here seemed paler than the light above. The usual bells and smiles were dispensed with, but they recognized each other. The Lord's Prayer was read over them. As the childlike battle of voices rose, the congregation, many of whom had only met on the staircase, felt themselves pathetically united and well disposed towards each other. As if the prayer were a torch applied to fuel, a smoke seemed to rise automatically and fill the place with the ghosts of innumerable services on innumerable Sunday mornings at home. Susan Warrington in particular was conscious of the sweetest sense of sisterhood as she covered her face with her hands and saw slips of bent backs through the chinks between her fingers. Her emotions rose calmly and evenly, approving of herself and of life at the same time. It was all so quiet and so good. But having created this peaceful atmosphere, Mr. Bax suddenly turned the page and read a psalm. Though he read it with no change of voice, the mood was broken. "Be merciful unto me, O God," he read, "for man goeth about to devour me, he is daily fighting and troubling me. They daily mistake my words, all that they imagine is to do me evil. They hold all together and keep themselves close. Break their teeth, O God, in their mouths. Smite the jawbones of the lions, O Lord. Let them fall away like water that runneth apace. And when they shoot their arrows, let them be rooted out." Nothing in Susan's experience at all corresponded with this, and as she had no love of language, she had long ceased to attend to such remarks, although she followed them with the same kind of mechanical respect with which she heard many of Lear's speeches read aloud. Her mind was still serene and really occupied with praise of her own nature and praise of God, that is, of the solemn and satisfactory order of the world. But it could be seen from a glance at their faces that most of the others, the men in particular, felt the inconvenience of the sudden intrusion of this old savage. They looked more secular and critical as they listened to the ravings of the old black man with the cloth round his loins cursing with vehement gesture by a campfire in the desert. After that there was a general sound of pages being turned as if they were in class, and then they read a little bit of the Old Testament about making a well, very much as schoolboys translate an easy passage from the Anabasis when they have shut up their French grammar. Then they returned to the New Testament and the sad and beautiful figure of Christ. While Christ spoke, they made another effort to fit his interpretation of life upon the lives they lived. But as they were all very different, some practical, some ambitious, some stupid, some wild and experimental, some in love, and others long past any feeling except a feeling of comfort, they did very different things with the words of Christ. From their faces it seemed that for the most part they made no effort at all, and, recumbent as it were, accepted the ideas the words gave as representing goodness, in the same way, no doubt, as one of those industrious needlewomen had accepted the bright ugly pattern on her mat as beauty. Whatever the reason might be, for the first time in her life, instead of slipping at once into some curious, pleasant cloud of emotion too familiar to be considered. Rachel listened critically to what was being said. By the time they had swung in an irregular way from prayer to psalm, from psalm to history, from history to poetry, and Mr. Bax was giving out his text, she was in a state of acute discomfort. Such was the discomfort she felt when forced to sit through an unsatisfactory piece of music badly played. Tantalized, enraged by the clumsy insensitiveness of the conductor, who put the stress on the wrong places, and annoyed by the vast flock of the audience, tamely praising and acquiescing without knowing or caring, so she was now tantalized and enraged. Only here, with eyes half shut and lips pursed together, the atmosphere of forced solemnity increased her anger. All round her were people pretending to feel what they did not feel, while somewhere above her floated the idea which they could none of them grasp, which they pretended to grasp, always escaping out of reach, a beautiful idea, an idea like a butterfly. One after another, vast and hard and cold, appeared to her the churches all over the world where this blundering effort and misunderstanding were perpetually going on. Great buildings, filled with innumerable men and women, not seeing clearly, who finally gave up the effort to see and relapsed tamely into praise and acquiescence, half shutting their eyes and pursing up their lips. The thought had the same sort of physical discomfort as is caused by a film of mist always coming between the eyes and the printed page. She did her best to brush away the film and to conceive something to be worshipped as the service went on, but failed, always misled by the voice of Mr. Bax saying things which misrepresented the idea, and by the patter of buying inexpressive human voices falling round her like damp leaves. The effort was tiring and dispiriting. She ceased to listen and fixed her eyes on the face of a woman near her, a hospital nurse, whose expression of devout attention seemed to prove that she was at any rate receiving satisfaction. But looking at her carefully, she came to the conclusion that the hospital nurse was only slavishly acquiescent, and that the look of satisfaction was produced by no splendid conception of God within her. How indeed could she conceive anything far outside her own experience? A woman with a commonplace face like hers, a little round red face upon which trivial duties and trivial spites had drawn lines, whose weak blue eyes saw without intensity or individuality, whose features were blurred, insensitive, and callous. She was adoring something shallow and smug, clinging to it, so the obstinate mouth witnessed, with the assiduity of a limpet. Nothing would tear her from her demure belief in her own virtue and the virtues of her religion. She was a limpet with the sensitive side of her stuck to a rock, forever dead to the rush of fresh and beautiful things past her. The face of this single worshipper became printed on Rachel's mind with an impression of keen horror, and she had it suddenly revealed to her what Helen meant, and St. John meant when they proclaimed their hatred of Christianity. With the violence that now marked her feelings, she rejected all that she had implicitly believed. Meanwhile, Mr. Bax was halfway through the second lesson. She looked at him. He was a man of the world, with supple lips and an agreeable manner. He was indeed a man of much kindliness and simplicity, though by no means clever, but she was not in the mood to give anyone credit for such qualities, and examined him as though he were an epitome of all the vices of his service. Right at the back of the chapel, Mrs. Flushing, Hurst, and Hewett sat in a row in a very different frame of mind. Hewett was staring at the roof with his legs stuck out in front of him, for as he had never tried to make the service fit any feeling or idea of his, he was able to enjoy the beauty of the language without hindrance. His mind was occupied first with accidental things, such as the women's hair in front of him, the light on the faces, then with the words which seemed to him magnificent, and then more vaguely with the characters of the other worshippers. But when he suddenly perceived Rachel, all these thoughts were driven out of his head, and he thought only of her. The psalms, the prayers, the litany, and the sermon were all reduced to one chanting sound which paused, and then renewed itself, a little higher or a little lower. He stared alternately at Rachel and at the ceiling. But his expression was now produced not by what he saw, but by something in his mind. He was almost as painfully disturbed by his thoughts as she was by hers. Early in the service, Mrs. Flushing had discovered that she had taken up a Bible instead of a prayer book, and as she was sitting next to Hurst, she stole a glance over his shoulder. He was reading steadily in the thin pale blue volume. Unable to understand, she peered closer, upon which Hurst politely laid the book before her, pointing to the first line of a Greek poem and then to the translation opposite. "What's that?" she whispered inquisitively. "Sappho," he replied. "The one Swinburne did the best thing that's ever been written." Mrs. Flushing could not resist such an opportunity. She gulped down the ode to Aphrodite during the litany, keeping herself with difficulty from asking when Sappho lived and what else she wrote worth reading, and contriving to come in punctually at the end with "the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen." Meanwhile, Hurst took out an envelope and began scribbling on the back of it. When Mr. Bax mounted the pulpit, he shut up Sappho with his envelope between the pages, settled his spectacles, and fixed his gaze intently upon the clergyman. Standing in the pulpit, he looked very large and fat. The light coming through the greenish, unstained window glass made his face appear smooth and white like a very large egg. He looked round at all the faces looking mildly up at him, although some of them were the faces of men and women old enough to be his grandparents, and gave out his text with weighty significance. The argument of the sermon was that visitors to this beautiful land, although they were on a holiday, owed a duty to the natives. It did not, in truth, differ very much from a leading article upon topics of general interest in the weekly newspapers. It rambled with a kind of amiable verbosity from one heading to another, suggesting that all human beings are very much the same under their skins, illustrating this by the resemblance of the games which little Spanish boys play to the games little boys in London streets play, observing that very small things do influence people, particularly natives. In fact, a very dear friend of Mr. Bax's had told him that the success of our rule in India, that vast country, largely depended upon the strict code of politeness which the Danish allies which that idlib quite but break. Remark that small things were not necessarily small, and that somehow, to the virtue of sympathy, which was a virtue never more needed than today, when we lived in a time of experiment and upheaval, witness the aeroplane and wireless telegraph. And there were other problems which hardly presented themselves to our fathers, but which no man who called himself a man could leave unsettled. Here Mr. Bax became more definitely clerical, if it were possible. He seemed to speak with a certain innocence. What men were inclined to say now was, "Oh, that fellow, he's a parson." What we want them to say is, "He's a good fellow." In other words, "He is my brother." He exhorted them to keep in touch with men of the modern type. They must sympathize with their multifarious interests in order to keep before their eyes that whatever discoveries were made there was one discovery which could not be superseded, which was indeed as much of a necessity to the most successful and most brilliant of them all as it had been to their fathers. The humblest could help. The least important things had an influence here. His manner became definitely priestly, and his remarks seemed to be directed to women, for indeed Mr. Bax's congregations were mainly composed of women, and he was used to assigning them their duties in his innocent clerical campaigns. Leaving more definite instruction, he pads him quithipiting, witten button, we pes him, nc pethimusa, falling from the cloud and entering the great ocean, alters, so scientists tell us, not only the immediate spot in the ocean where it falls, but all the myriad drops which together compose the great universe of waters, and by this means alters the configuration, where it falls as of dare drops which together compose the great universe of waters, and by this means, at the light of loves, it's a very well that the fruits of the earth could not flourish without them. So was a marvel comparable to this within the reach of each one of us, who dropping a little word or a little deed into the great universe alters it. Yeah, it is a solemn thought, alters it, for good or for evil, not for one instant, or in one vicinity, but throughout the entire race, and for all eternity. Whipping round as though to avoid applause, he continued with the same breath, but in a different tone of voice, and now to God the Father. He gave his blessing. And then, while the solemn chords again issued from the harmonium behind the curtain, the different people began scraping and fumbling and moving very awkwardly and consciously towards the door. Halfway upstairs, at a point where the light and sounds of the upper world conflicted with the dimness and the dying hymn tune of the under, Rachel felt a hand drop upon her shoulder. "Miss Vinrace," Mrs. Flushing whispered peremptorily, "stay to luncheon. It's such a dismal day. They don't even give one beef for luncheon. Please stay." Here they came out into the hall, where once more the little band was greeted with curious, respectful glances by the people who had not gone to church, although their clothing made it clear that they approved of Sunday to the very verge of going to church. Rachel felt unable to stand any more of this particular atmosphere, and was about to say she must go back, when Terence passed them, drawn along in talk with Evelyn M. Rachel thereupon contented herself with saying that the people looked very respectable, which negative remark Mrs. Flushing interpreted to mean that she would stay. "English people abroad," she returned with a vivid flash of malice. "Ain't they awful? But we won't stay here," she continued, plucking at Rachel's arm. "Come up to my room." She bore her past Hewitt and Evelyn and the Thornberrys and the Elliots. Hewitt stepped forward. "Luncheon," he began. "Miss Vinrace has promised to lunch with me," said Mrs. Flushing, and began to pound energetically at the staircase, as though the middle classes of England were in pursuit. She did not stop until she had slammed her bedroom door behind them. "Well, what did you think of it?" she demanded, panting slightly. All the disgust and horror which Rachel had been accumulating burst forth beyond her control. "I thought it the most loathsome exhibition I'd ever seen," she broke out. How dare they? What do you mean by it, Mr. Bax? Hospital nurses, old. Men, prostitutes. Disgusting. She hit off the points she remembered as fast as she could. But she was too indignant to stop to analyze her feelings. Mrs. Flushing watched her with keen gusto as she stood ejaculating with emphatic movements of her head and hands in the middle of the room. Go on, do go on," she laughed, clapping her hands. "It's delightful to hear you, but why do you go?" Rachel demanded. "I've been every Sunday of my life ever since I can remember." Mrs. Flushing chuckled, as though that were a reason by itself. Rachel turned abruptly to the window. She did not know what it was that had put her into such a passion. The sight of Terence in the hall had confused her. Thoughts, leaving her merely indignant. She looked straight at their own villa halfway up the side of the mountain. The most familiar view seen framed through glass has a certain unfamiliar distinction, and she grew calm as she gazed. Then she remembered that she was in the presence of someone she did not know well, and she turned and looked at Mrs. Flushing. Mrs. Flushing was still sitting on the edge of the bed, looking up with her lips parted so that her strong white teeth showed in 2 rows. "Tell me," she said, "which do you like best, Mr. Hewitt or Mr. Hurst?" "Mr. Hewitt," Rachel replied, but her voice did not sound natural. "Which is the one who reads Greek in church?" Mrs. Flushing demanded. It might have been either of them, and while Mrs. Flushing proceeded to describe them both and to say that both frightened her, but one frightened her more than the other, Rachel looked for a chair. The room, of course, was one of the largest and most luxurious in the hotel. There were a great many armchairs and settees covered in brown holland, but each of these was occupied by a large square piece of yellow cardboard, and all the pieces of cardboard were dotted or lined with spots or dashes of bright oil paint. "But you're not to look at those," said Mrs. Flushing as she saw Rachel's eye wander. She jumped up and turned as many as she could, face downwards upon the floor. Rachel, however, managed to possess herself of one of them, and, with the vanity of an artist, Mrs. Flushing demanded anxiously, "Well, well?" "It's a hill," Rachel replied. There could be no doubt that Mrs. Flushing had represented the vigorous and abrupt fling of the earth up into the air. You could almost see the clods flying as it whirled. Rachel passed from one to another. They were all marked by something of the jerk and decision of their maker. They were all perfectly untrained onslaughts of the brush upon some half-realized idea suggested by hill or tree, and they were all in some way characteristic of Mrs. Flushing. "I see things movin'," Mrs. Flushing explained. "So." She swept her hand through a yard of the air. She then took up one of the cardboards which Rachel had laid aside, seated herself on a stool, and began to flourish a stump of charcoal. While she occupied herself in strokes which seemed to serve her as speech serves others, Rachel, who was very restless, looked about her. "Open the wardrobe," said Mrs. Flushing after a pause, speaking indistinctly because of a paintbrush in her mouth, "and look at the things." As Rachel hesitated, Mrs. Flushing came forward, still with a paintbrush in her mouth, flung open the wings of her wardrobe, and tossed a quantity of shawls, stuffs, cloaks, embroideries onto the bed. Rachel began to finger them. Mrs. Flushing came up once more and dropped a quantity of beads, brooches, earrings, bracelets, tassels, and combs among the draperies. Then she went back to her stool and began to paint in silence. The stuffs were colored and dark and pale. They made a curious swarm of lines and colors upon the counterpane, with the reddish lumps of stone and peacock's feathers and clear pale tortoiseshell combs lying among them. "The women wore them hundreds of years ago. They wear 'em still," Mrs. Flushing remarked. "My husband rides about and finds 'em. They don't know what they're worth, so we get 'em cheap. And we shall sell 'em to smart women in London," she chuckled, as though the thought of these ladies and their absurd appearance amused her. After painting for some minutes, she suddenly laid down her brush and fixed her eyes upon Rachel. "I tell you what I want to do," she said. "I want to go up there and see things for myself. It's silly, staying here with a pack of old maids, as though we were at the seaside in England. I want to go up the river and see the natives in their camps. It's only a matter of 10 days under canvas. My husband's done it. One would lie out under the trees at night and be towed down the river by day, and if we saw anything nice, we'd shout out and tell 'em to stop." She rose and began piercing the bed again and again with a long golden pin, as she watched to see what effect her suggestion had upon Rachel. "We must make up a party," she went on. 10 people could hire a launch. Now you'll come, and Mrs. Ambrose'll come, and will Mr. Hurst and t'other gentlemen come? Where's a pencil?" She became more and more determined and excited as she evolved her plan. She sat on the edge of the bed and wrote down a list of surnames, which she invariably spelled wrong. Rachel was enthusiastic, for indeed the idea was immeasurably delightful to her. She had always had a great desire to see the river, and the name of Terence threw a luster over the prospect, which made it almost too good to come true. She did what she could to help Mrs. Flushing by suggesting names, helping her to spell them, and counting up the days of the week upon her fingers. As Mrs. Flushing wanted to know all she could tell her about the birth and pursuits of every person she suggested, and threw in wild stories of her own as to the temperaments and habits of artists and people of the same name who used to come to Chillingly in the old days, but were doubtless not the same, though they too were very clever men interested in Egyptology, the business took some time. At last Mrs. Flushing sought her diary for help, the method of reckoning dates on the fingers proving unsatisfactory. She opened and shut every drawer in her writing table, and then cried furiously, "Yarmouth! Yarmouth! Drat the woman! She's always out of the way when she's wanted." At this moment the luncheon gong began to work itself into its midday frenzy. Mrs. Flushing rang her bell violently. The door was opened by a handsome maid who was almost as upright as her mistress. "Oh, Yarmouth," said Mrs. Flushing, "'tis find my diary, and see where 10 days from now would bring us to, and ask the hall porter how many men 'ud be wanted to row 8 people up the river for a week, and what it 'ud cost, and put it on a slip of paper and leave it on my dressing table." Now, she pointed at the door with the superb forefinger, so that Rachel had to lead the way. "Oh, and Yarmouth," Mrs. Flushing called back over her shoulder, "put those things away and hang 'em in their right places, there's a good girl, or it fusses Mr. Flushing." To all of which Yarmouth merely replied, "Yes, ma'am." As they entered the long dining room, it was obvious that the day was still Sunday, although the mood was slightly abating. The Flushings' table was set by the side in the window, so that Mrs. Flushing could scrutinize each figure as it entered, and her curiosity seemed to be intense. "Old Mrs. Paley," she whispered as the wheeled chair slowly made its way through the door, Arthur pushing behind. Thornberry's came next. "That nice woman," she nudged Rachel to look at Miss Allen. "What's her name?" The painted lady who always came in late, tripping into the room with a prepared smile as though she came out upon a stage, might well have quailed before Mrs. Flushing's stare, which expressed her steely hostility to the whole tribe of painted ladies. Next came the 2 young men whom Mrs. Flushing called collectively the Hursts. They sat down opposite, across the gangway. Mr. Flushing treated his wife with a mixture of admiration and indulgence, making up by the suavity and fluency of his speech for the abruptness of hers. While she darted and ejaculated, he gave Rachel a sketch of the history of South American art. He would deal with one of his wife's exclamations, and then return as smoothly as ever to his theme. He knew very well how to make a luncheon pass agreeably without being dull or intimate. He had formed the opinion, so he told Rachel, that wonderful treasures lay hid in the depths of the land. The things Rachel had seen were merely trifles picked up in the course of one short journey. He thought there might be giant gods hewn out of stone in the mountainside, and colossal figures standing by themselves in the middle of vast green pasture lands where none but natives had ever trod. Before the dawn of European art, he believed that the primitive huntsmen and priests had built temples of massive stone slabs, had formed out of the dark rocks and the great cedar trees majestic figures of gods and of beasts, and symbols of the great forces, water, air, and forest among which they lived. There might be prehistoric towns like those in Greece and Asia, standing in open places among the trees, filled with the works of this early race. Nobody had been there, scarcely anything was known. Thus talking and displaying the most picturesque of his theories, Rachel's attention was fixed upon him. She did not see that Hewitt kept looking at her across the gangway, between the figures of waiters hurrying past with plates. He was inattentive, and Hurst was finding him also very cross and disagreeable. They had touched upon all the usual topics, upon politics and literature, gossip and Christianity. They had quarreled over the service, which was every bit as fine as Sappho according to Hewitt, so that Hurst's paganism was mere ostentation. Why go to church, he demanded, merely in order to read Sappho? Hurst observed that he had listened to every word of the sermon, as he could prove, if Hewitt would like a repetition of it, and he went to church in order to realize the nature of his Creator, which he had done very vividly that morning, thanks to Mr. Bax, who had inspired him to write 3 of the most superb lines in English literature, an invocation to the deity. "I wrote 'em on the back of the envelope of my aunt's last letter," he said, and pulled it from between the pages of Sappho. "Well, let's hear them," said Hewitt, slightly mollified by the prospect of a literary discussion. "My dear Hewitt, do you wish us both to be flung out of the hotel by an enraged mob of Thornberrys and Elliots?" Hurst inquired. "The merest whisper would be sufficient to incriminate me forever. God!" he broke out, "what's the use of attempting to write when the world's peopled by such damned fools? Seriously, Hewitt, I advise you to give up literature. What's the good of it? There's your audience." He nodded his head at the tables where a very miscellaneous collection of Europeans were now engaged in eating, in some cases in gnawing, the stringy foreign fowls. Hewitt looked and grew more out of temper than ever. Hurst looked too. His eyes fell upon Rachel, and he bowed to her. "I rather think Rachel's in love with me," he remarked as his eyes returned to his plate. "That's the worst of friendships with young women, they tend to fall in love with one." To that Hewitt made no answer whatever and sat singularly still. Hurst did not seem to mind getting no answer, for he returned to Mr. Bax again, quoting the peroration about the drop of water, and when Hewitt scarcely replied to these remarks either, he merely pursed his lips, chose a fig, and relapsed quite contentedly into his own thoughts, of which he always had a very large supply. When luncheon was over, they separated, taking their cups of coffee to different parts of the hall. From his chair beneath the palm tree, Hewitt saw Rachel come out of the dining room with the Flushings. He saw them look round for chairs and choose 3 in a corner where they could go on talking in private. Mr. Flushing was now in the full tide of his discourse. He produced a sheet of paper upon which he made drawings as he went on with his talk. He saw Rachel lean over and look, pointing to this and that with her finger. Hewitt unkindly compared Mr. Flushing, who was extremely well dressed for a hot climate and rather elaborate in his manner, to a very persuasive shopkeeper. Meanwhile, as he sat looking at them, he was entangled in the Thornberrys and Miss Allen, who, after hovering about for a minute or two, settled in chairs round him, holding their cups in their hands. They wanted to know whether he could tell them anything about Mr. Bax. Mr. Thornberry, as usual, sat saying nothing, looking vaguely ahead of him, occasionally raising his eyeglasses as if to put them on, but always thinking better of it at the last moment, and letting them fall again. After some discussion, the ladies put it beyond a doubt that Mr. Bax was not the son of Mr. William Bax. There was a pause. Then Mrs. Thornberry remarked that she was still in the habit of saying Queen instead of King in the national anthem. There was another pause. Then Miss Allen observed reflectively that going to church abroad always made her feel as if she had been to a sailor's funeral. There was then a very long pause which threatened to be final, when mercifully a bird about the size of a magpie, but of a metallic blue color, appeared on the section of the terrace that could be seen from where they sat. Mrs. Withrackley's. Thornberry was led to inquire whether we should like it if all our rooks were blue. "What do you think, William?" she asked, touching her husband on the knee. "If all our rooks were blue," he said. He raised his glasses. He actually placed them on his nose. "They would not live long in Wiltshire," he concluded. He dropped his glasses to his side again. The 3 elderly people now gazed meditatively at the bird, which was so obliging as to stay in the middle of the view for a considerable space of time, thus making it unnecessary for them to speak again. Hewitt began to wonder whether he might not cross over to the Flushings' corner, when Hurst appeared from the background, slipped into a chair by Rachel's side, and began to talk to her with every appearance of familiarity. Hewitt could stand it no longer. He rose, took his hat, and dashed out of doors. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.